Welcome to Daily Story, where real experiences from real people come to life. Thank you for choosing to listen today. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. So let us begin. So there I was, swiping through Tinder, just like half the single population in America. Another Friday night, another glass of cheap wine, another endless parade of smiling faces and generic bios. I was not looking for anything serious, just a distraction. Maybe a decent conversation that did not involve my cat's latest antics. My name's Sarah, and I am pretty ordinary. Work a 9 to 5, live in a small apartment in the suburbs, enjoy my quiet life. Or, I used to enjoy my quiet life. That night, I matched with Mark. His profile picture showed a handsome guy, dark hair, kind eyes, a genuine smile. He looked normal, like someone you would actually want to grab a drink with. His bio was short, witty, nothing overtly alarming. We started chatting, and he was quick, funny, seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about movies, our favorite local spots, even some travel plans. It felt easy, effortless, which, let us be honest, is rare on those apps. After a few days of back and forth, he asked me out. Coffee? Saturday afternoon. Seemed innocent enough. I remember getting ready that day, feeling a flicker of actual excitement. It had been a while since a first date. Felt less like an interview and more like a potential connection. I picked out a cute but casual outfit, did my makeup, and tried to calm the usual pre-date jitters. We met at a small, independent coffee shop downtown, one I really liked but did not frequent often. Mark was already there, sitting at a window table, exactly where he said he would be. He stood up when he saw me, that same kind smile from his profile picture lighting up his face. He was even better looking in person, maybe a little taller than I expected. The conversation flowed just as easily as it had online. We talked about our jobs. He was an accountant, which sounded incredibly stable and normal, and shared stories about growing up. He seemed attentive, making eye contact, laughing at my jokes. It was going well, maybe too well. That is when things started to get weird. Little things at first, barely noticeable. We were talking about hobbies, and I mentioned I would recently started trying to learn guitar, just messing around with an old acoustic I would bought cheap. He nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yeah, I saw that little classical guitar you picked up. Good find? My breath hitched. I had not posted anything about a classical guitar. My old acoustic was a beat-up dreadnought, not a classical. I had not even mentioned it to anyone except my best friend, Jessica, and she was not on Tinder. I paused, trying to recall if I would accidentally said something online. Oh, you mean my acoustic? It is not really a classical, just a standard folk guitar. He just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Right. My mistake. Just thought I saw one in the corner of one of your pictures, maybe. He waved it off, a dismissive gesture. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he would seen a reflection in a mirror in one of my profile pictures. Or maybe I had mentioned it and forgotten. But I was pretty sure I had not. A tiny, cold knot formed in my stomach, but I pushed it down. First date jitters. I told myself, he is probably just trying to make conversation. Later, we were talking about food, and I mentioned my love for a specific brand of artisanal coffee beans I bought from a small roaster across town. Oh, the Sumatra Mandheling, he said, nodding. Yeah, that is a good one. A little pricey, but worth it for the aroma. Right. Again, that chill. I never posted about my specific coffee beans. This was a private indulgence. I bought them online, had them delivered. How could he possibly know that? I felt a prickle of unease. How did you know it was Sumatra Mandheling? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual. He just smiled, a little too wide, a little too knowing. Oh, I do not know. I guess I heard you mention it before. Or maybe I saw it on your counter in a photo. I never took photos of my kitchen counter My online presence was pretty curated, mostly travel photos and selfies with friends. No interior shots of my apartment. I forced a laugh, but it felt brittle. Must have been a different photo. Then, or maybe you are just really good at guessing coffee preferences. He did not laugh with me. He just held my gaze for a moment too long, those kind eyes now seeming a little too intense, a little too empty. It was like looking into a still pond where something unseen lurked beneath. The surface. The rest of the date felt different after that. My initial excitement had evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of discomfort. He was still charming, still witty, but every compliment, every shared laugh felt tainted. I found myself subtly scanning the coffee shop, wondering if he had been there before me, watching me walk in. Or maybe he would see my car parked outside. I tried to shake off the paranoia. It was just a couple of odd comments. Coincidences? Right. When the date finally ended, I felt a wave of relief. He walked me to my car, and I offered a polite, somewhat hurried, "It was really nice meeting you, Mark." He leaned in, closer than I expected for a first date. His breath was warm on my ear. It was more than nice. "Sarah, it was destined. I have been waiting for you." The hairs on my arms stood on end. My stomach dropped. I mumbled something about needing to go, got into my car, and drove away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see him standing there, watching me leave. But the street was empty. For the next few days, I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. He was probably just an eccentric guy, a little awkward, maybe a bit intense. But the words, "I have been waiting for you," echoed in my head, and the details he knew they just would not add up. I decided not to respond to his follow-up text. I did not want to be rude, but I also did not want to encourage whatever that was. Then the text started, not immediately, but a day later. "Hey Sarah, had a great time Saturday. When can I see you again?" I ignored it. Then another, a few hours later, "Thinking about you. That coffee shop we went to, it is really you. Cozy, unique." Another chill. It was a generic coffee shop, not particularly unique. How was it me? I still did not respond. I felt a growing sense of dread. I finally blocked him on Tinder and on my phone. I hoped that would be the end of it. It was not. The first really tangible sign came a few days later. I got home from work, tired and ready to just relax. As I unlocked my front door, I noticed something tucked into the crack between the door and the frame. A single, perfect red rose. No note, just the rose. My blood ran cold. I lived on the third floor of an apartment building. No one just leaves a rose at your door. And it was too much of a coincidence. After the date with Mark, he knew where I lived. Of course, he did. My Tinder profile probably listed my general area, and it would not be hard for someone determined to figure out the exact address. Still, the rose felt like a violation. A silent message. "I know where you live." I threw the rose in the trash and double-checked my locks. I even called Jessica, trying to sound casual. "Hey, just wondering, did you ever give my address to anyone?" She sounded confused. "No. Why would I? Is everything okay?" I quickly changed the subject, not wanting to sound crazy. The next morning, I walked out to my car. It was parked in my usual spot, under a big oak tree in the apartment complex lot. On my windshield, resting perfectly centered, was a small white paper cup, a coffee cup, from the exact coffee shop where Mark and I had our date, and written on it, in neat, bold letters, was my name, Sarah. My hands started to tremble. This was not a coincidence. This was not a random admirer. This was Mark, and he was watching me. He knew my routine. He knew where I parked. He was escalating. I snatched the cup, my fingers shaking, and practically ran to my car. I got in, locked the doors, and just sat there for a minute, heart pounding. I looked around the parking lot, scanning every car, every shadow. Was he here now? watching me. The thought made my skin crawl. I drove to work in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror. Every silver sedan looked like his. Every dark-haired man felt like him. I could not focus. I kept seeing his intense gaze, hearing his voice. I have been waiting for you. That evening, I decided to do something. I went to the police station. I explained everything. The Tinder match, the weird comments, the rose, the coffee cup. The officer, a kind-faced woman named Detective Miller, listened patiently, but I could tell she was skeptical. "So he left a rose and a coffee cup with your name on it?" she asked, her pen hovering over her notepad. "Has he threatened you directly? Sent any explicit messages?" "No, not directly, but it is implied. He knows things he should not. He showed up at my apartment building, at my car." She nodded slowly. "I understand your concern. Imps. Davis. And this is certainly unsettling, but without a direct threat or more concrete evidence of stalking, our hands are a bit tied. We can't just arrest someone for leaving flowers or a coffee cup. I would advise you to block him on all platforms, which you have done. And if he makes any direct contact, or if you feel truly threatened, call us immediately. Keep a log of everything." I left the station feeling deflated, frustrated. They thought I was paranoid, and maybe a tiny part of me thought so too. Maybe I was just overreacting, but the cold dread in my gut told me otherwise. Over the next few days, things went quiet. No more roses, no more coffee cups. I started to relax, just a little. Maybe he would gotten the message. Maybe he would moved on. I even started to feel a bit foolish for going to the police. Then I noticed the small things. The book on my bookshelf, one I would been reading, was moved, just slightly, but enough for me to notice. I always left it face down on my nightstand. This time, it was upright, nestled between two other books. I brushed it off. Maybe I would done it myself and forgotten. My window blinds. I always kept them fully closed at night, but a couple of mornings, I woke up to find them slightly ajar, a sliver of light peeking through. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to be different. I started double-checking them every night. One night, I was cooking dinner, listening to music. My apartment felt safe, normal. I went to the fridge to grab some milk, and that is when I saw it. Tucked underneath a magnet, barely visible, was a small, folded piece of paper. It was not mine. My heart leaped into my throat. I carefully unfolded it. It was a photo, a Polaroid, and it was a picture of me. I was asleep, lying in my bed, curled up on my side, hair spread out on the pillow. My face was peaceful, vulnerable. The angle was slightly from above, as if someone was standing over my bed. A guttural scream tore from my throat, but it was silent, trapped in my chest. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped the photo. He was not just watching me. He was not just leaving things outside. He was in my apartment while I slept. The thought was like a physical blow. He had been there, breathing my air, standing over my bed, taking pictures of me, completely unaware. The violation was absolute, terrifying. I dropped the photo on the floor, recoiling as if it was a venomous snake. My eyes darted around my kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every mundane object now menacing. Was he here now? Had he just left? I ran to my bedroom, my legs feeling like lead. I checked the window, the closet, under the bed. Nothing. Just the oppressive silence of my own apartment. I looked at the bed, the very spot where I had been sleeping, and a fresh wave of nausea washed over me. I called the police again, my voice a frantic, breathless whisper. Detective Miller was on duty. He was in my apartment. He left a photo of me sleeping. I practically screamed into the phone. She sounded more concerned this time. Okay. Imps. Davis. Stay calm. Do not touch anything else. We are sending a unit over right now. Do you see him? Is he still there? I do not know. I do not know. I just found the photo. The next hour was a blur of flashing lights, uniformed officers, and the methodical movements of a crime scene investigator. They dusted for prints, took photos, asked me a million questions. I pointed out the moved book, the slightly ajar blinds. They found a faint, smudged print on the windowsill in my bedroom, too smudged to be useful. It looks like he might have entered through your window. Imps. Davis, one of the officers said, pointing to a small scuff mark on the frame. Third floor is tricky, but not impossible with a ladder, or if he climbs something. A ladder? He had brought a ladder. Or he was a climber. The sheer audacity, the determination, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Detective Miller returned, looking grim. We will do everything we can. Sarah, we will increase patrols in your area, and we will process this photo for any clues. But without a clear image of him, or more distinct fingerprints, it is a difficult case. He is clearly very careful. Careful and utterly deranged. I could not stay in my apartment that night. Jessica picked me up, her face pale with shock and anger. She insisted I stay with her. I packed a small bag, my hands still shaking, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. As I left, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that he was somewhere nearby, enjoying my terror. At Jessica's, I barely slept. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like Mark. I kept seeing my sleeping face in that Polaroid, the chilling intimacy of it. He did not just want to date me. He wanted to possess me. He wanted to be inside my life, inside my home, inside my head. The police investigation yielded nothing substantial. No clear fingerprints, no witnesses. Mark was a ghost. They put out an alert, advised me to change my locks, which I did immediately, and installed better window locks. But what good were locks against someone who could climb 3 stories or simply pick them? I moved out of my apartment 2 weeks later. I could not stand the thought of being in that space, knowing he had been there, violated it. I found a new place in a different part of town, on the ground floor with a fenced yard and a robust security system. I changed my number, deleted all my social media accounts, and even tried a new route to work. Life slowly, painfully, started to regain some semblance of normalcy, but the normalcy was fragile, built on a foundation of constant vigilance. Every time I heard a strange noise, every time a shadow moved oddly, my heart would leap. I checked my locks compulsively. I slept with a baseball bat beside my bed. Months passed. The police eventually closed the case, unable to find Mark. Jessica tried to get me to go out, to meet new people, even gently suggested trying dating apps again. I just stared at her blankly. The idea made my stomach clench. One evening, about 6 months after I moved, I was at a new coffee shop near my new apartment. It was a cozy place, warm and inviting. I was finally starting to feel a little bit safe again, a little bit like myself. I ordered my usual latte, found a quiet corner table, and pulled out my book. As I took a sip of my coffee, I noticed a detail on the cup. It was a small, independent place, and they often wrote customers' names on the cups. This time, my name was written there. Not Sarah, but Sarah Davis. My full name. In that same neat, bold handwriting. My hand froze, the cup halfway to my lips. The world tilted. My breath caught in my throat. I looked up, frantically scanning the faces in the coffee shop. A few people were chatting, others typing on laptops. No one looked out of place. No one looked like Mark. But the handwriting, it was identical. I was certain of it. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I felt a familiar cold dread seep into my bones. He was not gone. He had not forgotten. He was still out there. Still, watching, Still waiting, I slowly stood up, leaving my half-finished coffee and my book on the table. I walked out of the coffee shop, trying to appear calm, but my legs felt like jelly. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked, faster and faster, until I was practically sprinting down the street, my eyes darting around, searching every face, every car, every darkened doorway. I got to my apartment, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I slammed it shut behind me, locking every deadbolt, engaging the alarm system. I stood there, leaning against the door, gasping for breath, the sound of my own frantic heartbeat echoing in my ears. I never saw Mark again, not directly, but after that day, the feeling never left me. The fear became a permanent resident in my mind. I still live in that apartment, still have all the security measures. But every now and then, I will find a small, inexplicable detail. A single red rose left on my doorstep, tucked discreetly behind a potted plant. The specific brand of coffee beans, my preferred Sumatra mandhiling, accidentally delivered to my address instead of the usual brand, or sometimes just a feeling, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the certainty that someone is watching just beyond the edge of my vision. I deleted Tinder, of course. I deleted all dating apps. The thought of putting myself out there again, of inviting a stranger into my life, is unthinkable, because I know, with chilling certainty, that he is still out there, and he is still waiting. And sometimes, when the night is quiet, and the shadows stretch long across my living room floor, I wonder if he is just around the corner, or, perhaps, already inside, and this time, I won't have the luxury of calling the police, because what more can they do? The real horror is not what he did. It is the constant, agonizing fear of what he might do. It is the knowledge that my peace, my privacy, my very sense of safety were stolen by a single Tinder match, and I will never get them back. Now listen as the next story begins. "So what kind of car do you drive?" he asked, his voice a low hum against the cool night air. My blood ran cold. The question, so innocuous in any other context, felt like a final, damning piece of a puzzle he had been meticulously assembling all night. First, the true crime podcasts, then the charity 5K, my pink shirt, my private Instagram, my street, and now my car. He was not just observing, he was cataloging, cross-referencing, building a profile of me, piece by terrifying piece. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every nerve ending in my body screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there, paralyzed by fear, with this man just a few feet behind me. The streetlights above cast long, distorted shadows that danced around us, making the familiar parking lot of the Rusty Mug feel like a desolate stage for a horror movie. My own shadow stretched out before me, a monstrous, elongated version of myself, a silent scream frozen in the dim light. My car, I managed, my voice coming out as a reedy whisper, barely audible over the sudden roaring in my ears. I tried to sound casual, to buy myself time, to think of an escape. But my mind was a blank slate, wiped clean by panic. "Yeah," he said, his footsteps echoing mine as we continued our slow, agonizing trek through the almost empty parking lot. "Just curious. Do not want to get confused. There are a lot of cars out here." His tone was so even, so calm, it was chilling. It was the tone of someone utterly in control, utterly unconcerned by the terror radiating off me in waves. My eyes darted around, searching frantically for any sign of life, any other person, any escape route. But the lot was mostly empty. Just a few scattered vehicles, each one a potential hiding spot for him, or a monument to my isolation. The few cars that remained were dark, silent, their windows like vacant eyes staring into the void. It is just a sedan." I stammered, my voice shaking uncontrollably now. I could not bring myself to lie, to invent a car. What if he already knew? What if he was testing me? thought was paralyzing. A silver one. I hated myself for giving him even that much, but the words were out before I could stop them. My brain felt like it was short-circuiting. Every instinct screaming to freeze, to appease, to not provoke. A low chuckle rumbled from behind me. It was not a warm sound, not even a sarcastic one. It was a dry, hollow sound that seemed to suck the warmth out of the air. A silver sedan, huh? Practical, sensible, just like you, I would imagine. My stomach clenched. He did not need to imagine. He knew everything. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not asking because he did not know. He was asking because he wanted me to know that he knew. It was a game, a twisted power play, and I was the unsuspecting pawn. We finally reached my car, a modest silver Honda Civic, parked under a flickering streetlight at the far end of the lot. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it. The moment of truth. I could feel his presence looming directly behind me, close enough that I could almost feel the heat radiating from his body. Every hair on my arms stood on end. My fingers fumbled in my purse, digging desperately for my keys. They felt like lead weights, heavy and unresponsive. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely hold the bag steady. "Ah, there it is," Mark said, his voice closer now, right beside my ear. I flinched, a full-body tremor. He leaned in, his breath ghosting over my neck, sending shivers down my spine. A Honda Civic. Good choice. Reliable. I froze, my fingers finally closing around the cold metal of my car keys. He had not just guessed it was a silver sedan. He had known the make and model. He had known my car. He had probably been watching me pull in, watching me park, maybe even watching me all day. The thought made my skin crawl. He was not just a stranger, he was a predator, and I was his prey. With a superhuman effort, I pulled the keys free, my hand trembling so badly I almost dropped them. I could feel his eyes on me, watching my every move. A silent, predatory gaze that felt like a physical weight. I fumbled with the remote, my thumb pressing the unlock button with frantic urgency. The car chirped, a small, pathetic sound in the vast silence of the night. "Well," Mark said, his voice still too close, too calm. It was. "An interesting evening." Was not it. I did not answer. I could not. All I could do was yank the car door open, practically throwing myself inside. My hands were slick with sweat as I gripped the steering wheel, my mind screaming at me to lock the doors, to start the car, to get out of there. But my body felt heavy, sluggish, as if moving through thick syrup. As I was pulling the door shut, Mark placed a hand on the top of the door frame, stopping it from closing completely. My breath hitched in my throat. My eyes, wide with terror, shot up to meet his. He was leaning down, his face framed by the open door, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. His eyes, those dark, searching eyes, seemed to pierce right through me, not just seeing me, but seeing everything. "Do not forget your phone," he said, his voice a low, almost intimate whisper. "You left it on the table back at the mug." My blood ran cold. My phone? I had been so desperate to leave, so consumed by panic, that I had completely forgotten it. It was still sitting on that sticky wooden table, a direct link to my life, my contacts, my digital footprint, and now he knew that too. He knew I had left it. He had probably seen me leave it. He had probably been waiting for me to realize, to come back, to create another opportunity for him to assert his control. No, I choked out, shaking my head frantically. No, I did not. It was a pathetic lie, a desperate attempt to deny his knowledge, to reclaim some shred of agency. His smile widened, a slow, predatory curve of his lips. "Oh, but you did. I saw it. Do not worry. I grabbed it for you." He reached into his jacket pocket, and my heart stopped. He pulled out my phone, my familiar silver AI phone, and held it out to me. My hand was shaking so badly I almost could not take it. His fingers brushed mine as I snatched it away, and the brief contact felt like an electric shock, a jolt of pure dread. His skin was cold. "There you go," he said, his voice dripping with false concern. "Would not want you to be without it, especially not tonight." He winked, a slow, deliberate blink that sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. "It was good meeting you." Narrator's name. He used my first name, the one I had given him on Tinder, but it felt like a violation, a whispered threat. Then, he finally stepped back, removing his hand from the doorframe. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing loudly in the quiet parking lot. My hands flew to the lock button, pressing it repeatedly until I heard the satisfying click, then the thunk of the deadbolt. I did not even bother to put the key in the ignition. I just sat there, gasping for breath, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. Mark was still standing there, watching me. He had not moved. He was just standing by my car, his hands in his pockets, a dark, silent silhouette against the flickering streetlight. He was not smiling anymore. His face was unreadable, a mask of calm, cold observation. My hands flew to the ignition, fumbling with the key. It took 3 tries to get it in, my fingers shaking so violently. The engine finally roared to life, a comforting sound that momentarily cut through the silence. I jammed the car into reverse, my eyes still fixed on Mark in the rearview mirror. He still had not moved. He just watched me. I backed out of the parking space, tires squealing slightly as I spun the wheel. I did not care. I just needed to get away. I floored the accelerator, speeding out of the parking lot and onto the main road, not daring to look back, but feeling his gaze on my back even through the metal and glass of my car. The drive home was a blur of flashing streetlights and paranoid glances in the rearview mirror. Every car that appeared behind me sent a jolt of pure terror through my body. Was it him? Was he following me? I gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles were white, my hands aching. I took unnecessary turns, drove around blocks trying to shake any potential tail, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My phone, the one he had just given back to me, vibrated in the cup holder. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I glanced at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. It was an unknown number. I could not bring myself to answer. It had to be him. It had to be... I watched as the call went to voicemail, then another vibration, a new text message. I did not look. I could not. I just kept driving, my eyes darting from the road to the rearview mirror, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and adrenaline. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached my street. The street he had casually mentioned having a view of from his apartment. The words echoed in my head, a chilling prophecy. My stomach twisted into knots. I slowed down, my eyes scanning every parked car, every darkened window, every shadow. Was he already here? Was he waiting? My apartment building loomed ahead, a familiar sight that now felt alien and menacing. I pulled into my usual parking spot, my hands still shaking. I killed the engine, plunging the interior of the car into a suffocating silence. I sat there for a moment, listening, straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. Just the distant hum of traffic, the gentle rustle of leaves in the trees. Nothing. Too quiet. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I grabbed my purse and phone, practically leaping out of the car. I slammed the door shut, locked it with a frantic press of the remote, and practically ran to the entrance of my building. My fingers fumbled with the key fob, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced that at any second I would feel a hand on my shoulder, hear his voice behind me. The heavy glass door finally clicked open, and I practically threw myself inside, letting out a ragged gasp of relief as I heard the lock engage behind me. I was safe. I was inside. But the feeling of relief was fleeting, quickly replaced by a fresh wave of dread. I was inside, yes, but was I truly safe? I rushed to my apartment door, fumbling with the keys again. My hands were still shaking, making it almost impossible to insert the key into the lock. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, Finally, with a click, the lock disengaged. I pushed the door open, stepped inside, and slammed it shut behind me, immediately twisting the deadbolt, then the chain lock. I leaned against the door, pressing my ear against the cool wood, listening. Nothing. Just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. My apartment, usually a sanctuary of comfort and familiarity, now felt like a glass cage. Every window, every curtain, every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. The view of my street, the words echoed in my mind, a chilling mantra. I crept through my living room, my eyes darting nervously around the familiar space. I went straight to the windows, pulling the blinds down, then drawing the heavy curtains, plunging the room into a manufactured darkness. I did the same in the kitchen, then the bedroom, systematically sealing myself off from the outside world. As I moved, a flicker of light from my phone caught my eye. It was still in my hand. I had forgotten about the text message. My heart clenched with a fresh wave of terror. I slowly raised the phone, my thumb hovering over the message icon. Taking a deep breath, I tapped it open. The message was from an unknown number, the same number that had called me in the car. It simply read, "Glad you made it home safe. You looked a little shaken up. Sleep tight." My blood ran cold. He had seen me. He had seen me pull into my spot, seen me run to the building, seen me go inside. He was watching right now. I dropped the phone as if it were a burning coal. It clattered to the hardwood floor, the screen facing up, displaying the chilling message. My legs felt like jelly. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the wall, my arms wrapped around myself, trembling uncontrollably. He was watching me from where? From his apartment. How close was his apartment? Was it across the street? Down the block? Could he see my windows even with the curtains drawn? Could he see the light under my door? Could he see my shadow moving inside? I scrambled to my feet, suddenly feeling exposed even in my darkened apartment. I rushed to the kitchen and turned on every light, then the living room, then the bedroom. I needed light. I needed to feel like I could see everything, even though I knew it was a futile effort. The more lights I turned on, the more visible I became to anyone watching from the outside. But the darkness felt too suffocating, too full of unseen threats. I grabbed my landline phone, a relic I rarely used, and dialed my best friend. Sarah. Her phone rang several times before she picked up, her voice groggy with sleep. "Hey, what is up?" "Everything okay?" she mumbled. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Sarah, you have to listen. I need your help. I think I am in danger." I quickly, frantically, recounted the entire evening, from the first unsettling comment to the text message. Sarah listened, her grogginess quickly replaced by alarm. "Oh my God. Narrator's name," she said, her voice sharp with concern. That is absolutely terrifying. You need to call the police. Right now." "I know," I whimpered. "But what do I tell them? That a guy I went on a Tinder date with knows my address and my car and sent me a creepy text. They will say it is not a direct threat. They will tell me to block him. It is a threat. Narrator's name. He is stalking you. He knows where you live. He just confirmed he is watching you." Sarah insisted, her voice rising in urgency. "Listen, I am coming over. I am leaving now. Do not open the door for anyone but me. And call the police. Just tell them everything. Even if they can't do much immediately, there'll be a record." Her words were a lifeline, a small anchor in the storm of my panic. "Okay." I breathed. "Okay. Thank you. Please hurry." I hung up the phone, my hands still shaking. I knew Sarah was right. I had to call the police. But my mind was still reeling, trying to process the sheer audacity, the chilling precision of Mark's actions. I paced my small living room. Every shadow, a potential hiding place. Every creak of the building, a potential intruder. My eyes kept drifting to the windows, to the heavy curtains I had drawn. Were they thick enough? Could he see through them? Then a thought, cold and sharp, pierced through my panic. The view of my street. He said his apartment had a view of my street. That meant he lived in an apartment building, too. A building with multiple floors. A building that would give him an elevated vantage point. I stopped pacing. Slowly, hesitantly, I walked back to my living room window. I knew it was stupid, knew it was dangerous, but I could not help myself. I had to see. I had to know with a trembling hand. I reached out and carefully, painstakingly, pulled back a tiny corner of the curtain, just enough to create a sliver of an opening, a narrow peephole to the outside world. My eye pressed against the gap, trying to peer through the darkness. My street was quiet, bathed in the dim glow of the streetlights. Parked cars lined both sides, their shapes indistinct in the gloom. Across the street, beyond a small park, stood another apartment building, taller than mine, with several floors of windows. It was a typical, unassuming building, just like mine. My gaze swept across the windows of the building opposite. Most were dark, some had a soft glow from within. My eyes lingered on one particular window on the third floor. It was completely dark, a black rectangle amidst the muted light of the other apartments. But as I watched, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of light appeared in the very center of that dark window. It was too small to be a lamp, too focused to be a TV. It was a tiny, concentrated point of light, like a pinprick in the darkness. And it was moving slowly, deliberately. It swept from left to right, then back again, a methodical, searching motion. My blood ran to ice. It was a flashlight, or something similar, a lens, a telescope, and it was pointed directly at my building. My heart seized in my chest. He was not just watching from a view. He was watching from his view, and he was doing it right now, from that dark window. That tiny, sweeping light was systematically scanning my apartment building, probably looking for any sign of movement, any crack in my defenses. Suddenly, the light stopped. It stopped moving, and instead it focused directly on my window. The sliver of light I had created, the tiny crack in my curtain, was now illuminated by his unseen beam. I gasped, a small, choked sound. I snatched my hand back from the curtain as if burned, letting the heavy fabric fall back into place, sealing the tiny gap. My body was shaking uncontrollably, every cell screaming in terror. He had seen me. He had seen me looking. He knew I was in here, behind the curtain, looking out. He knew I was aware, and he had just confirmed his presence, his surveillance, with that chilling, focused beam of light. I stumbled backward, away from the window, away from the unseen eyes that were now undoubtedly fixed on my apartment. My breath came in, ragged, shallow gasps. My mind reeled, trying to comprehend the sheer audacity, the terrifying intimacy of his stalk. He was not just a creepy date. He was a calculated, methodical predator, and I was trapped in his gaze. My phone, still on the floor, buzzed again. I did not need to look at it to know what it was. Another message, another confirmation, another piece of his twisted game. I sank to the floor again, my back against the wall, my knees pulled up to my chest. The apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a spotlighted stage, every corner exposed, every shadow a deception. I was home, yes, but I was not safe. And as I sat there, shivering in the bright, artificial light of my living room, I knew with a chilling certainty that Mark, my Tinder date, was still out there, watching, waiting, his eyes fixed on my building, his presence, a suffocating weight in the darkness of the night. And I had no idea what he would do next. Our time continues with another story. The coffee cup rattled in its holder as I sped away from the cafe, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Mark's words was more than nice. Sarah, it was destined. I have been waiting for you. echoed in my ears, chilling me to the bone. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see his car, or even just his figure, standing perfectly still, watching me disappear. Nothing. Just the usual afternoon traffic, but the absence of a visible threat did not calm me. It only deepened the dread. How did he know about the guitar I had not posted? How did he know the exact type of Sumatra mandolin beans, my secret indulgence? His smile, once charming, now seemed a predatory baring of teeth. His eyes, once kind, now hollow and unsettling. My quiet, ordinary life, the one I would been so content with, felt irrevocably shattered. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the familiar comfort of my small house offered no solace. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too long. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whispered name. I practically sprinted from my car to the front door, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the lock open. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then locking it again with the deadbolt, and then the chain. I moved through my house, flicking on every light, checking every window, every closet. My logical brain screamed at me, telling me I was being ridiculous, that it was just a bad date, an overactive imagination. But the cold knot in my stomach tightened with each empty room. Each securely locked window, I grabbed my phone, fingers flying across the screen. First, I went to Tinder. I found Mark's profile, locked. Then, just to be safe, I deleted my entire Tinder account. No more dating apps for me. Not for a long, long time. I checked my other social media profiles, scrutinizing every post, every privacy setting. Had I somehow let slip details about my guitar, my coffee? I scrolled back months, even years. Nothing. Not a single mention of my beat-up acoustic, certainly no photo of it. And the coffee beans. Never. It was a private ritual, a small luxury I kept just for myself. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of the wind against the windows, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the date, searching for any clue, any explanation for Mark's impossible knowledge. There was none. Just the unsettling reality that a stranger knew things about me, that he should not, and that he had been waiting for me. The phrase hung in the air, a phantom presence in my bedroom, suffocating me with its implication. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning crowds, jumping at sudden noises. My morning coffee, once a moment of peaceful contemplation, became a nervous ritual of peering through the blinds before I even dared to grind the beans. I forced myself to go to work, to maintain some semblance of normalcy, but my focus was shot. My colleagues noticed I was distracted, offering concerned glances, but I could not bring myself to explain. How do you tell someone you are being stalked by a ghost? Then came the email. It appeared in my inbox 3 days after the date. The sender was an unfamiliar address, a random string of letters and numbers. The subject line, however, made my blood run cold, thinking of you. No content, just those 3 words. It was not Mark's name, but the timing, the eerie simplicity, sent a shiver down my spine. I stared at it, my breath hitched in my throat. It felt like a subtle prod, a reminder that he was still out there, still watching. I deleted it immediately, blocking the sender. My hands trembled as I did so. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence. Spam, a wrong number, electronically speaking, but deep down, I knew. 2 days later, the package arrived. It was a small, plain cardboard box, left on my doorstep. No return address, just my name and address printed neatly on a label. My heart began to pound, a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I picked it up. It felt light. I carried it inside, my hands shaking. With a deep, shuddering breath, I tore open the tape. Inside, nestled amongst crinkled packing paper, was a small, artisanal coffee bean bag. My breath hitched. My vision blurred for a moment, and I had to blink hard. It was Sumatra Mandaling. The exact brand, the specific origin, the private indulgence I had never, ever shared online. My stomach lurched. This was not a coincidence. This was not spam. This was undeniable. He knew where I lived. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I dropped the bag as if it were burning hot, stumbling backward until my back hit the wall. How did he know my address? I had been so careful with my online presence. My social media was locked down, my address certainly not publicly available. My mind raced, frantically searching for any possible connection, any forgotten detail, but I came up empty. He was a phantom, an accountant with no digital footprint, yet he knew my deepest secrets and my physical location. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The coffee beans lay on my floor, an ominous offering, a chilling declaration. I scooped them up with a paper towel, not wanting to touch them, and threw them into the trash, then immediately took the trash bag outside to the curb, even though it was not collection day. I felt a desperate need to erase all traces of his presence. That night, I did not just check my locks, I reinforced them. I found an old wooden dowel and wedged it into the track of my sliding glass door. I bought a cheap door alarm from an online store, setting it up on my front door. I even considered staying at a friend's place, but the thought of admitting the full, terrifying truth felt impossible. How could I explain that a man I went on one date with was now sending me my favorite coffee beans to my home address? It sounded insane. The next week was a living nightmare every time I left my house. I felt an invisible gaze on my back. I started noticing things. A dark sedan, parked a few houses down, not always there, but often enough to make me wary. It was gone by the time I returned home, but the seed of doubt had been planted. Was it the same car? Was it even really there? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? One evening, as I was getting into my car after work, I noticed a faint smudge on the driver's side window, right where someone might lean their hand. It was barely visible, but it sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Had someone been standing there, waiting, watching me get into my car? I started changing my routine. I took different routes to work, went to different grocery stores, avoided my usual coffee shop. It did not help. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, became a constant companion. It was a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Then, he made it clear he would been inside. I came home one Tuesday evening, exhausted and on edge. I went to my living room, intending to just collapse on the couch, when something caught my eye. My acoustic guitar, my old, beat-up acoustic, usually leaned against the wall next to my bookshelf, was now placed on my bed, not gently, not carefully, but almost deliberately, as if someone had placed it there to be found. Its strings were slightly out of tune, a faint, discordant hum seeming to emanate from it. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold. I had not touched that guitar in days, maybe even weeks. I never, ever left it on my bed. This was a violation, a clear, undeniable sign that he had been in my home. He had been in my sanctuary. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide with terror. Every hair on my body stood on end. He had not just watched me, he had not just sent me a package. He had entered my home while I was out, going about my day. He had been here, in my space, touching my things. The thought made my skin crawl. I ran out of the house, not even bothering to grab my purse or keys, just ran until I reached Emily's apartment, a frantic, sobbing mess. Emily, my best friend, was shocked. She pulled me inside, sat me down, and listened patiently as I spilled the entire terrifying story. The impossible details, the chilling words, the email, the coffee beans, and now the guitar. She was initially skeptical, trying to find rational explanations. But as I recounted each detail, her face grew pale. "Sarah," she said, her voice hushed, "this is serious. You need to call the police." We went back to my house together. Emily, bless her heart, was brave enough to go inside with me. We found no signs of forced entry. My locks were intact. My windows still secured. It was as if he had a key or had picked the lock with surgical precision. The police arrived, and I recounted the story again, feeling like a crazy person. They took a report, listened with polite but skeptical expressions. "Madam, without any clear signs of forced entry or a direct physical threat, there is not much we can do. We will patrol the area, but..." They advised me to change my locks, install a security system, and be vigilant. They said they could not issue a restraining order unless he made direct contact again. He sent me coffee beans to my house. I cried, exasperated. "We understand your distress, madam, but that is not a direct threat of violence. It is unsettling, yes, but not illegal in itself." I felt utterly helpless. This system could not protect me from a phantom. Emily insisted I stay with her, and I gratefully accepted. I could not bear to be in my house, knowing he had been there. I bought new locks, ordered a professional security system with cameras, and even got a can of pepper spray. But even at Emily's, I could not shake the feeling of dread. I felt like a hunted animal, always looking over my shoulder, always listening. The emails continued, now more frequent, more personal. They were not just thinking of you anymore. They described my day. "Nice walk in the park. Sarah, you looked lovely in that blue scarf." I had not told anyone I was going to the park. I had not posted about it. I was wearing a blue scarf. He was watching me in real time. My paranoia reached a fever pitch. I checked Emily's apartment for hidden cameras, for any sign of his intrusion, but found nothing. The thought that he could be anywhere, see anything, was consuming me. It felt like I was trapped in a glass box, and he was outside, observing my every move. One night, as I lay in Emily's guest bed, staring sleeplessly at the ceiling, I heard a faint scratching sound. It seemed to come from the window, a soft, repetitive scrape. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. I tried to tell myself it was a branch or an animal, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It stopped as suddenly as it began. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, rigid with fear, until the first rays of dawn finally pierced through the curtains. The next morning, Emily was already up, making coffee. I stumbled out of the guest room, still shaken from the night. "Did you hear anything last night?" I asked, my voice hoarse. She frowned. "No, why? Was everything okay?" I shook my head, not wanting to scare her further. "Just the wind, I guess." But as I walked past the window to get to the kitchen, I saw it, taped to the outside of the window pane, a small dried flower. A single crimson rose. It was a direct, undeniable message. He had been there. He had been outside Emily's window, watching me sleep. This was the final straw. I could not live like this. I could not drag Emily into this nightmare. I had to disappear. I had to move. I called my landlord that day, explaining I needed to break my lease, fabricating a story about a family emergency. I started looking for apartments in a different city, far away, a place where I knew no one, where I could be truly anonymous. Emily, seeing the terror in my eyes, offered to help me pack. As we were boxing up my living room a few days later, my phone vibrated in my pocket. An unknown number. I hesitated, my stomach clenching. I had blocked Mark's original number, but he seemed to have an endless supply of ways to reach me. With a trembling finger, I opened the message. "Leaving so soon. Sarah, we just got started." My blood ran cold. He knew I was moving. How? I had not told anyone except Emily, and she would not betray me. Was my phone compromised? Was he reading my texts? Then, the phone rang again. It was the same unknown number. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at the screen, unable to answer. It rang and rang, a shrill, insistent sound in the quiet apartment. Finally, it stopped. A voicemail notification immediately popped up. My hands were shaking as I clicked to listen. Mark's voice, calm, almost affectionate, filled the air. "You can't run from destiny." "Sarah, I told you. I have been waiting for you. And now, I am here." Then, distinct and unmistakable in the background of the voicemail, was a sound that made my blood freeze in my veins. The faint, familiar creak of my own floorboards, the very floorboards beneath my feet. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the hardwood floor, the voicemail still playing. Mark's voice, a chilling whisper. Emily looked at me, her eyes wide with alarm. "Sarah, what is it?" I could not speak. I could only point, a silent, trembling finger, toward the open doorway of my living room. Emily followed my gaze. A shadow moved. Mark stepped out from behind the large moving boxes. He was holding something, my old acoustic guitar, the one I would found on my bed. He held it like it was precious, stroking the strings with a gentle, possessive hand. His eyes were exactly as I remembered them from the coffee date too, knowing too empty. His smile, too wide. He looked perfectly at ease, perfectly calm, as if he belonged there, in my living room, among my half-packed life. "It is time, Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, yet it echoed through the silent apartment like a shout. "Time for us to finally begin." Emily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Instinct took over. I fumbled for the pepper spray in my pocket, pulling it out with a desperate surge of adrenaline, with a guttural scream. I aimed and sprayed. Mark stumbled back, his eyes widening slightly, but he did not cry out. He did not even seem particularly fazed. A slight cough escaped him, but his eerie smile remained, a fixed, unsettling mask. He seemed almost entertained. That was not very nice. "Sarah," he murmured, his voice still unnervingly calm. That momentary distraction was all I needed. "Run, Emily," I yelled, turning and bolting for the back door, fumbling frantically with the deadbolt. My fingers were numb with terror, shaking so badly I could barely grip the cold metal. I heard his footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate. "You can't escape destiny." "Sarah," he whispered, his breath warm on my neck. He was right behind me. With a final, desperate twist, the lock clicked open. I burst through the door, scrambling down the steps and into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, not caring where I was going, just away. Away from him. I heard his footsteps behind me again, a rhythmic thudding on the sidewalk. I pushed myself harder, gasping for breath. The image of his unnervingly calm face burned into my mind. Then, abruptly, the footsteps stopped. I did not stop running. I ran until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed onto the curb a few blocks away, sobbing uncontrollably, gasping for air. Emily found me a few minutes later, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. She had called 911. The police arrived quickly this time. Emily, shaken but coherent, explained everything. They found clear signs of forced entry at my back door, not a break-in, but as if the lock had been expertly picked, leaving no obvious damage. Mark was gone, vanished into the night. No one saw him leave. No one saw him arrive. He was a ghost, a phantom who had shattered my world. I moved the very next day, not just to a new apartment, but to a different state, hundreds of miles away. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I even considered changing my name, but the thought felt too extreme, too much like giving him that final victory. Life went on, but it was never the same. My quiet, ordinary life was irrevocably shattered. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every new face, a potential predator. The feeling of being watched never truly left me. I bought a dog, installed a top-of-the-line security system, and learned self-defense. But the fear was a constant companion, a cold knot that never truly unraveled. Months later, long after I thought I was safe, a text message appeared on my new, anonymous phone. It was from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at it, my hands trembling, still waiting. Sarah. I deleted the message, blocked the number, but the words were already burned into my mind. He was still out there. He was still waiting. And my quiet life, the one I used to enjoy, was gone forever, replaced by the chilling certainty that Mark, the accountant with the empty eyes and the too wide smile, was still watching, still waiting for destiny to finally catch up to me, and now another story joins in. Alright, so picture this. If you can... My heart was thudding like a drum solo on my chest, a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs. I was locked in this tiny, grimy restroom at the Velvet Lounge, staring at my own reflection. And let me tell you, the person staring back was a stranger. Wide, terrified eyes, skin pale as a ghost, hair a mess. This was not me. This was someone else. Someone consumed by pure, unadulterated fear. Alex's text, that casual, chilling message. Enjoy your break. Do not take too long. Your drink will get warm. It was like a cold hand closing around my throat. He knew. He absolutely knew I was trying to escape. The panic that seized me in that moment was unlike anything I would ever felt. It was a primal, gut-wrenching terror. I could not go back out there. Not to that table. Not to that smile. Not to those eyes that saw too much. My fingers, shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone, flew across the screen. I typed out that frantic SOS to Chloe, my best friend 911. Tinder date. He knows where I live. He is creepy. Help me get out of here. Bar named the Velvet Lounge. Then I hit call, pressing the phone to my ear, whispering my plea into the receiver, my voice thin and reedy. Chloe, bless her, was instantly awake, her voice sharp with concern, promising to be there as fast as humanly possible. She told me to stay put, to lock the door, and whatever I did, not to go back out to him until she arrived. So there I was, huddled in the cramped space, listening. Every creak of the old building, every muffled laugh from the bar area, every flush of a toilet from another stall, thankfully. There were two in this small women's room, giving me the illusion of a buffer, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I pressed my back against the cool, tiled wall, trying to make myself as small as possible, as if disappearing might somehow make me invisible to him, even through a locked door. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My phone screen became my lifeline, glowing with Chloe's text updates leaving now. Almost there. ETA 5 minutes. Each message was a tiny flicker of hope, but it was quickly snuffed out by the overwhelming dread. What if he tried the door? What if he just stood outside, waiting, listening? The thought made my skin crawl. I imagined his unsettling smile, just beyond the thin wood, knowing I was trapped, knowing I was terrified. A sudden sharp rap echoed against the door. I jumped, a small, choked gasp escaping my lips. My heart vaulted into my throat. Everything okay in there? It was a woman's voice. A different woman. A wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Yes, I stammered, trying to inject some semblance of normalcy into my voice. Just a minute. Okay, she said, and I heard the faint click of the other stall door opening and closing. She did not seem to notice my shaking hands or the wild desperation in my eyes. Maybe she thought I was just having a bad night, or maybe she was just too busy to care. Either way, her presence was a momentary shield, a brief respite from the suffocating feeling of being alone with him. Eventually, I heard her leave. The silence that followed was even more oppressive. I was back to square one, listening to the phantom sounds, my own breathing ragged and loud in the small space. What was he doing out there? Was he still at the table? Or was he closer, lurking? Finally, Chloe's text, "I am here," I see you guys. Stay calm. I am coming in. Oh, thank God. Sweet, sweet Chloe. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady myself. This was it. The moment of truth. I pushed myself away from the wall, my legs still feeling like columns of jelly, but with a new, fragile determination. I had to face him. Just for a few minutes. Just long enough for Chloe to get me out. I unlocked the door, the click echoing loudly in the quiet restroom. I pushed it open slowly, peering out into the dimly lit hallway. The bar was still buzzing, but the sound seemed distant, muffled, as if I was underwater. My eyes immediately found our table, and there he was, Alex, still sitting there calmly nursing his drink, his back to me, his glass. I noticed was still full, unlike mine, which I remembered being almost empty before my hasty retreat. Taking another fortifying breath, I stepped out, trying to project an air of nonchalance. I was far from feeling. My eyes darted around, searching for Chloe. I saw her then, standing near the entrance, scanning the room. Our eyes met, and she gave me a small, reassuring nod, a silent signal that she had my back. I walked back towards the table, each step feeling like I was wading through quicksand. Alex did not turn until I was almost there. When he did, that same unsettling smile was plastered on his face. It did not reach his eyes. His eyes were cold, assessing. "Welcome back," he said, his voice smooth, almost purring. "Took you a while. Your drink is warm, just like I said." He gestured to my glass. I glanced down. Sure enough, the ice had melted into a watery puddle, the condensation long gone. It was a small detail, but it screamed. "I told you so. I knew you would be gone this long. I control this." I forced a weak laugh. "Yeah. Sorry. Had to make a call. Work thing. The lie felt flimsy, transparent. I knew he saw right through it. He just watched me, that smile fixed as I sat back down. The chair scraped against the floor, a harsh sound in the tense silence between us. My hands, clammy and cold, clasped together under the table, trying to hide their tremor. "Everything all right?" he asked, his tone laced with an almost mocking concern. "You look a little pale." "Fine." I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "Just a long day." Just then, I saw Chloe approaching the table. She moved with purpose, her expression a perfect blend of concern and a touch of irritation. She was good. "Oh my God, there you are," Chloe exclaimed, her voice just loud enough to cut through the ambient noise of the bar. She pulled out a chair next to mine and sat down, not even glancing at Alex initially. "I have been texting you like crazy. I thought you just vanished." She turned to Alex then, offering a tight, polite smile. "Hi, I am Chloe, her friend. Sorry to interrupt, but we had plans." And she totally forgot to tell me she was out. She gave me a pointed look, a silent instruction to play along. I tried to look apologetic. "Oh, Chloe, I am so sorry. I totally lost track of time. Alex, this is Chloe." Alex's smile tightened, just a fraction. His eyes, though, were still fixed on me for a moment. Then they flickered to Chloe. "Alex." "A pleasure," he said, extending a hand to her. Chloe took it briefly, her grip firm, then pulled away quickly. "Yeah, well, we really need to go," Chloe said, already starting to gather her purse. "Remember, we have that thing tonight. The thing." She looked at me, her eyebrows raised, daring me to contradict her. My mind was a blank. "Oh, right. The thing." I fumbled for my own bag, my movements clumsy with nerves. I totally forgot. Alex leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering, making me feel like an insect under a microscope. Thing, huh?" he mused, his voice low. "Sounds important." I thought we were just getting to the good part. The casualness of his words, sent another shiver down my spine. It was a callback to his earlier comment in the restroom, a reminder that he knew I was trying to leave, that he was aware of the game. "Oh, it is," Chloe interjected smoothly, not missing a beat. "Super important. We really can't miss it." She stood up, pulling me along with her. "It was nice to meet you, Alex. Maybe another time." Alex did not stand. He just watched us, his unsettling smile still in place. "Maybe," he said, his voice holding a subtle, almost imperceptible threat. "It is a small world, is not it? You never know when you will run into someone again." My blood ran cold. He was not just talking about a chance encounter. He was implying he would find me. He already knew where I lived. Chloe, bless her unflappable soul, just gave him a tight nod and practically dragged me away from the table. I did not dare look back. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me, following every step until we reached the exit. The chill that had permeated my entire being refused to dissipate. As soon as we were outside, the cool night air hit me, a welcome shock after the suffocating warmth of the bar. But even the fresh air could not dispel the terror. Chloe did not say anything until we were a block away, walking briskly down the sidewalk. "Okay, spill," she said, her voice tight with concern. "What the hell happened? You looked like you had seen a ghost in there." I launched into the whole story, my words tumbling out in a rush, detailing everything: the chipped travel mug, the ceramic owl, the way he knew about my street without me ever mentioning it. Chloe listened, her expression growing increasingly grim. That is not just creepy, that is terrifying," she said when I finished. "How could he possibly know all that?" "I do not know." "Chloe, I have no idea." I was practically hyperventilating. "He has been watching me. He must have." We reached Chloe's car, a beat-up Honda Civic that suddenly felt like the safest place on earth. She unlocked it and we scrambled inside, locking the doors immediately. I slumped into the passenger seat, my entire body trembling. "Okay, we need to think," Chloe said, starting the engine. "First, you are not going home tonight. You are staying at my place. No arguments." I did not argue. The thought of going back to my apartment, knowing he knew every detail, knowing he might have been there, was unbearable. "And second," she continued, pulling out into the street, "we need to call the police. This is not just a bad date. This is harassment, stalking. Do you think they will believe me?" I asked, my voice small. "It is all circumstantial. He did not physically threaten me. He threatened you mentally, emotionally." Chloe countered, her jaw set. "And he knows where you live. That is enough for a report. At least, we need to get this on record." We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the hum of the engine and the frantic beat of my own heart. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see his car following us, his face illuminated by the streetlights, that unsettling smile still plastered on. Every pair of headlights seemed to be him. Every shadow seemed to conceal him. My paranoia was in overdrive. Suddenly, my phone vibrated in my hand. I flinched, almost dropping it. My breath hitched. It was a text from Alex. My stomach lurched. I could feel Chloe's eyes on me. "What is it?" she asked, her voice hushed. I opened the message, my fingers numb. It was a picture, a clear, well-lit picture. It was my ceramic owl, sitting on my bedroom windowsill, facing the back of my apartment, and in a corner of the picture, barely visible but undeniably there, was a small, chipped corner of my favorite travel mug. The timestamp on the photo was from earlier that day, hours before our date. A guttural cry escaped my throat, a sound of pure horror and despair. "Oh my God." "Chloe," I whispered, holding out the phone, my hand shaking so violently I could barely keep it steady. "Oh my God. He was there. He was in my apartment." Chloe pulled over to the side of the road, slamming on the brakes. She grabbed the phone, her eyes widening in disbelief and then hardening into fury as she saw the photo. "That son of a bitch," she hissed. her voice low and dangerous. He was not just watching you, he broke in before the date even started. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He had not just known these details. He had been there. He had invaded my home, my sanctuary, while I was out, probably getting ready for our date. Completely oblivious, the easy conversation, the charming observations. It was all a carefully constructed performance, designed to reveal his power, to scare me. My mind raced back to the beginning of the date, to his casual questions, his knowing glances. He had not just been paying attention, he had been scouting. He had been inside my apartment, probably just hours earlier, taking those pictures, memorizing the layout, the personal touches, preparing for his grand reveal. The thought made my skin crawl with a fresh wave of revulsion. He had not just invaded my privacy, he would violated my space, my sense of safety. "We are going to the police right now," Chloe declared, her voice firm, resolute. She pulled back onto the road, driving purposefully. This is not just a Tinder date gone wrong. This is a break-in. This is stalking. This is a crime. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with a mixture of terror and a slow burning rage. The horror of it all was overwhelming. He had not just been creepy. He was dangerous. He was methodical, and he knew exactly how to make me feel utterly exposed and helpless. We spent the next few hours at the police station. It was a blur of recounting the story, showing the texts, the photo. The officers, initially skeptical about a bad Tinder date, grew serious when they saw the picture of the owl and the mug. A break-in was different. A clear violation. They took a report promising to investigate, to send an officer to my apartment to dust for prints, to check for any other signs of forced entry. But even as they spoke, a chilling thought settled in my mind. He had not broken in through a window or forced a lock. He must have had a key, or he picked it, or what if he had been there before? What if this was not his first time? Chloe stayed by my side the entire time, her presence a comforting anchor in the storm of my fear. When we finally left the station, the night was far gone, replaced by the first faint hints of dawn. The world was waking up, but I felt like I was still trapped in a nightmare. We drove to Chloe's apartment. I could not sleep. Every shadow in her room seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. My phone was silenced, but I kept checking it, dreading another message, another photo. The police had advised me not to engage with him, to block his number, but the fear that he would find another way to reach me, another way to show me he was still watching, was paralyzing. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I stayed at Chloe's, unable to bring myself to go back to my own apartment, even with the police having checked it over. They found no obvious signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, beyond my own. It only deepened the mystery, making Alex seem even more unsettling, more skilled. Had he worn gloves? Had he picked the lock so cleanly it left no trace? Or had he simply found an unlocked window, a hidden spare key? I changed my locks, had a security system installed. I blocked Alex on every platform, scrubbed my online presence as much as I could, but the damage was done. The sense of security I once had, the feeling of safety in my own home, was shattered. Every time I left Chloe's apartment, I scanned the streets, half expecting to see him. Every unknown number that called, every shadowy figure in my peripheral vision sent a jolt of panic through me. One evening, a week after the incident, Chloe and I were curled up on her couch, trying to watch a movie, trying to regain some semblance of normalcy. My phone, which I had placed face down on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. I froze. Chloe looked at me, her eyes wide. I slowly, hesitantly, picked it up. It was a text message from an unknown number. My heart hammered. I opened it. It was a single word. Missed. There was no picture this time. No specific detail. Just that one chilling word. Missed. It was not a question. It was not a threat. It was a statement, a casual acknowledgement. he was still out there. He knew I was trying to escape, and he was letting me know he still knew where I was, what I was doing. He knew I had missed his presence, his game. He was telling me that he had not missed a thing. I dropped the phone on the table, my breath catching in my throat. Chloe picked it up, read the message, and her face went ashen. The horror of it was not just that he was still out there. It was the absolute certainty that he would never truly be gone. That the unsettling smile, the predatory chill, the invasion of my privacy would linger like a dark shadow over every corner of my life. I had escaped the bar. I had escaped my apartment, but I had not escaped Alex. And I knew, with a cold, terrifying certainty, that I never truly would. Now let us continue with the next chapter. Chloe's smile was a masterpiece of theatrical charm, the kind she usually reserved for networking events where she had to pretend to like people. But beneath the dazzling white teeth and the crinkle around her eyes, I saw a steel that made my own trembling hands clench tighter under the table. She looked directly at Alex, her gaze unwavering. "Alex, right?" she chirped, extending a hand to him across the table. Her voice was bright, almost painfully so, cutting through the low hum of the bar. "Chloe, so good to finally meet you. Narrator's name has told me so much about you." My stomach churned. I would told her nothing about Alex, beyond the frantic SOS an hour ago. This was pure improvisation, a high-stakes performance, and my life felt like it hung in the balance of her acting skills. Alex, however, did not miss a beat. His unsettling smile did not waver, not even a flicker. He took her hand, his grip firm, a little too long. "Chloe, the famous Chloe, a pleasure?" His eyes, those eyes that saw too much, flicked to me for a fraction of a second. A silent, chilling message. "I know you are lying. I know what you are doing." Chloe, bless her, did not flinch. She pulled her hand back smoothly, then slid into the booth next to me, effectively boxing me in even further, though I knew her intention was to create a barrier, a shield. "Well, you two look like you were having such a good time." I just could not resist popping over to say hello before I whisked narrator's name away. Alex leaned back, a picture of casual amusement, but I could feel the tension radiating off him, a cold, predatory hum. Whisk her away. And here I thought we were just getting started. He gestured to my now lukewarm drink, the ice long since melted. She has not even finished her drink yet. My breath hitched. He was doing it again, reminding me he knew, reminding me he was in control. The words were innocuous, but the subtext was a fist to the gut. Chloe laughed, a light, airy sound that did not quite reach her eyes. Oh, that is just her, always so polite, even when she has been waiting for hours for me to show up. She shot me a look, a subtle cue, for our thing. I swallowed hard, trying to force words past the lump in my throat. Yeah, our thing. I totally forgot about the time. My voice was thin, reedy, barely audible above the bar noise. It sounded fake even to my own ears. Alex just watched us, his head tilted slightly, an unreadable expression on his face. It was like he was watching a play unfold, enjoying every moment of our struggle. "A thing, you say? How intriguing." His eyes narrowed just a fraction, a micro-expression that spoke volumes. Nothing too important. "I hope. I would not want to keep you from it." The sarcasm was thick, dripping like venom. He was calling our bluff, testing the waters. Chloe, thankfully, was a master at this. "Oh, it is very important," she insisted, her hand gently but firmly pressing against my knee under the table, a silent anchor. "A super secret, early morning, cannot be missed, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We really have to get going. Actually, my Uber should be here any minute." She pulled out her phone, pretending to check it, her fingers flying across the screen. Alex's gaze lingered on her, then shifted to me, a slow, deliberate sweep that made my skin crawl. "An Uber, you say? How convenient. I could have given you a ride, I am quite the gentleman. The hair on my arms stood on end. The casual offer was anything but. It was a threat, a reminder that he knew where I lived, that he could follow me, that he would follow me. My mind raced, trying to think of how to respond without sounding terrified, without giving him any more information. Oh, that is so sweet of you. Alex. Chloe interjected smoothly, before I could stammer out an answer. But we are actually heading in the opposite direction. And besides, we have a whole schedule mapped out. You know how these things are. She gave him another one of her dazzling fake smiles. It was really lovely meeting you, though. Maybe another time. Alex finally broke eye contact with me. Turning his full attention to Chloe, perhaps, he said, the single word hanging in the air, heavy and ominous. He did not sound convinced, and neither was I, who was not going to let us off that easily. Chloe, sensing the shift, started to push herself out of the booth. Well, this has been fun, but duty calls. Come on. Narrator's name, let us blow this popsicle stand. She tugged at my arm, a clear signal to move. But Alex, with surprising speed, reached out and placed his hand on the table, directly in front of me, effectively blocking my escape. His movement was casual, almost imperceptible, but it was enough. It was a physical barrier, a silent assertion of control. Hold on, he said, his voice softer now, almost a purr. I just wanted to make sure everything was resolved. You seemed a little distressed earlier. When you went to the restroom, his eyes, those black, depthless pools, fixed on mine. Is everything truly okay now? The question was a direct hit, a poisoned arrow. He was letting me know, in no uncertain terms, that he knew exactly what I had been doing, and that he was still watching. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that echoed in my ears. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Chloe's hand tightened on my arm. She knew. She felt it too. She forced another laugh, a little less convincing this time. Oh, that is just her. Always gets a little antsy when she is had too much caffeine. Right. Narrator's name. I tried to nod, but my head felt heavy, disconnected from my body. My mouth was dry, like sandpaper. I could not speak. All I could do was stare at Alex, at that predatory smile, at the hand blocking my path. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to push past him, to bolt out the door, but a primal fear kept me frozen. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my fear. Well, I am glad to hear it, Alex said, his voice still soft, still chilling. He slowly, deliberately removed his hand from the table. The small gesture felt monumental, like a prison door creaking open. Would not want anything to happen to you. Narrator's name. The unspoken threat hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It was a promise, not a concern. My blood ran cold. Right, Chloe said, her voice strained now, devoid of its earlier cheer. She practically yanked me from the booth, her grip like a vice. All right, Alex, it was an experience. We really gotta fly. We stumbled out of the booth, my legs feeling like jelly. I did not dare look back, did not dare make eye contact with Alex. I could feel his gaze on my back, burning into me, following every step. We moved quickly, Chloe practically dragging me through the crowded bar, past oblivious patrons laughing and chatting. The noise, which had once been a comforting shroud, now felt like a taunt, a reminder of how alone I was in my terror. We reached the entrance, the cool night air a sudden, welcome shock against my clammy skin. I gasped, taking a deep, shuddering breath. Chloe did not stop. She pulled me outside, past the bouncer, and onto the sidewalk. Uber's 2 minutes away, she hissed, her voice low and urgent, fumbling with her phone. We need to get to the corner. We power walked, almost ran, down the block. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see Alex emerging from the bar, his unsettling smile still plastered on his face. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, and every figure in the distance seemed to morph into his silhouette. My heart continued its frantic rhythm, refusing to calm down. Finally, a black sedan pulled up to the curb. Chloe practically threw me into the back seat, then scrambled in after me. "Go, go, go," she urged the driver, who looked at us in mild confusion before pulling away from the curb. As we sped off, I risked a glance back at the bar, and there he was, standing directly in front of the entrance, bathed in the neon glow of the sign, was Alex. He was not waving, he was not shouting, he was just standing there, watching our car disappear into the night. Even from that distance, I could feel the intensity of his gaze, a cold, unwavering stare that pierced through the darkness. He lifted a hand, slowly, deliberately, not in a wave, but more like a gesture of ownership, or a silent farewell. My blood ran colder than ever before. "He is still there," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Chloe gripped my hand, her own trembling slightly. "I know. Just breathe. We are safe now. We are in the car." But I did not feel safe. The image of Alex standing there, watching, burned into my mind. It was a chilling confirmation that he was not just some weird date. He was something far more sinister. The ride home was a blur of frantic whispers and reassurances from Chloe, none of which truly penetrated the wall of terror I felt. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost jumped out of my skin. "Do not look at it." Chloe commanded, seeing my reaction. "Just turn it off." I fumbled with my phone, my fingers clumsy and unresponsive, until I finally managed to power it down. The silence that followed was almost worse, leaving my mind free to conjure up every chilling detail of the evening. When we finally pulled up to my apartment building, Chloe insisted on coming up with me. "No way I am leaving you alone tonight," she declared, her face grim. The apartment felt different, colder, even with Chloe there. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. I jumped at the slightest sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the old floorboards. We checked all the locks, double-checked the windows, pulled the blinds shut. It felt like we were barricading ourselves in, but from what? A ghost. A man who could seemingly materialize anywhere. We sat on the couch, the silence punctuated by my shallow breathing. Chloe tried to distract me, talking about work, about anything mundane. But my mind kept replaying Alex's words, his smile, his eyes. Suddenly, Chloe's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and her eyes widened in alarm. "It is him," she whispered, holding out her phone. The screen showed an unknown number, but the message was unmistakably Alex's. Could not resist. "You look so good running tonight. See you soon." A wave of nausea washed over me. He had followed us. He had seen us. He knew where I lived. The world tilted. "Call the police." I finally managed to choke out, my voice raw. Chloe did not hesitate. She dialed 911, her voice calm but firm as she explained the situation. The operator sounded sympathetic, but also weary, as if this was a common occurrence. They told us to stay inside, not to open the door for anyone, and that an officer would be dispatched. The next hour was an agonizing wait. Every shadow outside the window seemed to move. Every distant car sound sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. When the police finally arrived, their presence was a fragile comfort. The officer, a gruff but kind-faced man named Officer Miller, listened patiently as we recounted the night's events. He took notes, asked questions, but his expression was guarded. "So, to be clear," he said, tapping his pen on his notepad, "this man, Alex, made no direct physical threats. He just made some unsettling comments, followed you, and sent a text message." I said, my voice trembling. "But you do not understand. His eyes, the way he knew things." He said my drink would get warm, and it did. He knew I was in the restroom. He knew I was trying to escape. He knew Chloe was lying. He knew. Officer Miller nodded slowly. "I understand this is very distressing for you, madam. However, based on what you have told me, we do not have enough to formally charge him with anything beyond harassment. Perhaps and even that would be difficult to prove without a pattern. A pattern? I felt a surge of desperate anger, so I have to wait until he does something. Until he breaks in, until he hurts me. We will file a report, he assured me. And we will increase patrols in the area. If he contacts you again, or if you see him near your residence, call us immediately. We can issue a restraining order if the harassment continues. He left, and the apartment felt even more exposed than before. A police report, increased patrols. It all sounded so official, so reassuring, but it felt utterly inadequate against the pervasive, insidious terror that Alex had instilled in me. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I could not sleep. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I checked my peephole before opening the door, even for Chloe. I started taking different routes to work, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every unfamiliar car, every shadow, every person who looked at me a second too long became Alex. Chloe stayed with me for a few nights, but eventually, she had to go home. I was alone again, and the fear intensified. Then, the incident started small at first, almost imperceptible. A few days after the bar, I found a single red rose on my doorstep. No card, no message, just a perfect blood red rose. My stomach plummeted. Alex. It had to be him. I called the police again, but they reiterated their previous stance. A rose was not a threat. The next week, I came home to find my doormat slightly askew. I always straightened it perfectly. There was a tiny detail, easily dismissed, but it sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Had someone been there? Had he been inside? I checked my locks again, my apartment for any signs of intrusion, but found nothing. Then, a chilling text message arrived from an unknown number. Red looks good on you, but I prefer you in white. My blood ran cold. The red rose. He was playing games. He was enjoying this. I immediately blocked the number, but I knew it would not stop him. He would just find another way. I changed my number. I told my landlord about the situation. I bought extra security for my door and windows. I felt like I was living in a fortress, but the walls felt paper thin. One evening, about 2 weeks after the date, I was sitting in my living room, trying to read, but my mind kept wandering. It was late, past midnight. The city was quiet, a rare occurrence. Suddenly, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom window. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, straining to listen. It was a delicate, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails against glass. My bedroom was on the second floor. I slowly, cautiously, crept towards the bedroom, my phone clutched in my trembling hand, ready to dial 911. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate. As I peered around the doorframe, my eyes landed on the window. The blinds were drawn, but I could still see a faint shadow moving on the other side. It was not a person. It was a branch, swaying in the wind, scraping against the glass. A wave of relief, so potent it almost made me collapse, washed over me. But then, my eyes landed on something else. On the windowsill, nestled carefully between the glass and the blind, was a small white origami crane. My breath hitched. My blood ran colder than ice. White. But I prefer you in white. He had been here. He had climbed up to my second-story window. He had left a message. He had been right outside my bedroom. Panic seized me, a raw, primal scream that clawed at my throat but would not escape. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, scrambling away from the window as if it were a portal to hell. I called Chloe, my voice a ragged whisper, barely coherent. She told me to call the police again, to tell them everything. Officer Miller returned, looking more concerned this time. The origami crane was concrete evidence, a clear act of trespassing and harassment. They dusted it for fingerprints, but I knew it was futile. Alex was too careful. They took the crane as evidence, filed another report, and assured me they would do everything they could. but I knew deep down that they could not protect me from him. He was a shadow, a ghost, always a step ahead. I spent the next few days with Chloe, practically living at her apartment, but even there, I felt his presence. Every time I looked out a window, I half expected to see him. Every unknown number on Chloe's phone sent a jolt of terror through me. Then, Chloe got a call. It was a detective, not Officer Miller. He sounded serious, his voice grave. He asked her to put me on the phone. "Madam," the detective said, his voice low. "We have been looking into Alex. We ran his name through our databases, and we found something concerning." My heart pounded. "What is it?" "Alex Thorne," he said. "He has been a person of interest in several missing persons cases over the past few years. Young women, all met through dating apps. All vanished without a trace. The world spun." My stomach dropped to my feet. Missing persons. Vanished without a trace. The words echoed in my head, cold and final. "We never had enough evidence to connect him directly," the detective continued, his voice grim. "He has always been very careful, but the pattern is unsettling. The way he operates, the psychological games, the sudden disappearances of his dates." He paused, letting the information sink in. "We are putting out an alert, but he has likely already gone to ground. He moves around a lot. We believe he targets women who are new to a city or who do not have strong local ties, making it easier for them to disappear." I was new to the city. My family was hundreds of miles away. My blood ran absolutely freezing. I was meant to be one of them. Another statistic, another vanished woman. "He is a predator, madam," the detective concluded. "And you were his next target. You were incredibly lucky your friend intervened when she did." Lucky? The word felt hollow, meaningless. I had stared into the eyes of a monster, and he had chosen me. And even though he was gone, even though the police were now actively looking for him, I knew I would never truly be free. The detective promised they would do everything to find him, but a part of me knew he was out there, somewhere, probably already planning his next hunt. Alex Thorne, the man with the unsettling smile and the two knowing eyes, was still out there, and he knew my face. He knew my fear. I ended up moving out of my apartment, out of the city, desperate to escape the phantom presence that still haunted me. Even now, months later, I still sleep with a light on. Every unknown number sends a jolt of terror through me. Every time I see a red rose, my blood runs cold. And I never, ever go on a dating app again. Because I know, with chilling certainty, that somewhere out there, Alex is still watching, still waiting, and still remembering the one that got away. And that, more than anything, is the most terrifying thought of all. The next chapter unfolds right now, replaced by a primal, animalistic fear. Get in now," she shrieked, her voice cracking, fumbling with the keys in a way I would never seen her do. Chloe, my rock, my always-in-control best friend, was utterly broken. The sight of her, so utterly terrified, made the cold dread in my own stomach solidify into a lead weight. My legs, already like jelly, felt like they might give out entirely. But the urgency in her voice, the sheer, unadulterated panic, forced me to move. I scrambled into the passenger seat, my movements clumsy, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the door handle to pull it shut. The click of the lock felt pitifully inadequate, a flimsy barrier against the predator we had just seen. Chloe was already jamming the key into the ignition, her eyes darting frantically to the rearview mirror. The sleek, black sedan was gone. It had simply vanished, as if it had been a phantom, a figment of our collective nightmare. But I knew better. We both did. The engine sputtered to life, a rough cough that sounded like it was struggling to breathe, much like my own lungs felt. Chloe slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing in protest as she backed out of the parking spot with reckless abandon. My head snapped back against the headrest. She did not even bother to look behind her, just slammed the gear into drive and peeled out of the lot, tires spitting gravel. Where are we going? I managed to choke out, my voice thin and reedy. Chloe did not answer immediately. Her knuckles were white on the steering wheel, her jaw clenched so tight I thought her teeth might crack. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, were wide and bloodshot, darting from the road ahead to the rearview mirror, then to the side mirrors, a frantic, desperate dance. "Anywhere," she finally hissed, her voice a low, guttural growl I barely recognized. Just away, we tore through the familiar streets of our city. But everything looked different now. The warm morning sun, which had seemed so inviting just an hour ago, now felt harsh and unforgiving, highlighting every shadow, every potential hiding spot. Every car we passed, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, seemed to hold a sinister potential. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat that echoed in my ears. I kept turning, twisting in my seat, my eyes glued to the back window, expecting to see that sleek black sedan, that unnerving smile, appear at any moment. For a few minutes, a fragile, desperate hope flickered within me. Maybe we had lost him. Maybe he had just driven by, a final, chilling statement, and then left us alone. Maybe this was just a horrible, twisted prank. But even as the thought formed, I knew it was a lie. Alex was not playing games. This was something far more sinister. Chloe took a sharp turn down a residential street, then another, weaving through the quiet, tree-lined avenues like a madwoman. The speed limit was a distant memory. She was not driving, she was fleeing, and I was right there with her, every fiber of my being screaming to get as far away as possible. "Do you see him?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes still flitting between mirrors. I shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. "No, not yet." The words were a bitter prayer, a plea to a God I was not sure existed. Just as I started to breathe a tiny, shallow sigh of relief, just as the tension in my shoulders began to ease a fraction, Chloe let out a strangled gasp. "There!" she cried, her finger pointing frantically at the rearview mirror. My eyes snapped to where she was pointing, and my blood ran cold. There it was, the black sedan. It was not close, not yet, but it was there. A dark, ominous shape in the distance, slowly, steadily gaining on us. It moved with a quiet efficiency that made it even more terrifying. There was no screeching of tires, no aggressive weaving, just a relentless, methodical pursuit. He is still following," I stammered, the words catching in my throat. The fragile hope I would harbored moments before shattered into a million pieces. Chloe swore, a low, vicious curse. She stomped on the accelerator, sending us lurching forward. The speedometer climbed, but the black sedan seemed to match our speed effortlessly. It was like a shadow, always there, always behind us, but never quite close enough to be a direct threat, just close enough to be a constant, suffocating presence. "He is not even trying to hide it," Chloe muttered, her voice laced with disbelief and horror. "He wants us to know. He wants us to see him." And she was right. That was the most terrifying part. He was not trying to be subtle. He was making a statement. "I know where you are. I can find you. And I am not going to let you go." We drove for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes. Chloe swerved through traffic, ran a few yellow lights, and even briefly went the wrong way down a one-way street, earning a chorus of angry honks. But nothing worked. The black sedan was a persistent, silent hunter that never got close enough to ram us, never tried to cut us off. It just followed. It was psychological warfare, designed to break us down, to make us feel utterly helpless. And it was working. My mind raced, desperately trying to come up with a plan. Call the police. What would we even say? A guy from a Tinder date is following us, and he has an unnerving smile. They would probably tell us to file a report, maybe offer some advice, but this felt different. This felt like something the police would not understand, something they could not protect us from. This felt primal, ancient, like being hunted by something utterly inhuman. "Chloe, what do we do?" I finally whispered, my voice hoarse. "He is not going to stop." Chloe glanced at me, her eyes hollow. "I do not know. My apartment, it is not far. We can get inside, lock the doors, call someone. It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only thing we had. Going to my place was not an option. Alex knew my address from the date. Chloe's apartment was our best bet, a place he should not know. We hoped. She took another series of abrupt turns, ducking into a maze of side streets, trying to shake him. For a few agonizing minutes, we actually lost sight of him. The rearview mirror was clear. The side mirrors showed only the usual city traffic. A tiny, fragile spark of hope reignited. Maybe, just maybe, he would given up. Chloe slowed down, her shoulders slumping slightly. I think we lost him, she breathed, the words coming out on a shaky exhale. The tension in the car was still thick enough to cut with a knife, but it was a fraction less suffocating. We drove the rest of the way to Chloe's apartment building in silence, both of us scanning every parked car, every alleyway, every shadow. Her building was an older brick structure, 3 stories high, with a small gated parking lot in the back. It felt like a fortress compared to the exposed streets. Chloe pulled into the lot, her hands still trembling as she navigated the narrow entrance. She parked in her usual spot, tucked away in a corner, and cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. Okay, Chloe said, taking a deep, shuddering breath. Okay, we are safe. We are inside. We will be fine. She was trying to reassure herself as much as me. But as we sat there for a moment, gathering our courage, I noticed something. A car, parked directly across the street from Chloe's building, under a large oak tree, partially obscured by its branches. It was black. And it was sleek. Too sleek for this neighborhood. And it had tinted windows. My breath hitched in my throat. Chloe, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Look. Her eyes followed my gaze, and I saw the color drain from her face for the second time that day. The car was undeniably the same one. It was parked, idling, its presence a silent, menacing declaration. He had not just followed us, he had beaten us here. Or, more chillingly, he had known all along where we were going. He knew. Chloe breathed, a look of utter despair on her face. He knew where I lived. He knew where we were going to go. The realization was like a punch to the gut. All our frantic driving, all our attempts to escape had been utterly useless. He was always one step ahead. He was playing with us. We can't go in there, I said, my voice shaking. He is waiting for us, but we can't stay here. Chloe countered, her eyes wide with terror, glancing at the black sedan. He is right there. He will see us. We were trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place, or rather, between a parked predator and a potentially compromised apartment. The fear was a living thing now, a cold, slimy tendril coiling around my heart. Okay, Chloe said, her voice regaining a sliver of its usual resolve, though it was still brittle. Okay, we have to be smart. We can't let him know. We saw him. We will go in, act normal, and then we call the police. Immediately, we tell them everything. It was a flimsy plan, but it was all we had. We exited the car, trying to act casual, as if we had not just discovered our stalker waiting for us. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. I could feel his eyes on us, even through the tinted windows. I imagined that unnerving smile, fixed on our backs as we walked towards the building entrance. We made it inside the lobby, the heavy glass door swinging shut behind us with a satisfying thud. The small, dimly lit space felt like a temporary sanctuary. Chloe fumbled with her keys, her hands still shaking, and unlocked her apartment door. We practically fell inside, slamming the door shut and engaging every lock, every chain, every deadbolt we could find. The apartment was small, cozy, and usually a place of comfort. Now it felt like a cage. The blinds were drawn, plunging the living room into a dim twilight. But we did not care. We did not want any light escaping, did not want any shadows dancing on the walls that could be seen from outside. Chloe collapsed onto her worn sofa, burying her face in her hands. I paced, my adrenaline still surging, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. What kind of person does this... I whispered, the question rhetorical, but I needed to voice it. He is not normal. Chloe, he is not just a weird date. Chloe lifted her head. Her eyes red-rimmed. He is a monster. A goddamn monster. I just wanted to help you get out of the house, you know? Have some fun. And now she trailed off, tears welling in her eyes. It is not your fault. Chloe, I said, my own voice trembling. You could not have known. We sat in silence for a few minutes. The only sound, the frantic beating of our own hearts. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, my hands clammy. It was a text message from an unknown number. My blood ran cold. I hesitated, then opened it. The message was short, chillingly simple. Did you make it home okay? I hope you enjoy your coffee, my untouched coffee. He knew. He was mocking me. He was telling me he was still watching, still in control, and the fact that it was an unknown number meant he had gotten my number from somewhere else, not just from the dating app. He had done his research. He had planned this. I showed the message to Chloe. Her eyes widened in horror. He is messing with us. He is playing with us. Just as she finished speaking, a soft thump came from the other side of the apartment, near the kitchen. We both froze, our heads snapping towards the sound. What was that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. I do not know. Chloe breathed, her eyes darting nervously around the dim room. Probably just the building settling. It is old, but it did not sound like the building settling. It sounded deliberate, like something had been placed down. Another sound. A faint, almost imperceptible scrape, like something dragging across the floor. From the hallway, leading to the bedrooms. We looked at each other, our faces mirroring the same dawning terror. Chloe, I whispered, my voice raw with fear. Did you lock the back door? Chloe's eyes went wide, and she shook her head slowly, a look of dawning horror on her face. The fire escape. I usually just leave it latched, not locked. I never thought the blood drained from my face. The fire escape, the one that led directly into her kitchen, through a small back door, the one he could have easily accessed from the parking lot, while we were busy looking at his car across the street. While we were fumbling with the front door, he was inside. My heart leaped into my throat, choking me. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, oppressive, filled with an unseen presence. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to twist into menacing shapes. Stay here, Chloe mouthed, her voice a barely audible whisper. She grabbed a heavy, antique brass lamp from a side table, her knuckles white as she gripped it. No, Chloe, do not, I hissed, but she was already moving, slowly, cautiously, towards the hallway. I could not let her go alone. I grabbed a heavy glass vase from the coffee table, my hands trembling so violently, I almost dropped it. I followed her, my heart hammering like a trapped bird against my ribs. We crept down the short hallway, our bare feet making no sound on the carpet. The air grew colder, a bone-chilling cold that had nothing to do with the apartment's thermostat. The kitchen door was ajar, a sliver of darkness visible within. Chloe pushed the door open slowly, revealing the small kitchen. Everything seemed normal. The counters were clear, the dishes were put away, but the back door, the one leading to the fire escape, was wide open, swaying slightly on its hinges, letting in a draft of cold, night air. And on the small kitchen island, right in the center, was a single white rose. Its petals were pristine, perfect, but it felt utterly wrong, a symbol of beauty twisted into something sinister. Next to the rose, a small, square piece of paper. Chloe reached for it, her hands shaking. She unfolded it. It was a drawing. A crudely drawn stick figure, wearing a dress with a large, unnerving smile on its face. and above it, written in neat, elegant script, were 2 words, "You are next." My breath caught in my throat. I felt the surge of nausea, a dizzying wave of pure, unadulterated terror. He had not just broken in, he had left a message. He had been in here, waiting, watching us enter his trap. And now, he was gone. But his presence lingered, a suffocating shroud of dread. "We have to go," Chloe whispered, her voice a fragile thread, her eyes wide with unshed tears. "Now, we can't stay here. He knows, we know." We did not even bother to grab anything. Our phones were the only things we clutched. We turned and ran. Not back to the front door, but towards the fire escape. It was a risk, a huge one. But the thought of facing him, of him being somewhere in the apartment, was too much to bear. Chloe was surprisingly quick, her terror fueling her. She scrambled onto the kitchen counter, then pushed open the small window leading to the fire escape. I followed, my movements clumsy and panicked. The cold metal ladder bit into my hands as I descended, my eyes darting frantically around the dark alleyway below. We dropped to the ground, landing with soft thuds, and immediately began to run. We did not know where we were going, just away. Away from the apartment, away from the black sedan, away from Alex. We ran through the alley, our footsteps echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. We burst onto a main street. The sudden rush of cars and streetlights, a jarring contrast to the quiet horror we had just experienced. We did not stop, did not look back. We just ran, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. We ran until we could not run anymore, until our bodies were screaming for us to stop. We found ourselves huddled in a brightly lit convenience store, gasping for breath, our hair disheveled, our clothes askew. The fluorescent lights felt harsh, but safe. The mundane sounds of the store, the hum of the refrigerators, the distant chatter of the cashier were a welcome balm to our frayed nerves. We did not call the police. Not yet. The fear was still too raw, too immediate. We just stood there, clutching each other, trying to piece together what had just happened. Trying to comprehend the sheer audacity, the cold calculation of a man who had stalked us, broken into Chloe's apartment, and left a chilling message, all while we were just a few feet away. We eventually made it to a friend's house, miles away, where we felt a semblance of safety, but the feeling was fleeting. The image of that black sedan, the unnerving smile, the pristine white rose, and the chilling words, "You are next," were burned into my mind. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. We changed our numbers, deleted our social media, and moved to different cities. We tried to disappear, to erase any trace of ourselves that Alex might find. But the paranoia never truly left us. Every black car that drove by, every unknown number that called, every shadow that moved too quickly, sent a fresh wave of panic through us. I still wake up in a cold sweat, haunted by the memory of that day. I sometimes see a sleek black sedan in my rearview mirror, and my heart leaps into my throat, convinced it is him, that he has found me again. I know, deep down, that he is still out there, and I know that somewhere, somehow, that unnerving smile is still plastered on his face, a silent promise that he is not done playing his twisted game. And the thought, believe me, is more terrifying than any nightmare. It is real, and it could happen to anyone. Just a simple swipe, right? Let us go ahead and move to the next story. The bar's cozy warmth, which had felt so inviting just minutes before, now pressed in on me like a suffocating blanket. Alex's words, "Oh, I just pay attention," echoed in my ears, his smile turning predatory, not kind. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins, freezing every thought except one get out. Now, he leaned back, that strange, triumphant glint still in his eyes, watching my face contort with a terror I could not hide. My breath hitched in my throat, a dry, rasping sound. I tried to speak, to demand an explanation, but no words came. My mind, usually quick and sharp, was a tangled mess of fear and disbelief. How could he possibly know about the chipped travel mug I only used on weekends? How could he know about the ceramic owl on my bedroom windowsill? facing the back of my apartment. I had not even mentioned my street, let alone my building. His gaze lingered, a silent, chilling acknowledgement of the power he now held over me. The easy laughter, the effortless conversation, the hopeful flutter in my chest, all of it shattered into a million sharp pieces. This was not a charming observation, it was a declaration of invasion. It was not a compliment, it was a threat. I need to use the restroom, I stammered, the first excuse that came to mind. My voice barely a whisper. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of it against the polished floor, a jarring sound in the suddenly silent world around us. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to buckle beneath me. Alex did not move. He just watched me, that unsettling smile still playing on his lips. "Already?" he asked, his tone still casual, but with an undercurrent that made my skin crawl. We were just getting to the good part. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird, desperate to escape. I forced myself to meet his eyes, trying to project a calmness I was far from feeling. "It has been a long day," I managed, clutching my purse strap so tightly my knuckles turned white. "I just need a moment." He finally, slowly nodded. "Of course," he said, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to stand up and follow me. But he did not. He just watched me as I stumbled away from the table, my gaze fixed on the restroom sign at the back of the bar. Every step felt like an eternity, every muscle screaming with the urge to run. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning holes through my clothes, through my very being. Once inside the tiny fluorescent lit restroom, I locked the door with a trembling hand and leaned against it, gasping for air. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, pale and wide-eyed. A stranger consumed by fear. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear the fog of panic, but it was useless. He knew intimate details about my home, my routine, things I had not shared with anyone. This was not a coincidence. This was not a clever pickup line. This was something far, far worse. My phone vibrated in my purse. I fumbled for it, my fingers slick with cold sweat. It was a text from Alex. My blood ran cold again. I had not even been gone a minute. "Enjoy your break. Do not take too long. Your drink will get warm." My stomach churned. He was watching me, or at least, he knew I was trying to escape. The casualness of the message was the most terrifying part. It was a clear warning. He knew what I was doing. I knew I could not go back out there. I could not sit across from him again, pretending everything was okay. I had to leave. But how? If he was watching, he would know I was not going to the restroom. A small window, high up, barely big enough for a cat, offered no escape. I checked the door again, making sure it was locked. My mind raced, frantically searching for a plan. I could call the police, but what would I say? My date knows where I live. It sounded insane. They would probably tell me to just leave. But what if he followed me? What if he was already waiting outside? My hands were shaking so hard, I could barely type. I pulled up my emergency contacts, my best friend, Chloe. I typed out a quick, desperate message. 911. Tinder date. He knows where I live. He is creepy. Help me get out of here. Bar name the Velvet Lounge. I hit send and immediately called her. It rang once, twice, then her sleepy voice answered, "Hey, what is up? Everything. Okay." "Chloe, no," I whispered, my voice cracking. "It is not okay. I am at the Velvet Lounge. My date, Alex. He knows things about my apartment, my bedroom, things he should not. He is watching me. I am in the restroom. I need you to come get me. Please, do not tell him I called you. Just act normal." Chloe was instantly awake. "What? Oh my God. Are you serious? I am on my way. I will be there in 10 minutes. Stay in the bathroom. Do not come out. I will text you when I am outside. Relief washed over me, a fragile wave against the tsunami of fear. 10 minutes. I could do 10 minutes. I just had to act like I was still in the restroom. I sat on the closed toilet seat, hugging my knees, trying to control my ragged breathing. Every creak of the old building, every muffled voice from outside the door sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. Was that Alex's voice? Was he talking to someone? Was he asking about me? The 10 minutes stretched into an eternity. My phone vibrated again. A text from Chloe, I am outside. Silver Honda Civic. Text me when you are clear. Okay, this was it. I took a deep, shaky breath. Trying to compose myself, I unlocked the restroom door, pushed it open, and stepped back into the bar. My eyes immediately darted to our table. Alex was still there, sitting exactly as I would left him, nursing his drink. He looked up the moment I emerged, that unsettling smile returning. His eyes, dark and knowing, met mine. My stomach dropped. He had not moved. He was just waiting. Feeling better? He asked, his voice calm, too calm. I forced a weak smile. Much. Listen, Alex, I am so sorry, but I just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. I really should get going. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Already, but we have not even finished our drinks. And I was just about to tell you about this incredible hiking trail I found, not far from your place, actually. My blood ran cold for the third time that night. Not far from your place. It was not a coincidence. It was another subtle jab, another reminder that he knew exactly where I lived. Oh, that sounds lovely, I said, trying to keep my voice even, but I really can't. Another time, maybe. My hand was already in my purse, pulling out my wallet. Let me just pay for my drink. Nonsense, he said, a hint of steel in his voice. It is on me. Just like everything else tonight. He put his hand over mine, stopping me from reaching for my card. His touch was cold, possessive. Let me walk you out. The words were a command, not an offer. My heart pounded. I could not let him walk me out. Chloe was waiting. He would see her. He would know. No, really, it is fine, I insisted, pulling my hand away. I am just going to grab a cab. You stay and enjoy your drink. I stood up, pushing my chair back, ready to bolt. His smile tightened, his eyes narrowing just a fraction. Are you sure? He asked, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. It is a bit of a walk to the bus stop on Maple Street, is not it? Especially this late. My breath caught in my throat. Maple Street, my actual bus stop. He knew I had lied about Elm Street. He knew everything. Fear, hot and sharp, coursed through me. I did not say another word. I just turned and walked, as quickly as I could without breaking into a full run, towards the exit. I could feel his eyes on me, a physical weight on my back. I did not dare look back. The cold night air hit me like a slap as I burst out of the bar, sucking in a desperate breath. I scanned the street, my eyes frantically searching for Chloe's car. There, silver Honda Civic, parked a little way down the block, its headlights off. I started walking towards it, my pace quickening. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. I could feel my paranoia growing, a living thing in my chest. Was he following me? Was he watching from the bar window? I reached Chloe's car, practically tearing the door open and diving inside. Go. Go. Chloe, go, I gasped, fumbling with the seatbelt. Chloe did not hesitate. She slammed her foot on the accelerator, and the car peeled away from the curb, leaving the bar behind in a blur of neon lights. Oh my God, what happened? Chloe asked, her voice laced with concern, glancing at me with wide eyes. "You look like you have seen a ghost?" I tried to explain, stumbling over my words, the story tumbling out in a rush of fear and adrenaline. He knew. Chloe. He knew about my travel mug, the one with the chipped rim that I only use on weekends. He knew about the ceramic owl on my bedroom windowsill facing the back of my apartment. He knew my actual bus stop. He was watching me. He must have been watching me for weeks, maybe months. Chloe listened, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, her face growing grimmer with every detail. That is absolutely terrifying," she whispered. "We need to call the police. Right now." "I do not know what to tell them," I said, burying my face in my hands. "What proof do I have? He just knew things. They will think I am crazy." "No, they won't," Chloe insisted. "This is stalking. This is a threat. You need to report it." We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the hum of the engine and my ragged breathing. My apartment building loomed into view, a dark, familiar silhouette against the night sky. A wave of dread washed over me. Going home, usually a comfort, now felt like walking into a trap. "Chloe, pull over here," I said, pointing to a spot a block away from my building. "I do not want him to see your car if he is lurking." Chloe nodded, pulling over. I took another deep breath. "Thank you. Seriously, I do not know what I would have done without you." "Any time," she said, squeezing my arm. "Be careful. Text me when you are inside and everything's locked up. Call me if anything feels off." I nodded, my stomach churning. I got out of the car, pulling my jacket tighter around me, and started walking the short block to my apartment. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a lurking presence. I clutched my keys, the sharp edges digging into my palm, a small, useless comfort. My building was quiet, the hallway dimly lit. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still shaking, and finally unlocked my apartment door. I slipped inside, slamming the door shut and engaging both the deadbolt and the chain lock. I leaned against the door, heart pounding, trying to catch my breath. The silence of my apartment was deafening. It was usually a comforting silence, but tonight it felt ominous, heavy with an unseen presence. I flicked on the living room light, then the kitchen light, then the hallway light, banishing the shadows one by one. I walked through each room, checking the windows, making sure they were locked. The blinds were drawn, as I always left them. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I went into my bedroom, my heart still racing. My eyes immediately went to the windowsill. The little ceramic owl statue, the one my grandmother had given me, was there, and next to it, the potted basil plant, its leaves a vibrant green. Everything was exactly as I had left it. But something felt wrong. A subtle shift in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible scent that was not mine. It was like the lingering ghost of a presence. My paranoia was working overtime. I told myself, I was just freaked out. I texted Chloe, "I am in everything locked," trying to calm down. She responded instantly, "Good. Call me if you need anything." Seriously. I tried to follow her advice, to calm down. I made myself a cup of chamomile tea, my hands still trembling as I poured the hot water. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, sipping the tea, trying to convince myself it was over. He was just a creepy guy who did some intense online stalking, maybe drove by my place a few times. He did not get in. He could not have. Then I remembered the travel mug. The chipped one. I used it on weekends. But the bus stop on Elm Street, where he claimed to have seen me, was not on my weekend route. My weekend bus route was entirely different. That meant he was not just observing my routine, he was tracking me. He knew my weekday routine, my weekend routine. A new wave of dread washed over me, colder and deeper than before. I was not just a random target. I was his target. I finished my tea, but the warmth did nothing to chase away the chill in my bones. I decided to take a shower, hoping the hot water would wash away the lingering sense of violation. As I walked towards the bathroom, I noticed something. My living room window, the one facing the street, had a small gap in the blinds. I always made sure they were completely closed, overlapping perfectly, but now there was a sliver of light, a tiny opening, just enough for someone to peer through. My heart hammered again. I remembered closing it. I was meticulous about closing it. I walked over, my movements stiff and hesitant, and reached out to adjust the blinds. As my fingers touched the slats, I saw it. A tiny, almost invisible scratch on the windowsill, just beneath the gap. It looked fresh, like someone had used a tool or a nail to pry it open just a hair. My breath hitched. He had not just known things. He had been here. He had been inside. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning the room. Every shadow now a potential hiding place. My apartment, my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a cage, and I was the prey. I remembered the faint scent. It was not my imagination. It was his scent. My phone buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping it. It was a text from an unknown number, just checking in. Hope you made it home safe. I really enjoyed our date. We should do it again soon. I know a great little coffee shop not far from your place. They make an excellent latte, just the way you like it, with almond milk and a sprinkle of cinnamon, just like you make it at home. My blood ran cold, again deeper this time, chilling me to the bone. Almond milk and cinnamon. That was exactly how I made my coffee every morning, and I never ever ordered it that way out. It was my private little ritual. He was not just outside. He was not just watching. He had been in my kitchen. He had seen my coffee routine. I stared at the message, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my breath. He was playing with me. He was letting me know he had been here, that he could be here again anytime he wanted. I stumbled backwards, clutching my phone, my eyes darting around the room, searching for a sign, any sign, that he was still here. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind outside, sounded like footsteps, like a presence. I slowly, cautiously, walked towards my kitchen, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The kitchen light was on. Everything looked normal. The coffee machine was off, the mug I would use this morning was in the sink. Then I saw it. On the counter, next to the small basket of fruit, was a single, perfectly ripe red apple. I did not buy apples. I hated apples. I had no apples in my fruit basket. And tucked beneath the apple, a small handwritten note. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The handwriting was neat, precise, chillingly familiar. A little something for your morning. Do not forget to lock your doors next time. And your windows. I will be watching. My scream died in my throat. He was not just watching. He was not just inside. He was mocking me. He was telling me he had been here, that he could come and go as he pleased. The bow, the note they were trophies, declarations of his access, his control. I dropped the APBO, my stomach churning. I backed away, my eyes wide, darting from the counter to the darkened windows. He was still out there. Maybe he was even closer than out there. Maybe he was watching me right now. Through the blinds, he had strategically left slightly ajar. My phone vibrated again, a violent jolt in my hand. It was Chloe. Are you okay? You did not answer my last text. Everything good. I could not respond. My fingers were frozen. I could not even breathe properly. Suddenly, a faint sound from my bedroom. A soft thump, like something had fallen. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He was still here. He was in my apartment. I gripped my phone, my knuckles white and slowly, agonizingly, turned towards the bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible. I had not left it like that. I always closed my bedroom door. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt out the front door, to call 911. But my feet were rooted to the spot, my body paralyzed by a primal fear. I could not move. I could not speak. I could only stare at that sliver of darkness, waiting for something to emerge. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. My own heartbeat was a deafening drum in my ears. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back, my hair standing on end. Then, a whisper, so soft, I almost thought I imagined it. It came from inside my bedroom. Found it just where you said it would be. The ceramic owl was talking about the ceramic owl on my windowsill. The one facing the back of my apartment. He was not just in my apartment. He was in my bedroom. My mind snapped. Fight or flight, and flight was the only option. I did not even think. I just reacted. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, and I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I spun around, tearing towards the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt, my fingers numb with terror. Leaving so soon. His voice, calm and amused, came from behind me. It was close. Too close. I finally yanked the deadbolt open, then the chain, my hands shaking so violently, I almost dropped the keys. I pulled the door open and stumbled out into the hallway, screaming at the top of my lungs. Help! Someone, help me! He is in my apartment. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, down the hallway, down the stairs, not caring who heard me, not caring who saw me. I burst out of the building, into the cold night, still screaming, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I did not stop until I reached Chloe's apartment building, pounding on her door, sobbing uncontrollably. She opened it, her face a mask of shock and fear, and pulled me inside. I never went back to that apartment. Not alone, anyway. The police found no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints other than mine, nothing to prove he had been there. The AP bow was gone. The note was gone. They suggested I might have been under stress, imagining things. But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. I knew that chilling whisper. I moved out a week later, with Chloe's help. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, and tried to erase Alex from my life. But some things you can't erase. The image of his predatory smile, the sound of his chilling whisper, the feeling of being watched, hunted, violated in my own home. They are etched into my memory, a permanent scar. Every shadow still holds a potential threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. And sometimes, when I am alone in my new apartment, I swear I can still smell that faint, alien scent. The scent of an intruder, the scent of Alex. And I wonder, sometimes, if he is still out there, just paying attention, always paying attention. The next story settles into place. The cold plastic of the steering wheel was my only anchor. My clammy hands fumbling with the key. Terror a physical weight on my neck. Mark's phantom presence still suffocated me, his chilling words echoing a Honda Civic. Good choice. He knew. My car, my sanctuary, felt like a flimsy tin can. The engine coughed, then sputtered to life, dashboard lights a sickly green against the parking lot's oppressive darkness. I slammed the door, the click too loud, then frantically pressed the lock button, click, 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 as if sheer force could secure me. I just needed to get out, but then I saw him. Mark was not behind me. He was at my driver's window, his face illuminated by the rusty mug's neon glow. He was smiling. A slow, predatory baring of teeth, his eyes glinting with unnerving intensity. He tapped, tap, 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 and my heart leaped into my throat. Leaving so soon. His voice, muffled but casual, expected an answer. I could not speak, locked in a horrifying tableau as he traced a crude heart on the fogged glass. This was not just creepy. This was a sickening, intimate claim. "You forgot something," he said, his voice clearer now. He pointed to the ground. My pink charity 5K bracelet. It lay there, a damning splash of color, tying me to him. "To this night. Would not want you to lose that," he mocked, bending to retrieve it, his eyes never leaving mine. He began walking around my car, towards the passenger side. "Drive. Go." I slammed the gas. Tires squealed. The car lurched backward. But it was too late. A dark shape darted in front, forcing me to brake. He stood there, a silhouette, hands up. Hey, no need to be so dramatic. I just wanted to give you this." My breath hitched, catching somewhere in the back of my throat. He was not holding a weapon, was not lunging. Instead, he held something small, metallic, glinting in the sickly green glow of my dashboard. He held it up, a key. My key. The spare key I kept hidden under the bumper, wrapped in a magnetic box. My stomach dropped so hard, I felt like I was going to throw up right there. How? When my mind raced, trying to process the impossible. "You dropped it when you got out of the car earlier," he lied smoothly, his eyes never leaving mine. He was still smiling, that same predatory grin. "Would not want you to lose it." He took a step closer, extending the key towards my open window, which was still rolled up, thank God. My hand instinctively went to the lock button again, but it was already locked. My other hand gripped the steering wheel so hard, my knuckles turned white. This was not just creepy, this was an invasion. He had not found my key. He had taken it, or worse, copied it. The implication was a punch to the gut. He knew my car, he knew where I hid my spare. He knew me. The key, it was a small, innocuous thing, but in his hand it felt like a declaration of war. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of how this night, this date, had spiraled so terrifyingly out of control. It had all started so innocently, like so many other times. With a swipe right, I would been on Tinder for a while. Nothing serious, just casual dates, trying to meet new people. Most guys were okay, some were duds, a few were genuinely nice. Mark had been different. His profile picture was good. A clear, smiling shot, not too posed, not too blurry. He looked like a normal, attractive guy in his early 30s, maybe a little intense in the eyes. But I chalked that up to bad lighting or a serious expression. His bio was short and witty, nothing that screamed red flag. We matched, and his first message was charming, complimenting my smile. We chatted for a few days. He seemed engaged, asked thoughtful questions, and had a good sense of humor. He was quick to suggest meeting up, which I usually liked. Coffee or a casual drink, he would ask, "There is this place, the Rusty Mug. It is pretty chill. Good craft beer if you are into that." I said yes. The Rusty Mug was a few miles from my apartment. A familiar, well-lit place. Seemed safe enough. I remember getting ready that evening, feeling the usual mix of mild anticipation and slight dread. I put on a comfortable but cute top, jeans, and my favorite pink charity 5K bracelet, a little pop of color, a reminder of something positive. I drove my Honda Civic, parking it in the well-lit section of the Rusty Mug's parking lot, right under a lamppost. Or at least what I thought was a well-lit section. When I walked in, Mark was already there, sitting at a booth, facing the door. He stood up as I approached, that same smile from his picture, only now it felt wider. A little too wide. "Sarah?" he asked, his voice smooth, maybe a little deeper than I expected. "Hey, Mark," I said, trying to sound confident, extending my hand. He took it, and his grip was firm, almost possessive, lingering for a beat too long. "You look even better in person," he said, his eyes scanning me up and down. It was not a compliment. It felt like an assessment. We ordered drinks, a pale ale for me, something dark and complex for him. The initial conversation was fine, easy even. We talked about work, hobbies, travel. He seemed genuinely interested, asking follow-up questions, nodding intently. But then subtle things started to shift. He started asking questions that felt a little too personal, a little too soon. "So you live alone?" "Sarah," he would ask, taking a long sip of his beer. "Yeah," I replied, feeling a tiny prickle of unease. "Just me and my goldfish." I tried to lighten the mood. He did not laugh, he just nodded slowly. "That is brave," he said, his eyes fixed on mine. Most women prefer roommates, or at least a big dog. It was not a question, it was a statement, a judgment. Then he started talking about my car. "I saw your Honda Civic in the parking lot," he said casually, as if it were a normal observation. "Good choice. Reliable, good on gas." My stomach did a little flip. I had not told him what car I drove. I had not even mentioned I had a car. I would just said I would be driving there. "Oh, you recognized it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. "Yeah," he said, that smile returning. "Distinctive color." My Civic was a common silver. Not exactly distinctive. My heart started to beat a little faster. I tried to change the subject, to steer the conversation back to safer ground, but he kept bringing it back to me, to my life. He seemed to know things. "You mentioned you like to run," he said at one point. "Do you usually run in the mornings or after work?" I would only ever mentioned running once, very briefly in a text message. I had not specified a time. Usually mornings," I said, feeling a knot tighten in my chest. He just nodded, as if confirming a suspicion. The air in the rusty mug, which had felt warm and inviting, now felt thick and heavy. I started looking around, seeking out other faces, other conversations, anything to break the intense focus of his gaze. He was not overtly threatening, not yet, but the intensity in his eyes, the way he seemed to absorb every word I said, every movement I made, was unsettling. It felt like he was studying me, memorizing me. I checked my phone under the table. It was only 8:30 p.m. The date had started at 7 p.m. It felt like hours. I needed an out. "You know," I said, forcing a smile, "this has been really great, but I have an early morning tomorrow. I should probably head out soon." His smile did not waver. "Oh, already," he said, his tone a little too casual, a little too dismissive of my excuse. I was just getting comfortable. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his face closer to mine. "Are you sure you would not want another drink? Or maybe we could go somewhere else. My place is not far." My blood ran cold. No. "I really can't," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Thanks, though." I started gathering my purse, sliding out of the booth. He did not move. He just watched me. "All right," he said, finally standing up. He was taller than I remembered. Or perhaps it was just my fear making him seem larger. "Let me walk you out." "Oh, you do not have to," I said quickly, maybe too quickly. "I am fine." "Nonsense," he said, already moving towards the door. "It is dark out there. A gentleman always walks a lady to her car." He put a hand on my lower back, guiding me, and I flinched internally. His touch felt heavy, possessive. As we walked through the parking lot, I kept my eyes peeled for my Honda Civic, trying to remember exactly where I would parked. The earlier well-lit section now seemed shrouded in shadows. He was walking beside me, a little too close, his presence suffocating. "So," he said, his voice low, "what are you up to tomorrow morning?" "Just work." I mumbled, my mind racing, trying to think of a way to shake him off. "I see," he said. He was still smiling. "Well, I hope you have a good one." It was a pleasure. Sarah. We reached my car. I fumbled in my purse for my keys, my heart pounding. He stood there watching me. "Thanks, Mark," I said, trying to sound polite, trying to get rid of him. I had a good time. It was a lie. A desperate, pathetic lie. "Me too," he said, his eyes glinting. A very good time. I finally found my keys, my hand shaking slightly as I unlocked the car. "All right, well, good night," I said, practically diving into the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut, hitting the lock button immediately. That is when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible thunk from the back of the car right as I pressed the lock. I dismissed it, adrenaline already pumping, my mind focused on getting out of there. I started the engine, dashboard lights, a sickly green. Then I saw him. He was not behind me anymore. He was at my driver's window. That is when the memory of the thunk came back to me. The spare key, I always kept it hidden in a magnetic box under the bumper. I must have been so eager to get into the car, so desperate to escape his gaze, that I had not noticed him doing anything. But he had done something. He had removed my spare key, which brought me back to the present moment, trapped in my car, staring at him, as he held my spare key in his hand, offering it to me like a twisted peace offering. "I just wanted to give you this," he repeated, his smile unwavering. My mind raced. If I opened the window, even a crack, he could reach in. He could unlock the door. He could do anything. But if I did not take it, what would he do? Keep it. Use it. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. "No," I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. "No, you keep it." I have my other one. It was a stupid thing to say. A desperate attempt to pretend this was not happening, that he had not just demonstrated an intimate knowledge of my car and my habits. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. "Oh, Sarah," he said, shaking his head slightly. Always so dramatic. "It is just a key." He leaned closer, his face now pressed against the glass. I could see the tiny lines around his eyes, the faint stubble on his chin. His breath fogged the glass, obscuring his smile for a moment before it cleared. "But I think you will need it." He did not try to force the window open. He did not try to open the door. Instead, he slowly, deliberately, put the key in his pocket. My heart hammered against my ribs. He was keeping it. He was going to use it. "Good night, Sarah," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Sleep tight." Then he turned and walked away. He did not run. He did not look back. He just walked, slowly, calmly, into the darkness of the parking lot, disappearing behind a row of cars. I sat there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. My breath hitched in short, ragged gasps. He was gone. He was really gone. But the fear was still there, a cold, heavy stone in my stomach. Finally, I forced myself to move. I put the car in reverse, backing out of the parking spot, my eyes darting frantically around the lot, searching for any sign of him. He was nowhere. I sped out of the rusty mud parking lot, tires squealing again, ignoring the speed limit, my only thought to get home, to get somewhere safe. The drive home was a blur. Every shadow seemed to hold his silhouette. Every car behind me seemed to be his. I kept checking my rearview mirror, my eyes wide with terror. I did not see him. I did not see anyone following me. But the paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut. I pulled into my apartment complex, driving straight into the underground parking garage. It was usually well lit, but tonight it felt like a cavern of shadows. I parked quickly, as close to the elevator as possible, and practically sprinted towards it, fumbling for my keys. The real keys, the ones in my purse. Once inside my apartment, I slammed the door shut and immediately locked it, then chained it, then deadbolted it. I stood with my back against the door, breathing heavily, trying to calm my racing heart. I was home. I was safe. But I was not. My apartment, usually a haven, now felt like a glass house. He had my spare key. He knew where I lived. I was sure of it now. He would probably followed me here before or found my address online or through some other terrifying means. A Honda Civic, good choice comment, the distinctive color, his knowledge of my running habits, my living situation, it all clicked into place, forming a terrifying mosaic of invasion. I paced my living room, my mind a whirl of panic. What do I do? Call the police? What would I even tell them? A guy from Tinder knows my car and has my spare key and scared me. They would probably tell me to be more careful or to change my locks, but how could I prove he had my key? He would just walked off with it. My eyes fell on my phone. Tinder. I needed to block him. Delete him. Erase any trace of him. I opened the app, my fingers trembling as I navigated to our chat. His profile picture stared back at me, that same smiling face, now twisted into something sinister in my mind. I clicked on his profile, then the unmatch button. A small pop-up appeared. Are you sure you want to unmatch, Mark? You will no longer be able to see each other or chat. I was sure. I hit confirm. A sense of relief, small and fleeting, washed over me. He was gone from Tinder, but he was not gone from my life. He was still out there, with my key. I spent the rest of the night barricaded in my apartment. I pulled all the blinds down, turned on every light, and sat on my couch with a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of fear through me. I did not sleep. The next morning, I called a locksmith. He came that afternoon and changed all the locks on my apartment door. It cost a small fortune, but it was worth it for the faint sense of security it provided. I also bought a steering wheel club for my car and a dash cam. Anything, everything, to feel a little safer. I told my best friend, Jessica, what had happened. She was horrified. Sarah, you need to go to the police, she urged. What would I say? Jess, I asked, my voice flat. He did not physically harm me. He just scared me, and he took my spare key. But I can't prove it, she sighed. I know, it is frustrating, but maybe just to file a report so there is a record. I hesitated. The thought of reliving it all, of explaining the subtle, insidious horror to a skeptical officer was exhausting. But Jessica was right. It was better to have a record. I went to the police station that afternoon. The officer listened patiently, jotting down notes. He agreed it was unsettling, but without any physical harm or direct threat, there was not much they could do beyond noting it down. If he shows up again, or if you feel directly threatened, call us immediately, he advised. Get a restraining order if you have to. I left the station feeling a mix of relief and despair. I had done what I could, but the fear did not go away. Days turned into weeks. I was constantly on edge. Every time I left my apartment, I scanned the parking garage, my eyes darting to every corner. Every time I walked down the street, I checked over my shoulder. I changed my running route, avoiding my usual park. I even bought a small, yappy dog from a local shelter, a little terrier mix named Buster, who barked at every shadow, and whose presence, small as he was, made me feel a fraction safer. I stopped using Tinder. The thought of another date, another stranger, filled me with dread. My social life dwindled. I became a recluse, constantly worried, constantly looking over my shoulder. Then, about a month later, something happened that solidified my terror. I was at the grocery store, pushing my cart down an aisle, when I saw him, Mark. He was at the end of the aisle, looking at cereal boxes, his back to me. My heart leaped into my throat. My blood ran cold. He was wearing a different shirt, but it was unmistakably him. That same build, that same dark hair. I froze, ducking behind a display of canned goods, my breath catching. He had not seen me. I watched him, my body trembling. He picked up a box of cereal, examined it, then put it back. He seemed calm, perfectly normal, just a guy grocery shopping. But I knew what he was. I abandoned my cart, leaving it right there in the middle of the aisle, and practically ran out of the store. I did not look back. I just needed to get away. I drove home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. When I got back to my apartment, Buster met me at the door, wagging his tail. I scooped him up, holding him tight, burying my face in his fur. He is still out there. Buster, I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. He is still out there. The next day, I started packing. I could not live like this anymore. The fear was a constant companion, a shadow that followed me everywhere. I could not sleep, could not eat, could not relax. I was a prisoner in my own life, and he was the warden. I called my parents, who lived a few states away, and explained everything. They were horrified and immediately offered for me to come stay with them. Within a week, I had put in my notice at work, found someone to sublet my apartment, and was driving cross-country with Buster beside me. It has been 6 months since I moved. I have got a new job, a new apartment, in a different city, a new life. I have changed my number, my email, even my social media handles. I do not use Tinder anymore, or any dating apps. I am slowly starting to feel safe again, slowly starting to heal. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I remember his smile. I remember the way he held my spare key, that casual, predatory glint in his eyes. And I wonder if he ever tried to use that key. I wonder if he ever came back to my old apartment. I wonder if he is still out there, somewhere, thinking about me, waiting. And that thought, that simple, chilling thought, is enough to keep me awake, staring into the darkness, forever wondering if I truly escaped, or if I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because once someone knows you, truly knows you, in that horrifying, invasive way, you can never really be sure if they are gone for good. You can only hope. Let us ease into the next chapter. My blood ran cold, a glacial current seizing every nerve. The cafe, a moment ago a sanctuary, now felt like a brightly lit stage for my own public execution. Ethan's words, Buster's routes. My yellow mug, seeing it on my counter, echoed, a hammer blow against the fragile walls of my sanity. He had been inside. My sanctuary, my last refuge, breached, not just watched, but entered. Panic, raw and primal, seized me. I pushed back my chair with a jarring scrape, a desperate sound. Ethan's smile, the same one that had drawn me in, did not waver, but his eyes held a terrifying, knowing glint. Running already? We were just getting to the good part, he chuckled, and I fled, a clumsy sprint through the tables, out into the harsh afternoon light. I could feel his eyes on my back, a burning weight, even when I was out the door. The drive home was a blur of terror and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to twist. Every car felt like it was following me. My little sedan, usually a symbol of freedom, now felt like a fragile tin can. I peeled out of the parking spot, the screech of tires echoing my frantic heartbeat. He knows where I live. He has been inside. The thought was a poison. Chloe, my invisible tormentor, had found a new, horrifyingly tangible form. My house, usually a comforting sight, now loomed, a silent, mocking sentinel. I fumbled with my keys, practically bursting inside, slamming the door shut and engaging every lock, every bolt. It was a ritual I had perfected over months of Chloe's torment. But now it felt utterly useless. He had been inside. Locks meant nothing to him. Then I saw it, my bright yellow mug, sitting innocently by the sink. The same mug. My breath hitched. My lungs burned, suddenly starved for air. The bright yellow ceramic, usually a cheerful splash of color in my otherwise muted kitchen, now pulsed with a sinister glow. It was sitting there, exactly where I was left at that morning, after my coffee, but now it was a monument to my violation. A trophy. A taunt. Seeing it on my counter. Ethan's words, spoken with that chilling, casual certainty, ripped through my mind again. He had not just seen it from outside. He had been inside. In my kitchen. Standing right where I was standing now. My stomach lurched, threatening to empty its contents onto the pristine tile floor. My hands flew to my mouth, muffling a choked sob. I stumbled backward, bumping into the counter behind me. Every nerve ending in my body screamed. The air in my house, usually a comforting embrace, now felt thick, suffocating, as if it had been breathed by a stranger, an intruder, a predator. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway, the stairs leading up to my bedroom. Was anything else out of place? Had he touched anything else? My mind raced, trying to remember every minute detail of how I had left the house that morning. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the floorboards, or was it just my imagination? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every mundane object in my home suddenly took on a menacing quality. The coat rack by the door looked like a looming figure. The curtains, drawn against the harsh afternoon light, seemed to ripple with an unseen presence. I had to check. I had to know. With a surge of adrenaline that both propelled and paralyzed me, I forced myself to move. My legs felt like lead, each step a monumental effort. I started in the kitchen, peering into cupboards, checking drawers. Nothing seemed disturbed, but how could I be sure? My mind was a kaleidoscope of terror, distorting every memory. Had I left that cabinet door slightly ajar? Was that knife block always angled like that? Upstairs, my bedroom, my sanctuary within a sanctuary, that is where the real violation would sting the most. I crept up the stairs, each creak of the old wood sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive quiet. My hand trembled on the doorknob. I pushed it open slowly, dread pooling in my gut. The room looked normal. My bed was made, the pillows fluffed. My books were stacked neatly on the nightstand. My clothes were folded in the laundry basket, waiting to be put away. But the normalcy itself felt like a trick, a cruel illusion. He had been here. He had seen my most private space. He had breathed my air. I slid my gaze to my dresser, where a small, framed photo of Buster, my golden retriever, sat. Buster. Ethan had mentioned Buster's roots. My dog. My sweet, oblivious, loyal companion. He had not been home when Ethan was here. Thank God for that. The thought of Ethan being near Buster, touching him, made my stomach churn even more violently. Buster was staying with my sister for the week while I dealt with some house repairs. A decision I now thanked every deity for. The mug. Buster's routes. These were details only someone who knew me, someone who had observed me, could know. But how did Ethan, a man I would only known for a few weeks, know so much? This whole nightmare, this insidious unraveling of my peace, had started innocently enough, as most horrors do. With a swipe, I remember scrolling through Tinder late one lonely Tuesday night. It had been a rough year. My last relationship had ended disastrously, leaving me wary and emotionally scarred. And then there was Chloe. Not a person, not exactly, more like a shadow, a constant hum of anxiety that had settled in after a particularly nasty incident involving an ex who just could not take no for an answer. I would spend months rebuilding my sense of security, fortifying my home, my routines, my boundaries, but sometimes the loneliness still gnawed. Ethan's profile popped up, and he seemed different. Not overly muscular or flashy, just a genuine, kind smile. His bio talked about loving indie films, hiking, and trying new coffee shops. He looked intelligent, maybe a little shy. Normal. He had a dog, a fluffy white Samoyed, in one of his pictures, which immediately endeared him to me. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched instantly. His first message was witty, referencing a shared interest from our profiles. We chatted for days, effortlessly. He seemed so understanding, so attentive. He listened. He asked thoughtful questions. He remembered little details I mentioned. It was refreshing. A stark contrast to the superficial interactions I would grown used to on dating apps. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop downtown, not the one I fled from today. He was exactly as charming in person. He had this way of making intense eye contact, which I initially found endearing, a sign of genuine interest. He talked about his work, something in data analysis, which sounded impressive but vague. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my family. He seemed genuinely fascinated by my life. Looking back, there were tiny, almost imperceptible red flags. He asked about my living situation, if I lived alone. I, foolishly, answered honestly. He asked about my dog, Buster, and how I walked him. I told him about my usual routes, the park, the quiet streets. He even asked about my morning routine, if I always had coffee in the same mug. I laughed, admitting I was a creature of habit. He just smiled. A small, knowing smile that now sends shivers down my spine. I brushed it off. I was looking for connection, and he seemed to offer it. I was so tired of being guarded. I wanted to believe in something good. Our second date was dinner. He was still charming, but a subtle possessiveness started to show. He would subtly steer conversations back to me, always wanting to know more. He would casually mention things I would posted on social media that were not public, which I found odd. When I mentioned I was meeting a friend, he would ask who and what we were doing, almost like he was planning around my schedule. Again, I rationalized it. Maybe he was just really interested. Maybe he was just a little socially awkward, trying too hard. Then the accidental run-ins started. I would be at the grocery store, and suddenly he would be there, rounding the corner with a cart. What a coincidence, he would say, that same charming smile plastered on his face. He would walk me to my car, asking about my day. It happened a few times. At the park, where I walked Buster, near my office building. Each time, he had a perfectly plausible explanation. He lived nearby. He worked in the area, he just happened to be there. But the coincidences started piling up, forming an uncomfortable pattern. I started to feel uneasy. That old, familiar hum of anxiety, the Chloe feeling, started to resurface. I tried to distance myself. I would take longer to respond to his texts. I would decline his invitations, citing vague plans. His messages became more frequent, more intense. Missing you, thinking about you, wish you were here. They were not overtly threatening, but they felt heavy, suffocating. One morning, I found a small bouquet of my favorite flowers lilies on my doorstep. No note, just the flowers. It was not sweet. It was creepy. How did he know my favorite flowers? How did he know my address? He would never asked. I would never told him. That was the turning point. The flowers were the moment I realized Ethan was not just persistent, but dangerous. My carefully constructed walls, built to keep out the likes of Chloe, felt like they were crumbling. I blocked his number. I blocked him on social media. I tried to ghost him, but Ethan was not someone you could ghost. The present slammed back into me with the force of a physical blow. The yellow mug, the violation. My heart was still racing, my breath still shallow. I backed out of the bedroom, my eyes scanning every inch of my home, every piece of furniture, every shadow. I needed to call someone. The police? My phone felt heavy in my trembling hand. I dialed 911. My voice, a ragged whisper as I explained what had happened. The cafe, Ethan's words, the feeling of being watched, the mug. The dispatcher listened patiently, her voice calm and professional, which only made me feel more hysterical. "Madam, I understand this is distressing," she said, her tone sympathetic but firm. "But based on what you have told me, he has not actually threatened you physically, and there is no evidence of forced entry into your home. We can send an officer to take a report, but without a clear crime, there is not much we can do right now. He said he was inside my house." I cried, my voice cracking. "He said he saw my mug on my counter. He knows my dog's name, my routes, my address. He left flowers. We can document the incident, madam, and advise you to change your locks and increase your home security. If he attempts to contact you again, or if you feel directly threatened, please call us immediately. My hopes, already fragile, shattered. Change my locks, I mumbled, staring at the deadbolts I had just painstakingly engaged. He has already been inside. Locks mean nothing to him. The dispatcher repeated her advice, then disconnected. I was on my own. Again, just like with Chloe, the system was designed for clear-cut crimes, not for the insidious creep of psychological terror. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. I was trapped in my own home, which was no longer my home. It was Ethan's playground, a stage for his twisted game. I could not stay here. But where could I go? My sister was out of town, visiting family. My friends were busy with their own lives, and how could I explain this? My Tinder date broke into my house, but there is no proof, and the police can't do anything. They would think I was crazy, paranoid. I spent the rest of the afternoon in a state of hypervigilance, moving from room to room, checking windows, double-checking doors. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the glass, sent a jolt of terror through me. I did not dare turn on the lights, preferring the dim, fading daylight that filtered through the curtains, hoping it would make me less visible, less of a target. As dusk settled, painting the sky in bruised purples and grays, the fear intensified. The shadows stretched, taking on monstrous shapes. I huddled on the living room couch, wrapped in a blanket, clutching my phone like a lifeline. I did not eat. I could not. My stomach was a knot of ice. Around 8 p.m., my phone buzzed. My heart leaped into my throat. It was a blocked number. My finger hovered over the screen, trembling. Should I answer? What if it was Ethan? What if it was not? And it was someone important? The uncertainty was a torment in itself. After a moment of agonizing indecision, I let it ring. It rang 5 times, then stopped. A few seconds later, it rang again. And again. Each time, 5 rings, then silence. It was a pattern, a game. His game. I finally silenced my phone, burying it under a cushion. The silence that followed was even worse. It felt pregnant with expectation, with a lurking threat. I imagined Ethan outside, watching my house, knowing I was inside, knowing I was terrified. He was probably enjoying every minute of it. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, that chilling, knowing smile. I saw the yellow mug. I saw the darkness of my house, filled with his unseen presence. I tried to distract myself, turning on the TV, keeping the volume low. But the flickering images did nothing to soothe my nerves. My mind replayed every interaction with Ethan, searching for clues I would missed, for moments where I could have prevented this. Around 2 a.m., a sound from downstairs jolted me upright. Not a creak, not a rustle, a distinct, soft thump, like something falling or being placed. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran cold, again. I was alone. There was no one else in the house. I had checked every door, every window, locked everything. The police had told me to change my locks. What if he had a key? What if he would pick the lock? I sat frozen, listening, my ears straining in the absolute silence that followed the thump. My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to call for help. But my body would not obey. It felt glued to the couch, paralyzed by a terror so profound it was almost physical. Another sound, a faint scrape, but from the kitchen. My kitchen, where the yellow mug had been. Panic, raw and unadulterated, finally broke through my paralysis. I scrambled off the couch, my legs wobbly beneath me. I needed to see. I needed to know. The irrational part of my brain, the part that had been battered into submission by fear, told me to grab a weapon. A knife. A heavy object. But I could not move towards the kitchen. Instead, I tiptoed to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain just enough to peer outside. My street was dark, bathed in the pale glow of the streetlights. Nothing moved. No car, no figure, just the familiar, comforting quiet of my suburban neighborhood, a quiet that now felt like a cruel mockery. I turned from the window, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The house was still, too still. I was imagining things. I had to be. Sleep deprivation, paranoia, it was all getting to me. But then I saw it. On the small antique table by the front door, where I usually kept my keys and mail, was a single red rose. Not a bouquet, just one perfect blood red rose. My breath hitched. My eyes widened in horror. It had not been there when I came in. I knew it had not. I always checked that table for mail, and the front door had been locked. Triple locked. He was here, or he had just been here. He had entered my house again while I was inside, while I was sitting on the couch, convinced I was safe, listening to phantom noises. He had known I was there. A cold dread seeped into my bones, chilling me to the core. This was not just stalking. This was psychological torture. He was playing with me, tormenting me, proving that he could get to me anytime, anywhere. My eyes darted to the yellow mug, visible from the living room. It was gone. My heart stopped. The mug. It was not by the sink anymore. My gaze swept frantically around the kitchen. It was not on the counter, or the drying rack. It was just gone. A whimper escaped my lips. He had taken it or moved it. My mind could not process the sheer audacity, the chilling intimacy of this violation. He was not just observing me, he was inserting himself into my life, manipulating my environment, leaving his mark. I needed to get out. Now, I scrambled for my car keys, my movements clumsy and frantic. I did not care about anything else. My phone, my purse, my laptop, they were meaningless. All that mattered was escape. I fumbled with the deadbolts, my fingers clumsy with terror. The click of each lock, disengaging, echoed loudly in the silent house. I wrenched the door open, practically falling onto my porch. The night air hit me, cold and sharp, a welcome shock after the suffocating dread of the house. I did not look back. I sprinted to my car, tearing open the door and fumbling the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a blessed sound. I peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing, leaving a trail of rubber on the asphalt. My eyes were glued to the rearview mirror, expecting to see Ethan's car or his figure emerging from the shadows, but there was nothing, just the dark, silent street. I drove aimlessly, my mind a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. Where was I going? I had no destination, no safe haven. My house was compromised. My life was shattered. As I sped down the highway, the dark landscape blurring past me, a chilling realization washed over me. The rose, the mug, the thump and scrape. He was not just watching me from outside. He was inside my house while I was awake. He had been there, probably hiding, maybe in the basement, maybe in the attic, waiting for the perfect moment to make his presence known, to move the mug, to leave the rose. He had been lurking, breathing the same air, listening to my terrified whispers. The thought was a venomous serpent, coiling around my heart, squeezing the last vestiges of hope from my soul. Ethan was not just a stalker. He was a phantom, an omnipresent threat that had seeped into the very fabric of my existence. I glanced at my passenger seat, where my phone lay discarded. A new message notification blinked on the screen. It was from an unknown number. I picked it up, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The message was short, simple, and utterly devastating. Did you like the rose? It looked beautiful on your table. You should have stayed for coffee. I made a fresh pot, and beneath it, a picture A picture of my bright yellow mug sitting on my kitchen counter filled with steaming coffee. And behind it, blurred but unmistakable, was Ethan's reflection in the microwave door, a faint, triumphant smirk on his face. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of black leading into an unknown, terrifying future. My world had shrunk to this car, this moment of flight. Chloe had been a shadow. Ethan was real, and he was still out there. Maybe he was even in my house right now, enjoying that coffee. The terror was permanent. It was a part of me now, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I would never truly be safe again. Let us walk into the next story together. My blood ran cold, a glacial current seizing every nerve. The cafe, a moment ago a sanctuary, now felt like a brightly lit stage for my own public execution. Ethan's words, Buster's routes, my yellow mug, seeing it on my counter echoed, a hammer blow against the fragile walls of my sanity. He had been inside. My sanctuary, my last refuge, breached, not just watched, but entered. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Panic, raw and primal, seized me. It was not just fear. It was a screaming instinct to flee, to escape the predatory trap I had so foolishly walked into. I pushed back my chair with a jarring scrape that seemed to scream through the cafe's comforting hum. It was an ugly sound, a desperate sound. Ethan, bless his charming, deceptive face, did not flinch. His smile, the same one that had drawn me in online, did not waver, but his eyes held that chilling, knowing glint, now magnified into a full-blown, terrifying smirk. He knew he had me. He knew I knew. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice smooth, almost too calm. It was a predator's question, not a concerned date's. I could not speak. My throat had seized up, a knot of pure terror. My vision tunneled, the vibrant colors of the cafe blurring into a dizzying vortex. All I could see was his face, that sickeningly pleasant smile, those eyes that saw too much. I scrambled to my feet, my legs feeling like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. I did not care about politeness, about the bill, about anything except putting as much distance between myself and him as humanly possible. I have to go. I stammered, my voice a pathetic whisper. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. Running already? We were just getting to the good part. The words were a physical shove. I did not look back. I practically ran, a desperate, clumsy sprint through the crowded tables, past bewildered faces, out into the harsh afternoon light. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread. Each step was an effort, my body screaming at me to move faster, to escape. I could feel his eyes on my back, a burning weight, even when I was out the door. The cafe's bell jingled behind me, a mocking chime. The street was a blur of noise and motion, but it offered no comfort. Every face I saw seemed to hold a hint of his knowing smirk. Every car that passed felt like it was following me. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. My little sedan, usually a symbol of freedom, now felt like a fragile tin can, completely exposed. I practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a frantic click that did little to soothe my frayed nerves. I started the engine, my foot heavy on the accelerator, peeling out of the parking spot with a screech of tires that drew annoyed glares from passers-by. I did not care. I needed to get home. I needed to lock myself away. But even as I sped away, a horrifying thought gnawed at me. He knows where I live. He has been inside. The thought was a poison, spreading through my veins, contaminating every inch of my supposedly safe world. The drive home was a blur of terror and paranoia. I checked my rearview mirror constantly, convinced I saw his car, or a car, following me. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every pedestrian a potential accomplice. My mind raced, replaying every detail of our conversation. How could I have been so blind? So desperate for a connection that I walked straight into a trap. Chloe, my invisible tormentor, had found a new, horrifyingly tangible form. Ethan was her puppet, or worse, her co-conspirator. When I finally pulled into my driveway, my hands were slick with sweat, my jaw aching from clenching it so tight. My house, usually a comforting sight, now loomed, a silent, mocking sentinel. It was not a sanctuary. It was a stage. A stage for them. I fumbled with my keys at the front door, my fingers clumsy with fear. Every rustle of leaves, every distant dog bark, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I practically burst inside, slamming the door shut and engaging every lock, every bolt, every chain. It was a ritual I had perfected over months of Chloe's torment. But now it felt utterly useless. He had been inside. Locks meant nothing to him. I leaned against a door, gasping for breath, my chest heaving. The silence of the house was not comforting. It was oppressive, heavy with the weight of recent violation. I could practically feel his presence, a cold residue lingering in the air. I walked slowly, cautiously through my living room, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. Had he left anything? A note, a sign. My gaze fell on the kitchen counter, and there it was, my bright yellow mug, sitting innocently by the sink. The one Chloe had referenced in her chilling note, the one Ethan had seen. My blood ran cold again, solidifying in my veins. He had not just seen it, he had been inside. He had stood in my kitchen, maybe even held that mug. The thought made me want to vomit. I ran my hand over the counter, a desperate need to cleanse, to erase his touch. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything out of place. The fruit bowl was slightly shifted. A magazine on the coffee table was open to a different page than I remembered. Tiny, almost imperceptible details that, to my heightened paranoia, screamed intrusion. He had not just glanced in, he had loitered, he had explored. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My apartment, my self-imposed prison, had been utterly compromised. There was no safety here. The cage had been opened, and the predator had walked right in. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. Mark, my security guy, he was my only hope. I dialed his number. The sound of the ringing, a jarring intrusion in the suffocating silence. It went straight to voicemail. "Hey, it is Mark. Leave a message." My stomach dropped. Of course, he was probably out on a job. I hung up, my mind racing. What now? The police were useless, therapy a joke. My only sliver of peace was gone. I paced my living room, a caged animal, my thoughts a whirlwind of fear and desperation. Chloe, Ethan, they were connected. But how and why me? Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. A text message. My heart leaped into my throat. It was from an unknown number. "Hey, sorry you had to run off like that. I really enjoyed our coffee. Hope you got home safe. Let me know when you are ready for that second date. Ethan." The message was sickeningly casual, almost playful. He knew I was home. He was mocking me. My hands trembled as I typed a reply, then deleted it. What could I say? Beg him to leave me alone. It would only fuel his game. I blocked the number, but I knew it was futile. He had other ways. He always did. I sank onto my couch, burying my face in my hands. This was not just about Chloe anymore. This was about Ethan, a flesh and blood monster who had infiltrated my life under the guise of kindness. He had seen my vulnerability, my desperate need for connection, and he had exploited it with chilling precision. The hours that followed were a blur of hypervigilance. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind outside, sent me jumping. I kept checking the windows, peering through the blinds, convinced I would see his face. That knowing smirk, staring back at me. I did not dare turn on any lights. preferring the oppressive gloom to the terrifying possibility of being visible. Around dusk, my phone rang again. A different unknown number. I stared at it, my heart hammering. I let it go to voicemail. A moment later, a new text came through. Did not want to bother you, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You seemed a little off at the cafe. Maybe we can talk about it over dinner. I know a great little Italian place, just a few blocks from your street. The one with the red awning. My blood ran cold for the 100th time that day. The Italian place with the red awning was indeed just a few blocks from my house. He was not just guessing. He knew my neighborhood. He was actively watching me. He was nearby. I did not reply. I just stared at the text. The words, a venomous drip into my soul. He was playing with me, a cat with a mouse. The thought of him, out there, watching my house, knowing I was inside, paralyzed me with fear. I decided I could not stay. Not tonight. Not with him lurking. I needed to get out, but where? I had no friends I trusted, no family nearby. My self-imposed isolation had truly become my undoing. As silently as possible, I crept to my bedroom, grabbing a small bag, just essentials. I could not risk taking too much, making too much noise. My plan was to slip out the back, through the alley, and walk to the nearest bus stop, then just go. Anywhere. A cheap motel, a 24-hour diner, anywhere but here. I moved like a ghost, every nerve ending screaming. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight, each sound magnified in the oppressive silence. I reached the back door, my hand trembling as I reached for the deadbolt. My fingers brushed against something cold, something foreign. I froze. It was a small, perfectly folded piece of paper, tucked neatly into the crack between the door and the frame. My breath hitched. Another note, from Chloe or Ethan. The distinction no longer mattered. They were one and the same, with trembling fingers. I pulled it out. It was a familiar, elegant script, the kind that had haunted my nightmares for months. But this time, it was not just words. There was a small, crudely drawn sketch at the bottom, a stick figure, clearly me, standing by a window, looking out, and in the background, a larger, shadowy figure, watching. The note read, running away again. You can't escape your fate. The cage is wherever you are. And by the way, I think yellow really suits you. It is such a cheerful color for such a sad little bird. My eyes darted to the sketch. The window, my living room window, the one I had been peering out of just moments ago. He had been watching me. He had seen me. He had been so close, close enough to slip this note into my back door. A cold dread, unlike anything I had ever experienced, washed over me. It was not just a threat, it was a declaration. He was not just playing, he was stalking. And he was inside my head, knowing my thoughts, my actions. I crumpled the note in my fist, my mind a frantic scramble. I could not leave. He was waiting. He knew I would try to run. He had anticipated my every move. Suddenly, a faint sound reached my ears. A soft, almost imperceptible click. It came from the living room. My blood ran to ice. It sounded like a lock being engaged. From inside my house, I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. Another sound, a soft shuffle, like fabric against carpet. Someone was in my living room. Someone was in my house. My escape route, the back door, was now a trap. I was trapped between an unknown intruder in my living room and a predator waiting outside. I backed away from the door, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy iron skillet I kept in the kitchen. It was pathetic, but it was all I had. I moved silently, my bare feet making no sound on the cool tile floor. Every shadow seemed to coalesce, every everyday object transform into a monstrous shape. I peered around the corner into the living room, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The room was bathed in the dim light of dusk filtering through the blinds, casting long, distorted shadows. I saw nothing, but I felt it. The oppressive presence, the distinct feeling of being watched. Then a low, melodic hum, a tune I recognized. It was the song that had been playing on the cafe's speakers when Ethan and I first sat down. He was humming it. In my living room, my breath hitched. My eyes darted around the room, searching frantically, and then I saw it. A faint silhouette, half hidden by the heavy drapes of the living room window. He was standing there, perfectly still, watching me. He had been there the whole time. "So, you finally noticed me." Ethan's voice cut through the silence, calm and conversational, utterly devoid of menace, which only made it more terrifying. He stepped out from behind the drapes, his face a shadow in the dim light. I could make out the familiar outline of his smirk. I stood, frozen, the skillet clutched in my hand, useless. How did he get in when... He must have been inside the house before I even got home from the cafe. He had been waiting. "You really should not have run," he said, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. "We were having such a nice chat. I thought we had a real connection." "Get out." I finally managed to scream, my voice raw and trembling. "Get out of my house." He chuckled, a sound that grated on my nerves. "Oh, but I am quite comfortable here. You have a lovely home." "Very cozy. Though, I think it could use a bit more. Life." He took another step, and another. I instinctively backed away, clutching the skillet tighter. My mind screamed at me to run, but where? He was between me and the front door, and the back door was a known trap. "Chloe sends her regards, by the way," he said, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "She is very pleased with our progress. You are proving to be quite the challenge, you know, but that just makes it more interesting." "Who is Chloe?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want from me?" He stopped, a mere few feet away. "Chloe is an idea, a concept, a reminder that you are never truly alone. As for what I want you to understand, to truly appreciate the effort that goes into making you feel seen, to know that someone cares enough to pay attention to every detail." He gestured vaguely around the room. "The way you arrange your books, the brand of coffee you drink, the fact that you always leave your keys on that little hook by the door. All those little things that make you. A wave of nausea washed over me. He knew everything. He had been observing me for months, perhaps even longer. Chloe was not just a name, it was a shared identity, a collective consciousness of tormentors. "You are sick." I spat, tears stinging my eyes. He smiled, a genuine, terrifying smile. "Perhaps. But you are trapped. And you walked right into it, did not you? Desperate for a lifeline, so easy to manipulate, so eager for a kind word." My gaze fell on the note, still clutched in my hand. "The note. You put it there?" "Of course," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Just wanted to make sure you knew I was still thinking of you, and that I know your escape. Routes. Buster's new routes. Remember, I have been watching him too. Such a diligent little delivery man." He took another step, and I instinctively swung the skillet. It connected with nothing but air as he effortlessly sidestepped, his movements fluid, almost graceful. He was quicker than I expected. Stronger. "Naughty, naughty," he chided, his voice still calm, but with an underlying edge of steel. "We do not want to hurt anyone. Do we?" "Not yet, anyway." He reached into his pocket. My heart leaped into my throat. A knife. A gun. My mind screamed, preparing for the worst. But he pulled out something else. The small, sleek device. A remote control. He pressed a button, and with a soft, whirring sound, the metal security shutters that Mark had installed on all my windows, the ones I thought were my last line of defense, began to slide down, sealing me in. The last vestiges of natural light vanished, plunging the living room into near total darkness. Only a faint glow from the kitchen light, which I had forgotten to turn off, provided any illumination. Consider this an upgrade. Ethan's voice echoed in the sudden, suffocating darkness. No more peering through blinds. No more futile escape attempts. Just you. And me. And Chloe, of course. She is always here. I stood there, paralyzed, the skillet heavy in my hand, useless against the overwhelming terror. The air grew thick, heavy, suffocating. My apartment, my cage, had shrunk. It was no longer just the walls of my home. It was the impenetrable darkness, the metallic clang of the shutters, the chilling hum of his voice. I felt a light touch on my arm. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and swung the skillet wildly, connecting with something soft. Ethan grunted, a brief flash of pain in his voice. Feisty, he said, a note of amusement returning. I like that. Makes the game more interesting. He was not hurt. Not really. He was playing with me. I backed away, stumbling over the coffee table, sending a cascade of magazines and coasters to the floor. The sound was deafening in the silence. My eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom, but it was useless. He was a shadow, a presence, everywhere and nowhere. He continued, his voice closer now. I often wondered what it would be like to truly break someone, to strip away all their defenses, all their illusions of safety, and then to rebuild them, to make them truly grateful for the smallest kindness, to make them understand that control is a gift. He laughed, a soft, chilling sound that resonated in the enclosed space. And you, my dear, are the perfect subject. My mind raced, desperate for an escape, for a plan. But there was nothing. The shutters were down. The doors were locked. He was here, in the dark, with me. And he knew everything. I felt his breath on my neck, a phantom whisper. I spun around, swinging the skillet again, but he was gone. Or I missed him. The darkness was absolute. Do not worry. His voice came from directly behind me, so close I felt the vibration in my bones. This is just the beginning. The real fun starts now. A cold hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. Another hand, strong and unyielding, grabbed my wrist, twisting the skillet from my grasp. It clattered to the floor with a hollow thud. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but his grip was like iron. Shh, he whispered directly into my ear, his voice a chilling caress. No need to be afraid. Not anymore. You are finally home, and Chloe and I are here to stay. The world spun. The darkness consumed me. The cage had truly closed. And this time, there was no escape. Only the terrifying certainty that my torment had just begun, and the monster I had invited in was here to collect his due. My fear, my isolation, my very existence, it was all part of his cruel, elaborate game, and I was the prize. Now, let us turn to the next story. The yellow mug sat there, a silent witness, a bright beacon of my violated space. My breath hitched, a cold knot tightening in my stomach as I realized the true horror. Ethan had not just been inside, he had left a message, a cruel, undeniable mark that screamed, I own you now. The world tilted, my knees threatened to buckle, but I forced myself to stand, to breathe, to face the impossible truth. The mug was not just there. It was turned slightly, the handle facing away from its usual position like someone had just set it down. A faint, almost imperceptible smudge, like a thumbprint, glistened on its bright surface. My stomach lurched again, the acidic bile burning my throat. He had not just been in my kitchen, he had touched my things. He had stood here, where I stood now, breathing my air, looking at my life. The thought was a physical punch to the gut. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting around the kitchen. Every surface, every shadow seemed to hold a memory of his unseen presence. Had he opened the fridge, poured himself a glass of water, sat at my small breakfast nook, The mundane details of my home, once a source of comfort, now felt like evidence in a crime scene, each object a potential witness to my violation. My gaze fell on the back door. It had a deadbolt, a chain, and a flimsy slide lock. I would always thought it was secure. But he had been inside. He must have had a key, or he picked the lock. Or he had somehow gotten in when I was not home, made a copy, and then returned. The possibilities swirled, each more terrifying than the last. I needed to get out. But where? And what if he was still here? The house felt huge, echoing, full of places he could hide. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling, slick with sweat. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I say? My Tinder date knew about my yellow mug, and I think he was in my house. They would think I was crazy, another paranoid woman with a bad breakup story. Especially after Chloe. Chloe. Her name was a fresh wound, a reminder of the last time my world had unraveled. Months of harassment, of feeling watched, of a constant low hum of fear. I would try to get help then, but the system had been slow, cumbersome. I would felt dismissed, my terror minimized. This was different though. This was a physical breach, a direct invasion. But the echo of that past helplessness still clung to me. I made my way through the living room, my steps light, cautious, as if any sudden movement would alert an unseen watcher. My hand reached for the doorknob to the front door, but then I stopped. If I left, where would I go? To my sister's? To a friend's? What if he followed me? What if he was watching the house right now, waiting for me to make a move? The thought of leading him to someone else, putting them in danger, was unbearable. No, I had to face this alone. I had to secure my home, or at least understand the extent of the breach. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was a text. An unknown number. My heart hammered against my ribs as I opened. The message read, "Did you like the surprise? Just wanted to make sure you got home safe. Sweet dreams." My breath hitched. He was not just outside. He was watching. He knew I was home. He knew I had seen the mug. And the sweet dreams part, it was a sick, twisted lullaby. My blood ran cold. Colder than it had in the cafe. Colder than when I saw the mug. This was not just a physical violation, it was a psychological assault. He was playing with me, toying with my fear. I blocked the number instantly, my fingers trembling. It felt like a useless gesture, a child's attempt to ward off a monster. He would just get another number, or he would not need one. He was already here, in my head, in my home. I decided to start with the obvious. I went back to the kitchen, my resolve hardening. I grabbed a kitchen towel and picked up the yellow mug, careful not to touch it directly. I needed to bag it, preserve any prints, but what good would it do? The police would not care about a smudge on a mug. Then, I saw it. Tucked underneath the mug, almost invisible against the dark countertop, was a small, folded piece of paper. My blood ran cold again. I picked it up with the towel, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I unfolded the paper. It was a Polaroid photo. The image on the photo was of Buster, my beloved terrier mix, curled up on his favorite armchair in the living room. He was asleep, oblivious. The photo was taken from a low angle, as if someone had been kneeling right in front of him. And in the background, out of focus, was me, sitting on the couch watching TV, completely unaware. A choked sob escaped my throat. This was not just about the mug. This was not just about knowing where I lived. He had been inside my house, not just once, but multiple times. He had taken pictures of me, of Buster, while I was living my life, completely oblivious. The thought made my skin crawl. He had been a ghost in my home, a silent observer, watching my most private moments. The image of my sleeping dog, so vulnerable, so trusting, sent a fresh wave of primal terror through me. He had been close enough to Buster to take that photo. He could have hurt him. He could have hurt me. I clutched the photo, my knuckles white. This was no longer a game. This was a direct threat. This was a predator. My gaze swept around the room again, but this time, it was not just fear guiding my eyes. It was a desperate search for anything else. Any other sign, any other proof. I remembered the locks. I had engaged every single one when I got home. But he had been inside. How? I rushed to the front door, checking the deadbolt, the chain, the knob lock, all secure. I moved to the back door, repeating the frantic inspection. Deadbolt, chain, slide lock, all engaged. Then I noticed something. The small, almost decorative latch on the window above the kitchen sink. It was open. I always kept it closed. Always. I specifically remembered closing it this morning before I left for work, a habit ingrained after Chloe's situation. But now, it was open, just a fraction of an inch. Enough for a thin blade to slip through, perhaps. Or for him to have unlatched it from the outside, then slipped in once the main door was unlocked. He had not picked the locks. He had used the window. He had been watching me, learning my habits, knowing I left the window slightly ajar sometimes to let in fresh air, but always closing it before I left. He knew my routine. He knew my vulnerabilities. Panic gave way to a cold, hard resolve. I was not going to be a victim again. Not like with Chloe. I was not going to let him turn me into a trembling wreck, cowering in my own home. I went to the utility drawer and pulled out a heavy-duty flashlight. It was thick, metal, and could serve as a weapon if needed. Then, I grabbed my phone and found my sister's number. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed call. I needed to tell someone I needed help. "Hey, what is up?" she answered, her voice cheerful. "Sarah," my voice was a shaky whisper. "I need you to listen to me. Do not interrupt. Just listen." I quickly, concisely recounted everything. Ethan, the cafe, the mug, the text, and finally, the Polaroid of Buster and me. As I spoke, my voice gained strength, the terror replaced by a burning anger. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, Sarah's voice, now serious, concerned. "Oh my God. Protagonist name. That is insane. Are you okay? Are you safe? Where is he now?" "I do not know where he is," I admitted, looking around my kitchen again, flashlight clutched tight. "But he knows I am here. He is watching. I do not know what to do." "Call the police," she urged. "Right now. This is serious. This is not just some creepy date. This is breaking and entering, stalking, harassment. Show them the photo, the text. It is proof. They won't take me seriously," I said, the old bitterness creeping in. "Remember, Chloe. They just brushed it off. Said I was overreacting. They will just tell me to block him and change my locks. This is different." Sarah insisted, "This is a photo from inside your house. That is undeniable. I am coming over. I am leaving now. Do not do anything until I get there. Just lock yourself in a room." "Okay." "No, do not," I said quickly. "What if he is watching? What if he sees you? I do not want you involved in this." "I am already involved, you idiot. You are my sister," she snapped. "Look, I am calling the police from my car. I will tell them everything. You just stay put. Stay safe. I will be there as fast as I can." She hung up before I could argue further. A strange mix of relief and renewed fear washed over me. Relief that I was not entirely alone, fear that I had now dragged Sarah into this nightmare. I knew I could not just stay put. I had to secure the house. I rushed through every room, checking windows, making sure they were locked, pulling down blinds and curtains. I piled chairs against the back door and wedged a broom handle under the front door handle. It was all futile. I knew if he really wanted in, he would get in, but it made me feel like I was doing something. As I moved into the living room, my eyes fell on Buster's empty armchair. The one in the photo. A cold dread settled over me. Where was Buster? He usually greeted me at the door, or was curled up on the couch. I had not seen him since I got home, my panic overriding my usual affection. "Buster!" I called out, my voice thin. No response. My heart began to pound again. I searched the living room, the dining room, the kitchen again. Nothing. My breath hitched. He could not have Buster. I yelled, my voice cracking. Then, a faint whimper from the laundry room. I rushed towards it, my flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. Buster was huddled in the corner, whimpering, his tail tucked between his legs, his eyes wide and terrified. He looked up at me, then immediately cowered, as if expecting to be hit. My blood ran cold for the 100th time that night. Buster was never like this. He was a brave, happy dog. Someone had scared him. Someone had hurt him. I knelt down, my hand reaching out slowly. "Hey, buddy," I whispered, my voice choked with tears. "It is okay. It is me." He slowly uncurled, his tail giving a tentative wag. He licked my hand, then pressed his head into my chest. Trembling, I held him tight, feeling his small, shaking body. This was it. This was the line. He had hurt my dog. As I held Buster, my hand brushed against something on the floor, near where he had been cowering. It was a small, crudely drawn picture, folded in half. My fingers, still trembling, unfolded it. It was a stick figure drawing of me. And next to me, a stick figure of Ethan, and above our heads a crude heart. But the most chilling detail was the small, yellow stick figure mug in my hand and the words scrawled underneath our family. My vision blurred with tears of rage and terror. He was not just stalking me, he was planning a life with me. He saw us as a family. This was not some fleeting obsession. This was a deep, terrifying delusion. And he had deliberately left this for me to find, knowing I would find it with Buster. My phone rang again. This time, it was an unknown number, but I had a horrible feeling. I knew who it was. I hesitated, then answered, pressing the phone to my ear, my voice barely a whisper. "Hello. Did you find my present?" Ethan's voice was calm, almost playful, sending shivers down my spine. I thought Buster might like it. He is such a sweet boy, is not he? A little scared, but he will get used to me. We will be a happy family. "You sick bastard." I screamed into the phone, my voice raw with fury. "You hurt my dog. You broke into my house. I have called the police. They are coming for you." A low, chilling chuckle echoed through the phone. "The police? Oh, honey, that is cute. Do you really think they will believe you? A lonely woman, upset about a bad date, making up stories. I am just a concerned friend checking in. Besides, I am not even there. I am miles away. You left a photo and a drawing." I spat, tears streaming down my face. "Oh, those," he said, still chuckling. "Just little tokens of affection, a memory of our time together. I am a sentimental guy, you know, and that drawing, Buster helped me with it. He is quite the artist. Once you get to know him," my blood ran cold. He was gaslighting me, manipulating the situation, making it sound innocent. And the way he talked about Buster, it made my stomach churn. "I will find you," I snarled, my voice shaking with a fury I did not know I possessed. "I will make you pay for this." "You can try," he said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper. "But I will always be one step ahead. I know your every move. I know your fears. And I know what you need. You need me. Honey, you just do not know it yet." The line went dead. I stood there, holding the phone, Buster still trembling against my leg. The house was silent again, but it felt heavier, darker. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with Ethan's presence, his words echoing in my mind. Suddenly, a loud banging erupted from the front door. My heart leaped into my throat. He was back. He had not left. I grabbed Buster, pulling him behind me, and raised the flashlight like a club. This was it. I was going to fight. Police, open up, a voice boomed from outside. My breath hitched. Sarah had called them. They were here. With a mix of disbelief and overwhelming relief, I rushed to the door, fumbling with the broom handle, the deadbolt, the chain. As I pulled open the door, 2 uniformed officers stood on my porch, their faces serious, their eyes scanning my panicked expression. "Madam, are you all right?" one of them asked, his hand resting on his weapon. "No," I choked out, tears of relief and terror mingling. He was here. He hurt my dog. He left things. He called me. I quickly led them inside, showing them the yellow mug, the Polaroid photo, the drawing. I explained everything, my voice still shaking, but now fueled by a desperate need to be believed. I even showed them the open window latch. The cowering Buster. The officers listened, their expressions shifting from skepticism to concern. The photo of me and Buster, taken inside my house, seemed to be the turning point. That, and Buster's visibly terrified state. "Okay, madam, this is serious," the female officer said, her voice firm. "We will need to take your statement, dust for prints, and look for any other evidence. We will also need to get a description of this man. Do you have his Tinder profile?" I nodded, feeling a flicker of hope. They were taking me seriously for the first time since this nightmare began. I felt a glimmer of safety. They spent hours at my house, meticulously documenting everything. They took the mug, the photo, the drawing. They dusted for prints, though they warned me that if he wore gloves, they might not find anything. They took my statement, asking about every detail of Ethan, our dates, his strange comments. Sarah arrived shortly after the police, her face pale with worry. She hugged me tight, and for a moment, I allowed myself to just cry, leaning on her strength. "We will get him," she whispered, stroking my hair. "He won't get away with this." But even as the police worked, even as Sarah comforted me, a cold knot of dread remained in my stomach. Ethan's words echoed. "I will always be one step ahead. I know your every move. I know your fears." The police left eventually, assuring me they would patrol the area and keep an eye out. They told me to stay at Sarah's for a few days, to let them process the evidence. I packed a small bag. Buster tucked safely under my arm as I walked out the front door with Sarah. I took one last look at my house. It no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a stage, a set for Ethan's twisted play. The next few days at Sarah's were a blur of jumpiness, nightmares, and endless replays of the events. I blocked Ethan on every platform, changed my phone number, and even deactivated my social media. Sarah helped me install a security camera system at my house, and we planned to change all the locks. A week later, I was back at my house, trying to reclaim my space. The new locks felt sturdier. The security cameras a comforting presence. Buster, though still a little skittish, was slowly returning to his old self. The police had found no usable prints, and Ethan's Tinder profile had been deleted. It was a ghost, a phantom. I was in the kitchen, making myself a cup of tea, trying to find some semblance of normalcy. The empty space where my yellow mug used to sit felt like a gaping hole. I missed it, despite the horror it now represented. I decided to buy a new one, a different color. A fresh start. My phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat, but I forced myself to open it. It was probably just spam, or a wrong number. The text was a photo. It was a picture of a coffee shop counter, and sitting on the counter, bright and unmistakable, was a brand new, shiny yellow mug, the same shade as my old one. And resting inside the mug, a small, perfect white rose. Underneath the photo, a single line of text. "Thought you might need a replacement. See you soon, honey." I am always watching. My blood ran colder than ever before. He was not gone. He had not stopped. He was still out there, closer than I could ever imagine, still watching, still waiting. My new sanctuary, my new sense of security shattered into a million pieces. The nightmare was not over. It had only just begun, and I knew with a terrifying certainty that it would never truly end. Now, on the other side of that moment comes another, the small latch on the window above the kitchen sink. It was open, my eyes fixated on it, a tiny, insignificant detail that screamed a fresh wave of terror through my core. It was not just unlocked, it was open, a sliver of darkness where the glass should have met the frame. How long had it been like that? How many times had he slipped in and out through that gap, a silent shadow in my kitchen while I was asleep, or even just in another room? My breath hitched again, the cold knot in my stomach tightening into a painful, suffocating ball. This was not just a break-in, it was a brazen, ongoing invasion. He was not just watching, he was entering, making himself at home in my home, breathing my air, touching my things, taking pictures of me, unaware, vulnerable. The thought made my skin crawl, every nerve ending screaming. I moved through the kitchen like a ghost, my own footsteps sounding impossibly loud in the dead silence. My hand, trembling, reached for the latch. It clicked shut with a soft, final sound that did nothing to soothe the frantic beating of my heart. I pressed my palm against the cool glass, staring out into the oppressive darkness of my backyard. Every shadow seemed to ride, every rustle of leaves, a whisper of his presence. Was he out there now? Watching me through the window he would just left open, the hair on the back of my neck prickled. My mind raced. A chaotic storm of panic and disbelief. He would have been in my house, not just once to leave the mug, but multiple times to get that photo of Buster and me. The vulnerability of Buster, my sweet, trusting dog, asleep on his armchair, sent a fresh wave of primal terror through me. Ethan had seen Buster, probably even petted him. Buster, who would wag his tail at anyone, oblivious to the danger. My protector, unknowingly befriending the predator. The thought was a sickening twist. I rushed through the house again, a frantic, desperate sweep. Every window, every door. I checked the front door, double locked, the deadbolt engaged. The back door, reinforced after a previous unrelated incident, was also locked tight, but the window above the sink, it had been open. A tiny, easily overlooked detail. How many other tiny details had I missed? My gaze fell on Buster, curled up in his bed in the living room, oblivious, twitching slightly in a dream. I knelt beside him, burying my face in his soft fur, trying to draw comfort from his warmth, but even that felt tainted. Ethan had seen him like this, vulnerable. He had invaded every corner of my life, every sacred space. Sleep was impossible. The night stretched before me, an endless expanse of terror. Every creak of the house, every distant siren, every rustle of the wind against the windows sounded like Ethan, coming back, watching, waiting. I sat on the couch, Buster by my feet, a heavy blanket pulled tight around me, but no amount of fabric could ward off the cold dread seeping into my bones. My phone lay on the coffee table, a silent, menacing rectangle. I knew I should call the police, but what would I say? A guy I know left a mug, sent a text, and took a picture of my dog and me asleep. It sounded flimsy, crazy even, without concrete proof of a physical threat. They would tell me to change my locks, maybe get a restraining order, but Ethan already had a key, or knew how to pick locks, or just used an open window. He was a ghost, leaving only psychological scars. As the first sliver of gray light bled through the curtains, I finally drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep, only to be jolted awake by a sudden sharp bark from Buster. My heart leaped into my throat. I shot upright, my eyes scanning the room wildly. Buster was standing by the window, his tail wagging furiously, looking out at something. "Buster, what is it?" I whispered, my voice hoarse from disuse and fear. He barked again, a happy, excited sound. I crept to the window, peering through the gap in the curtains. There was nothing there, just the early morning quiet, the dew on the grass, the birds beginning their morning chorus. Buster whined, looking up at me, then back at the window. He was excited about something. Or someone. My blood ran cold. Had Ethan been out there just moments ago, and Buster had seen him? Had he been leaving or just arriving? The thought was unbearable. My home was not a sanctuary, it was a cage, and he held the key. I needed to get out. Just for a little while, I needed to see other people, to feel normal, even if it was just for an hour or two. I scrolled through my phone, my thumb hovering over different apps. Then I remembered Tinder. I had a date tonight. I would almost forgotten about it in the whirlwind of terror. Mark. We would matched a few days ago, chatted a bit. He seemed normal, friendly. A distraction. A desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of my old life before Ethan had twisted everything into a nightmare. The thought of leaving the house, even for a date, filled me with a fresh wave of anxiety. What if he followed me? What if he was waiting outside? But staying inside, trapped in this invaded space, felt even worse. It was a choice between two terrors. I chose the one that offered a fleeting hope of normalcy. I forced myself into the shower, scrubbing frantically, as if I could wash away the feeling of violation. Every shadow in the bathroom felt ominous, every creak of the pipes a warning. Getting dressed felt like putting on a costume, a flimsy disguise to hide the trembling wreck I was inside. I chose a simple dress, something that did not scream, "I am being stalked by a psychopath." I tried to do my makeup, but my hands shook, and my eyes, red-rimmed from lack of sleep, refused to cooperate. I looked like a ghost of myself. "Come on." "Buster," I murmured, giving him a final hug. "Be a good boy. I will be back soon." His trusting eyes looked up at me, and a pang of guilt shot through me. Leaving him felt wrong, but I could not bring myself to stay. Stepping out the front door felt like stepping onto a stage. I scanned the street, my heart pounding. No strange cars, no shadowy figures, just the usual suburban quiet. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my breath held tight in my chest. Once inside, I locked the doors. The click, a small, inadequate comfort. The drive to the restaurant was a blur of hypervigilance. Every car that pulled up behind me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, felt like a potential threat. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see Ethan's face or his car. But there was nothing, just the usual evening traffic. Maybe, just maybe, I could have a normal night. Mark was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table near the window. He stood up as I approached, a friendly smile on his face. He was taller than his pictures, with kind eyes and a genuinely warm demeanor. "Hey," he said. "You made it." I was starting to think I would been stood up. I managed a weak smile. "Sorry, traffic was a bit crazy." A lie, but a necessary one. "It is good to meet you, Mark." We sat down, and for the first few minutes, it was almost normal. We talked about work, about hobbies, about the usual first date pleasantries. Mark was easy to talk to, a good listener. He made me laugh a few times, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt alien after the last 24 hours. The tension in my shoulders began to ease, just a fraction. This was good. This was what I needed. A fleeting escape. Then, the conversation shifted. We were talking about pets. "So you mentioned you have a dog," Mark asked, taking a sip of his water. "What kind is he?" "Oh, Buster," I said, a warmth spreading through me as I thought of him. "He is a golden retriever mix. Super fluffy, super friendly." Mark nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Golden retrievers are great, very loyal. I actually think I saw him once." My breath caught in my throat. The casualness of his tone was chilling. "You saw Buster." I tried to keep my voice even, but a tremor ran through it. "Where?" He shrugged, a small smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, I think so." I was driving through your neighborhood a couple of days ago, heading to a friend's place. Saw a golden retriever in a yard playing. He looked just like you described. My mind raced. My neighborhood. A couple of days ago, Buster was always in the backyard, but usually when I was home. Oh, really? I forced a laugh. That is a coincidence. What part of the neighborhood? Mark gestured vaguely. Near the park, I think. I do not know the area that well. But yeah, he was playing with a red ball. I think. Super cute. A red ball. Buster's favorite. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was too specific. How would Mark, a complete stranger I would only met on Tinder, know what my dog looked like, what he was playing with, in my own backyard, unless he was not a complete stranger? Unless he would have been told. A cold dread began to spread from my stomach, eclipsing the brief warmth of normalcy. My eyes darted around the restaurant, suddenly seeing every face as a potential conspirator, every shadow as a hiding place. Was Ethan here? Was he watching us? Was this Mark, this seemingly kind, normal man, part of Ethan's sick game that is funny? I managed, my voice thin. My appetite, which had barely been there to begin with, vanished completely. I did not realize you knew my neighborhood. Mark chuckled, a sound that now grated on my nerves. Oh, small world. I just happened to be passing through. It is a nice area, very quiet. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes seeming to bore into mine. You seem a little on edge. Everything okay? The question, innocent as it sounded, felt like an accusation, like he knew exactly why I was on edge. My mind screamed. He knows. He knows everything. I am fine. I said, perhaps a little too quickly. Just a long day. I tried to divert the conversation, asking him about his work, anything to get away from the topic of my house, my dog, my neighborhood. But every word he spoke, every smile he gave, now felt laced with a sinister undertone. Was he fishing for information? Was he testing me? The rest of the date was a blur of forced smiles and internal panic. I picked at my food, unable to taste anything. My eyes kept flicking to the window, scanning the street outside, convinced I would see a familiar face, a telltale car. The easy conversation we would had earlier had evaporated, replaced by a suffocating silence punctuated by my own racing thoughts. Finally, I could not take it anymore. I am really sorry. Mark. I said, cutting him off mid-sentence. I am not feeling so great. I think I need to head home. He looked surprised but quickly recovered. Oh, no problem at all. I understand. Are you sure you are okay? You look a little pale. His concern felt less genuine now, more like a performative act. I will be fine, I insisted, already pulling out my wallet. Thanks for dinner. He insisted on paying and walked me to my car. Every step felt like walking a tightrope. I could feel his eyes on me, or was it Ethan's? The paranoia was a suffocating blanket. As I unlocked my car door, he hesitated. Hey, he said, I had a really nice time. Maybe we could do this again sometime. I forced another weak smile. Maybe. I slid into my car, locking the doors immediately. I did not even wait for him to walk away before starting the engine and pulling out of the parking lot. I glanced in my rearview mirror. Mark was still standing there, watching me go, a strange, unreadable expression on his face. The drive home was worse than the drive there. My imagination ran wild. Had Mark been a decoy, a distraction, or was he directly involved? Had Ethan sent him, or had Ethan just fed him information? Using him as another tool in his twisted game, the thought that Ethan could manipulate even my attempts at normalcy, turning a simple Tinder date into another layer of terror, was chilling. I pulled into my driveway, the darkness of my house looming before me like a hungry maw. I turned off the engine but did not immediately get out. I just sat there, clutching the steering wheel, my knuckles white. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. It was an unknown number. Again, my hand trembled as I picked it up. My thumb hovered over the message. I did not want to open it, but I knew I had to. He wanted me to see it. He wanted me to know. I tapped it. Did you have fun tonight? Mark seemed like a nice guy. But he is not good enough for you. You need someone who truly knows you, someone who will always keep you safe. Like me, my blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He knew about Mark. He had been watching the date. He had been watching me. The casual cruelty of the message, the possessiveness, the sheer audacity made me want to scream. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert the key into the lock. Finally, I got the front door open, practically falling inside, slamming it shut and locking all the bolts behind me. Buster, disturbed by my frantic entry, came trotting over, whining softly. Sensing my distress, I sank to the floor, pulling him into a tight hug, burying my face in his fur, trying to breathe past the panic. He was everywhere. He was watching my house. He was watching me leave. He was watching me on my date. He knew everything. I stood up, my legs wobbly, and stumbled into the living room. My eyes immediately went to the window, the one Buster had been barking at this morning. I pulled back the curtain, peering out into the oppressive darkness of my backyard. Nothing. Just the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the trees. But then, I saw it. On the porch, swing, hanging innocently, was a small, white paper bag. It had not been there when I left. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I knew, with a sickening certainty, what it was. Ethan. He had been here while I was out, trying to escape him. He had been here, in my home, leaving another message. I crept to the back door, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it, to call the police, to run. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to know what fresh horror awaited me, compelled me forward. I unlocked the door, slowly, cautiously, my eyes scanning the darkness outside. Nothing. I pushed the door open just a crack, reaching out a trembling hand to grab the bag. It was surprisingly heavy. I pulled it inside, slamming the door shut and locking it again. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped it. I placed it on the kitchen counter under the harsh glare of the overhead light, where the yellow mug still sat. A silent scream. I peered into the bag. Inside, nestled on a bed of tissue paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden figurine. It was a dog, a golden retriever, with fluffy fur and a happy wagging tail. It was Buster. My breath hitched. It was so lifelike, so detailed. He must have spent hours carving it. He must have been watching Buster for a long, long time to capture him so perfectly. Underneath the figurine, there was another folded piece of paper. My hands, still trembling, unfolded it. It was not a Polaroid this time. It was a handwritten note, in elegant, precise script. My dearest, I know you are scared, but you do not need to be. I am always here to protect you, from strangers like Mark, from anyone who would hurt you. I saw how uncomfortable he made you. He is not good enough. Only I truly understand you. Only I truly see you. And only I can keep you safe. Sleep tight tonight. I will be watching over you, just like always. Sweet dreams. Your guardian. The note dropped from my numb fingers, fluttering to the counter. My eyes fixated on the wooden figurine, the perfect, miniature Buster, now a symbol of utter violation. He had been watching me. He had been watching Buster. He had entered my home. Not just to leave a message, but to create something, to spend time here, turning my sanctuary into his workshop, his playground. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not just a stalker. He was obsessed. He believed he was my protector, my guardian, and he was everywhere. There was no escape. Not in my home, not on a date, not even in my dreams. He owned me now, body and soul. I looked at Buster, who sat patiently by my feet, looking up at me with his trusting, innocent eyes. He was oblivious, but I was not. I was trapped, a pawn in a game I did not understand, controlled by a predator who saw himself as my savior. The house was silent, but it was not empty. I could feel his presence, a cold, suffocating weight. He was out there, somewhere, watching, and he always would be. The nightmare had just begun. The next chapter has its own voice. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I stared at a stranger. In the grimy restroom mirror, wide, terrified eyes, skin pale as a ghost. This was not me. Alex's text, a casual, chilling message. Enjoy your break. Do not take too long. Your drink will get warm, had frozen me. He knew, he absolutely knew I was trying to escape. His unsettling presence, his eyes that saw too much. Primal terror seized me. I could not go back out there. Shaking fingers flew across my phone, typing a frantic SOS to Chloe 911. Tinder date. He knows where I live. He is creepy. Help me get out. Bar the Velvet Lounge. Her voice, sharp with concern. Promised rescue, urging me to stay locked in until she arrived. Huddled against the cool tiles. Every creak, every distant laugh, every flush from the next stall sent ice through my veins. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Chloe's almost there texts, flickering hope against overwhelming dread. What if he tried the door? The thought of his unsettling smile just beyond the wood made my skin crawl. A sharp rap on the door, a woman's voice asking if I was okay, offered a momentary fragile shield. But soon, the silence returned, heavier than before. Was he still at the table, or lurking closer? Then, Chloe's text, I am here. I see you guys. Stay calm. I am coming in. A shuddering breath, a new, fragile determination. I unlocked the door, the click echoing, and peered out. Alex sat at our table, back to me, calmly nursing his drink. My eyes found Chloe near the entrance, her reassuring nod a lifeline. I walked back, each step through quicksand. Alex turned, that unsettling smile plastered on his face. Welcome back, he purred, gesturing to my now warm drink. Took you a while. The words, so simple, yet they felt like a physical blow. Took you a while. The way he said it, low and smooth. A predator's purr. It was not a question, it was a statement of fact, laced with an unspoken accusation, a chilling reminder that he had been waiting, watching, knowing. My blood ran cold, a familiar dread coiling in my gut. I tried to force a weak smile, to act like everything was normal, but my lips felt stiff, stretched taut over teeth that wanted to chatter. My hands, still trembling, clutched my phone like a lifeline. Each step back to the table was a monumental effort, like wading through thick, invisible mud. The bar, which moments ago had felt like a potential sanctuary, now seemed to press in on me. The low hum of conversation and clinking glasses, a muffled, distant sound. All I could hear was the frantic thump of my own heart in my ears. I kept my gaze fixed on Chloe, standing near the entrance, a beacon of sanity in this rapidly unraveling nightmare. Her nod was meant to be reassuring. I knew, but it felt more like a desperate plea for me to hold it together. I reached the table, the small, round surface suddenly feeling like a vast, empty expanse. My drink, a watery gin and tonic, sat there, a few melted ice cubes floating, sadly. Just as Alex had predicted, it was warm. He had not touched it, of course. He had not needed to. He was playing a different game, and I was the unwitting pawn. I slid into the booth opposite him, trying to make my movements appear casual, unhurried. But my muscles screamed with tension, every nerve ending firing. Alex's eyes, those unsettling, too knowing eyes, followed my every move. They were not overtly menacing, not yet, but they held a depth, a cold intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. It was the look of someone who saw through the facade, who knew the secret fears you tried so desperately to hide. He took a slow sip of his own drink, his gaze never leaving mine. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice dripping with feigned concern. "You look a little flushed." I swallowed hard. "Yeah, fine. Just needed a minute." The lie felt pathetic, transparent. He knew I was lying. He reveled in it. Just then, I saw Chloe begin her approach. She moved with a purpose, a determined stride that cut through the casual patrons. She had a wide, almost theatrical smile plastered on her face, but I could see the steel in her eyes, the way her jaw was subtly clenched. She was ready for battle. "Oh my God. Ashley," Chloe exclaimed, her voice just a touch too loud, a touch too bright as she reached our table. She pretended to catch sight of me for the first time, her hand flying to her mouth in mock surprise. "I can't believe it is you. I almost did not recognize you from this angle." She leaned in and gave me a tight, almost bone-crushing hug, whispering fiercely in my ear, "I am here. Get ready." I clung to her, a tiny gasp escaping my lips, a mix of relief and renewed fear. "Chloe, hey," I managed, pulling back and trying to make it look like a genuinely happy reunion. "What are you doing here?" Chloe turned her attention to Alex, her smile unwavering, but her eyes, I noticed, subtly flickered over him, assessing. "And who is this dashing gentleman?" she asked, extending a hand to him. Alex, ever the smooth operator, rose effortlessly from his seat. He took her hand, his unsettling smile widening just a fraction. "Alex, a pleasure to meet you." His grip on Chloe's hand seemed to linger for a beat too long, his thumb brushing against her palm in a way that was just off. Chloe, for her part, did not flinch, but I saw a tiny muscle twitch in her jaw. "Chloe, this is Alex," I said, my voice feeling thin and reedy. "Alex, this is my friend." "Chloe, so you two are on a date?" Chloe asked, her gaze sweeping between Alex and me, a hint of playful mischief in her eyes. "You know, Ashley told me she was finally getting back out there. It is about time." She punctuated this with a light, friendly punch to my shoulder. "A clear signal." Alex chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that grated on my nerves. "Indeed, we were just enjoying a quiet evening." His eyes, however, were on me, a silent message passing between us that only I could interpret. "Do not try anything. Ashley." Chloe, however, was undeterred. "Well, that is just fantastic. But actually, Ashley, I am so glad I ran into you. I totally forgot to text you earlier, but I just remembered we had that thing tonight. Remember the thing?" She looked at me expectantly, her eyebrows raised, practically screaming for me to catch on. My mind, still reeling from the restroom ordeal, scrambled to keep up. "The thing," I repeated, my voice a little too high. "The thing," Chloe insisted, with a dramatic eye roll. "You know, the thing with my aunt. Her cat is having kittens, remember? And we promised to help her with the birthing process." She gave me a significant look, a desperate plea in her eyes. It was a terrible lie, but it was the best she could come up with on the fly. Alex's smile did not falter, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Kittens," he said, his voice laced with an amused skepticism that sent a fresh wave of ice through me. "That sounds quite an event." "Oh, it totally is," Chloe chirped, undeterred. "And Ashley is practically a feline midwife." "Are not you, Ash. So, we really need to go, like, right now. It is an emergency. You know how cats can be." She started to gather her small purse, clearly signaling her readiness to leave. I seized the opportunity. pushing myself up from the booth. Oh, right. The kittens. I completely forgot. Sorry, Alex. I really have to go. I tried to sound apologetic, but inside, I was screaming with relief. This was it. This was my way out. But Alex, oh, Alex. He just leaned back, his arms casually crossed, his gaze still fixed on me. Are you sure? Ashley, we just got back to the table. And your drink is still here. It would be a shame to leave it. He gestured to the warm gin and tonic, a subtle reminder of his earlier text, of his control. Oh, I am sure she is sure. Chloe interjected quickly, stepping between Alex and me, her body language a clear barrier. Aunt Carol is really counting on us. And you know how much Ashley loves animals. She gently but firmly took my arm, pulling me slightly towards the exit. Alex slowly uncrossed his arms. He stood up, towering over us both, his presence suddenly much larger, much more imposing. Well, that is unfortunate, he said, his voice losing some of its earlier amusement, a colder edge creeping in. I was rather enjoying our conversation, Ashley, and I was looking forward to continuing it. His eyes, dark and intense, pierced through me, a silent threat. A knot of pure terror tightened in my stomach. This was not going to be easy. He was not going to just let me go. I could feel the heat radiating off him, the sheer force of his will pressing down on me. Chloe, however, held her ground. I am sure you were... Alex, she said, her voice now devoid of its earlier cheerfulness, replaced by a steely resolve. But some things just can't wait. Come on, Ash. She tugged harder on my arm. Alex took a step forward, directly into our path. His smile was gone now, replaced by a flat, unreadable expression. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost intimate tone, I do not appreciate being abandoned. Especially not when I have made such an effort. He did not raise his voice, he did not make a scene, but the menace in his words was palpable, a chilling undercurrent that only I could truly feel. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. I could feel the cold, sweat trickling down my back. This was it. This was where it escalated. I braced myself for him to grab me, to physically prevent me from leaving. But Chloe was quicker. She stepped directly in front of me, shielding me with her body. Look, Alex, she said, her voice firm and unwavering. Ashley needs to go. We both do. There is no point in making this difficult. Alex's gaze flickered to Chloe, a flicker of something dark and dangerous in his eyes. Difficult, he repeated slowly, as if savoring the word. I would not want to make things difficult. I just want to make sure Ashley gets home safe. He took another step, his proximity unnerving. He was too close. I could smell his cologne, a faint, musky scent that suddenly seemed sickening. She will be fine, Chloe said, her voice strained but still defiant. I am taking her home. Alex's eyes seemed to bore into me, ignoring Chloe completely. Are you sure you want to go? Ashley, he whispered, his voice soft, almost seductive, but laden with a threat that made my skin crawl. We could have such a good time. I know so many things about you. That last line, I know so many things about you. It was a punch to the gut, a reminder of his earlier text, of his unsettling knowledge, of the way he would make me feel exposed and vulnerable. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate need to escape this man, this room, this suffocating situation. I choked out, finding my voice, though it was barely a whisper. I need to go. Chloe did not wait. She grabbed my hand, her grip surprisingly strong, and started to pull me towards the exit. Alex did not physically stop us, not outright. But he moved with us, a silent, menacing shadow, keeping pace just behind my shoulder. Every step felt like an eternity, every second stretched thin with terror. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me. I imagined his hand reaching out, grabbing my hair, dragging me back. The irrational fear was so strong, I almost stumbled. "Do not look back," Chloe whispered, her voice tight, urging me forward. "Just keep walking." We navigated through the tables, past laughing groups and casual diners, none of whom seemed to notice the silent drama unfolding. It was like we were moving in a bubble of dread, invisible to everyone else. The music from the speakers, once a background hum, now sounded like a frantic, distorted beat. As we neared the exit, Alex's voice, low and chilling, reached my ears again. "You know, Ashley," he purred, "it is rude to leave without saying goodbye. And I certainly know where to find you." A cold dread spread through me, numbing my limbs. He was not just saying it, he meant it. He knew. He absolutely knew where I lived. The thought was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, stealing my breath. We burst out of the bar into the cool night air, the sudden rush of cold, a shock to my system. For a split second, I felt a surge of relief, a desperate hope that we had escaped. But then I heard Alex's footsteps right behind us. "Where are you two off to in such a hurry?" he asked, his voice calm, almost jovial, as if he were simply joining us for a pleasant stroll. The parking lot of the Velvet Lounge was dimly lit, a scattering of yellow streetlights doing little to dispel the shadows that clung to the parked cars. It was mostly empty, save for a few vehicles, making us feel even more exposed, more vulnerable. My heart was a frantic drum solo against my ribs. "We are going home, Alex," Chloe said, her voice sharp, a clear warning. She fumbled with her keys, her eyes darting around, searching for her car. Alex chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. He was still too close, a phantom limb, always just behind me. "Home. That is nice. But I was thinking we could go somewhere else. Maybe a nightcap at my place. I have a lovely collection of interesting things." His voice dropped, became almost a whisper. "Things I think you would appreciate." Ashley, my blood ran cold. The implication was clear, horrifying. He was not just talking about a drink, he was talking about traps, about collections, about things that never left. Chloe finally spotted her car, a beat-up Honda Civic, a beacon of hope in the gloom. "There," she exclaimed, practically dragging me towards it. "We are leaving now, Alex. Bye." Alex did not budge. He just stood there, watching us, his silhouette tall and imposing against the flickering streetlights. As we reached the car, Chloe frantically jammed the key into the lock, her hands shaking. "Hurry, hurry," she muttered under her breath. Just as the lock clicked open, Alex moved. He did not run, did not lunge. He simply glided forward, like a shadow detaching itself from the darkness. He was suddenly right beside me, his hand reaching out. I flinched, bracing myself for a grab, a shove, anything. But his hand did not touch me. Instead, it moved past me, to the side mirror of the car. He adjusted it, ever so slightly, tilting it downwards. "Just making sure you have a clear view," he said, his voice devoid of emotion, of everything behind you. The gesture was so small, so innocuous, yet it was utterly terrifying. It was a clear message. I will be behind you. I will be watching. Chloe practically shoved me into the passenger seat, then leaped into the driver's side, slamming the door shut and locking it with a desperate click. I fumbled with my own lock, my fingers numb with fear. The engine roared to life, a blessed sound. But Alex was not done. He walked slowly to my side of the car, his face appearing suddenly, unnervingly, in the window. His eyes, dark and piercing, seemed to look right through me, into the deepest parts of my fear. He pressed his palm flat against the glass, his fingers splayed out, a silent, chilling farewell. He did not smile, did not say anything more. He just stared, his presence a heavy, suffocating weight. Chloe slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as she backed out of the parking spot. I kept my eyes glued to Alex's face in the rearview mirror as we sped away. He remained there, a statue of menace, watching us disappear into the night. It felt like we were fleeing a nightmare, but the nightmare had just begun. Chloe drove like a maniac, speeding down the road, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. I was hyperventilating, trying to suck in air, but my lungs felt constricted. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." I kept repeating like a broken record. "He is gone. Ashley, he is gone," Chloe said, trying to reassure me, but her voice was tight with her own fear. She kept checking the rearview mirror, her eyes wide and scanning. I finally managed to gasp out, "He knows where I live." "Chloe." He said it. "He knows." Chloe's head snapped towards me. Her face, illuminated by the passing streetlights, was pale. "What? How?" "I do not know. I must have mentioned it, or he found it online. I do not know." My voice was rising in a hysterical crescendo. "He said he knows so many things about me. He has been stalking me. I just know it." Okay, calm down," Chloe said, though she sounded anything but calm. "We are not going to your place. We are going straight to my apartment. And we are calling the police right now." The drive to Chloe's apartment felt endless. Every car that pulled up behind us, every set of headlights, sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. I kept twisting in my seat, checking the back window, convinced I would see Alex's car, his unsettling face lurking in the darkness. My imagination, already in overdrive, conjured up images of him following us, of him waiting outside Chloe's building, of him somehow, impossibly, getting inside. When we finally pulled up to Chloe's complex, a sense of fragile relief washed over me. It was not my home, but it was safe. For now, we practically sprinted inside, locking the door behind us with a desperate click that echoed in the quiet hallway. Once inside Chloe's apartment, the adrenaline crash hit me hard. My legs felt like jelly, and I collapsed onto her sofa, trembling uncontrollably. Chloe immediately grabbed her phone. "Okay, let us call them." What exactly do we tell them? That was the problem, was not it. What did we tell them? He was creepy. He knew where I lived. He would not let me leave. It sounded so flimsy, so insubstantial. It was not like he had physically assaulted me. He had not broken any laws, not technically. He was just unsettling, terrifying. Chloe, however, was determined. She dialed 911, her voice firm as she explained the situation. My friend was on a Tinder date, and the man became extremely threatening and would not let her leave. He also made comments implying he knows where she lives and intends to follow her. She paused, listening. No, he did not physically harm her, but he was very intimidating and kept her from leaving the bar. Another pause. Yes, we are safe now, at my apartment. No, we do not know his address, just his name. Alex, and his Tinder profile. The police, as expected, were polite but seemed to struggle with the situation. They said they would send an officer to take a statement, but their tone implied that without any physical violence or clear threats of violence, their hands were somewhat tied. It was a he said, she said situation, and Alex was smart enough not to leave any obvious evidence. An hour later, a tired-looking officer arrived. He listened patiently as I recounted the events, my voice shaking. He took notes, asked clarifying questions, and then, with a sympathetic but resigned sigh, told me there was not much they could do right now. They would keep an eye out and advise me to block Alex on all platforms, change my locks, and be vigilant. He suggested I file a formal complaint, but warned me that without concrete evidence, it might not go anywhere. "It is just so frustrating," I whispered, tears stinging my eyes. He made me feel so unsafe. He knew. The officer nodded. "I understand, madam. These situations are tough. Just be careful. If he shows up at your door or sends any direct threats, call us immediately." After the officer left, Chloe tried to comfort me, but the sense of dread lingered. A cold, heavy blanket wrapped around my soul. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, jumping at every unfamiliar sound. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Alex's face pressed against the car window, his dark, knowing eyes staring into mine. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I blocked Alex on Tinder, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere I could think of. I changed all my passwords. I did not go home for 2 days, staying at Chloe's, terrified of what I might find. Chloe even came with me when I finally went to retrieve some clothes, her watchful eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. When I finally did return to my apartment, it felt foreign, violated. I immediately called a locksmith to change my locks, despite the cost. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent my heart racing. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights on, and a heavy chair propped against my front door. I checked my rearview mirror obsessively every time I drove, convinced I would see his car, his face. Then, 5 days later, it happened. I was coming home from work, my guard still up, but a little less frantic than before. As I reached my front door, I noticed something small tucked under the welcome mat. My heart leaped into my throat. It was a single, perfect white rose. No note. No name. Just the rose. But I knew. Oh, I knew. Chilling, silent message. A reminder. I know where you live. I know where to find you. I am still here. I am still watching. I dropped my bag, my hands shaking so violently, I almost could not unlock the door. I threw the rose into the trash, feeling sick to my stomach. It was not a threat of violence, not explicitly, but it was worse. It was psychological warfare. It was the knowledge that he was still out there, lurking, waiting, playing his twisted game. I called the police again, my voice tight with barely suppressed hysteria. They took my statement, but again, without a direct threat, without him actually doing anything. Their hands were tied. They suggested I install security cameras, get a restraining order if he continued, but what constituted continued? Another rose, a text from a burner number, a shadowy figure in my periphery. The experience changed me. Permanently, I became a prisoner in my own home, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every new text from an unknown number, every strange car on my street, every bump in the night sent me into a spiral of panic. My once vibrant life, full of spontaneous adventures and open trust, had been replaced by a constant state of vigilance, a gnawing fear that never truly went away. I deleted all my dating apps. The thought of ever meeting a stranger again, of opening myself up to that kind of vulnerability, was unthinkable. The internet, once a world of connection, now felt like a dangerous web, where predators like Alex could easily find their prey. Alex never showed his face again. He never sent another rose. He never texted me from a strange number. But the chilling certainty that he was still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting, never left me. The horror was not over. It had simply receded into the shadows, a constant, unseen presence, a silent reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed, and sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones who do not need to show their fangs to make you feel like prey. They just need to know your address. Our next story takes us a little further. Previous summary, the coffee cup rattled as I sped from the cafe. Mark's chilling words. It was destined. I have been waiting for you, echoing in my ears. His unnerving knowledge of my unposted guitar and secret Sumatra mantling beans had transformed his charm into something predatory. My quiet life shattered. I raced home, every shadow a threat, every rustle a whisper. Inside, I frantically secured every lock, my logical brain screaming ridiculous while a cold dread tightened its grip. I deleted Mark's profile, then my entire Tinder account, scrutinizing months of social media for any forgotten detail. Nothing. My private indulgences were just that private. Sleep was a battle. Every creak of the house a jolt of adrenaline, replaying his impossible knowledge. The next days were a blur of hypervigilance, my peaceful morning coffee, now a nervous ritual of peering through blinds. 3 days later, an email arrived, thinking of you. No content, just those 3 words from an unfamiliar sender. My blood ran cold. It felt like a subtle prod, a chilling reminder. I deleted and blocked, but the dread remained. 2 days after that, a small, plain box appeared on my doorstep. No return address, just my name. My heart hammered as I tore it open. Inside, nestled in packing paper, was a bag of Sumatra Mandhiling coffee beans. The exact brand, my secret indulgence. Panic, sharp and cold, seized me. He knew where I lived. How? My online presence was locked down, my address private. He was a phantom, yet he knew my deepest secrets and my physical location. I dropped the bag, stumbling back, wanting to scream. I scooped the beans with a paper towel and rushed them to the curb, desperate to erase his chilling presence. That night, I reinforced every lock, wedging a dowel into the sliding glass door track, just like my grandpa used to do. It was a flimsy piece of wood against a determined man, but it was all I had. The house felt like a paper box. Every window, a potential entry point. Every wall too thin. I pulled the blinds tight, then added blankets over them, just in case. I did not want even a sliver of light escaping, or a shadow from within giving him a clue. The night was a torment. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of wind outside, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I lay in bed, fully clothed, a heavy flashlight clutched in my hand, my eyes wide open in the suffocating darkness. I tried to reason with myself, to tell myself it was ridiculous. He had left coffee beans on my porch. That was it. It was not a direct threat, but the how of it, the impossible knowledge, the way he just knew that, was the real horror. It was not about what he did, but what he represented, a complete breach of my privacy, a total violation of my sense of safety. Sleep finally claimed me sometime before dawn, a shallow, fitful thing filled with shadows and whispers. I woke with a gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs, the room still dark. I checked my phone 5:47 a.m. Too early to get up, too late to go back to sleep. I lay there, listening, my ears straining for any sound that was not the normal hum of the house. Nothing, just the oppressive silence. The next few days blurred into a monotonous cycle of fear and vigilance. My morning coffee ritual, once a source of calm, became a strategic operation. I would make my coffee, then stand by the kitchen window, peering through a tiny gap in the blinds, scanning the street. Every car that slowed down, every person walking a dog, every delivery truck, they were all suspects. My mind raced, trying to find a pattern, a tell, anything that would give me an edge, but there was nothing, just the mundane rhythm of my quiet suburban street. I started taking different routes to work, even if it added 10 minutes to my commute. I parked in different spots in the parking lot. I avoided my usual lunch spots. I felt like a spy in my own life, constantly looking over my shoulder, my senses on high alert. My colleagues noticed my distraction, the dark circles under my eyes, everything. "Okay, Sarah," they would ask, and I would force a smile, mumbling something about stress and deadlines. How could I explain that a man I met on Tinder had somehow breached every defense I had and was now living rent-free in my head? I finally broke down and called the police. I tried to sound calm, rational. Yes, an online dating interaction. He knows things about me. He should not. He sent me something to my house. The officer on the phone listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Madam, he sent you coffee beans. Is that correct?" But it is the specific kind, and he knew I played guitar, and he knew my address, and I have not given it to anyone. I practically shouted. He told me to file an online report, that without a direct threat or physical harm, there was not much they could do. They would log it, but that was about it. "Keep your doors locked, madam." As if I had not thought of that, I hung up, feeling even more exposed and helpless than before. The police, my supposed protectors, could not help me. I was truly on my own. Then, 5 days after the coffee beans, It happened again. I came home from work, exhausted and emotionally drained, and as I walked up my driveway, I noticed something on my front porch. It was not a box this time. It was a single red rose, lying on the welcome mat. No card, no note, just the rose, its petals a vibrant, almost unnerving crimson against the gray mat. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart, which had just started to slow down from the day's anxieties, lurched into a frantic rhythm. A rose. It was such a classic romantic gesture, but in this context it was utterly sinister. It was not just a gift, it was a message. I am still here. I am watching. I can leave things for you whenever I want. My hands started to tremble. I stared at the rose, unable to move. It felt like a trap, like something out of a horror movie where the killer leaves a calling card. Was he still here? Had he just left it? Was he watching me right now? From somewhere across the street, enjoying my terror. The thought sent a cold wave washing over me. I snatched the rose up, my fingers recoiling from its delicate petals as if they were poisoned thorns, and threw it into the trash can next to my door. Then I practically ran inside, fumbling with my keys, slamming the door shut and locking it with a desperate click. I spent the next hour pacing, peering through the blinds, my mind a whirlwind of panic. He was escalating. First the email, then the coffee, now the rose. Each step was a little more personal, a little closer. This was not just about knowing my secrets anymore. It was about demonstrating control, about letting me know he could reach me, touch my life whenever he pleased. I could not eat, could not relax. Every shadow in the house seemed to lengthen, to twist into menacing shapes. I called my best friend, Jessica, but I struggled to explain. He is doing creepy things. Jess. He knows where I live, and he left a rose on my porch. She tried to be supportive, but her advice was practical, not understanding the psychological terror. Maybe get a security camera, change your locks. Do you have family nearby? I just mumbled vague answers. I did not want to burden her with the full, inexplicable horror of it. How could I tell her about the guitar, the coffee beans, the destined part? She would think I was losing my mind. That night, I did not even try to sleep in my bed. I dragged my mattress into the living room, near the front door, because I figured if he tried to get in, I would at least hear it there. I propped a chair under the doorknob, added a heavy bookcase in front of the window, and huddled under a blanket, the flashlight once again clutched in my hand. Every little sound outside sent my heart racing. A car driving by, the neighbor's dog barking, the rustle of leaves in the wind, they all became magnified, sinister. I saw shapes in the dark, shadows that moved just at the edge of my vision. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. The next morning, I woke up stiff and exhausted, my throat sore from clenching my jaw all night. I decided I could not live like this. I needed to fight back, or at least try to get some answers. I called my internet provider, my phone company, even my bank. I asked about data breaches, about anything that could have exposed my information. Nothing. No breaches. No suspicious activity. My online footprint was still locked down tight. I started thinking about the guitar. My unposted guitar, the one in the corner of my living room. How could he have known about that? There was only one way he had seen it, which meant he had been inside my house, or at least had a clear view inside. The thought made my blood run cold. I ran through my memory, trying to recall any time I might have left a window open or a door unlocked. I was always so careful, but what if he had a key? What if he had broken in silently, and I had not even known? The idea that he had been in my space, breathing my air, watching me, was almost unbearable. I went through my house like a forensic investigator. I checked every window, every door. I looked for signs of forced entry, for anything out of place. Nothing obvious. But then, as I was checking the back window in my living room, the one that faced my small, overgrown backyard, I saw it A tiny, almost imperceptible smudge on the outside of the glass, high up, as if someone had pressed their hand against it to get a better view. And beneath it, a tiny, almost invisible scratch on the window frame, like something had scraped against it. It was so small, so faint, that I might have dismissed it as normal wear and tear, but my hypervigilance, honed by terror, would not let me. My stomach dropped. He had not just seen my guitar. He had been peering into my house. He had been outside, watching me, maybe even for weeks before the Tinder date. The date was not the beginning. It was just the next step in his twisted plan. He had been stalking me, learning about me. Before he even made contact, the destined comment suddenly took on an even more terrifying meaning. He had not just been waiting for a person, he had been waiting for me. Panic flared, hot and sharp. I felt like a rat in a cage, constantly watched, constantly scrutinized. Every move I made, every habit I had, he had probably observed and cataloged. The coffee, the guitar, my address. They were not impossible knowledge. They were observed knowledge. He was not a phantom. He was a silent, patient hunter. I knew I had to get out. I could not stay in that house another night. I packed a small bag, just essentials, my hands shaking so violently I could barely zip it. I called Jessica again. Jess, I need to stay with you. Tonight, please, do not ask questions, just say yes. She must have heard the desperation in my voice because she immediately agreed. Of course. Come over. I will make dinner. As I was about to leave, I remembered something. My car. I had been so paranoid about my house. I had not really thought about my car. I walked out to the driveway, my heart pounding. I looked at the driver's side door, then the passenger side, then the back. Nothing seemed amiss. But then, I noticed it. On the passenger side window, there was a small, almost perfectly circular sticker, no bigger than a dime. It was a cartoon drawing of a black cat with glowing green eyes. It was not mine. I had never seen it before. My blood ran cold. It was like a signature. It was another message, another chilling reminder that he could get to me, even outside my house. He had been close enough to my car to put this sticker on it. He had been that close. I ripped the sticker off, my fingers trembling, and threw it to the ground. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I jumped into my car, locked the doors and sped away, not even looking in the rearview mirror. I just needed to get away, to put as much distance as possible between me and that house, between me and Mark. I stayed with Jessica for a week. I barely slept, constantly checking my phone, jumping at every notification. I told Jessica everything, the whole crazy story, the guitar, the coffee, the rose, the sticker, the feeling of being watched. She listened, her face growing increasingly concerned. She believed me. That was a huge relief, just having someone else acknowledge that I was not crazy, that this was real. She helped me look for apartments, but I was so paranoid. I could not commit. What if he found me there too? What if he had placed trackers on my car, or somehow bugged my phone? Every new place felt like another potential trap. One evening, about a week after I moved in with Jessica, I was checking my old email account, the one I had not deleted because it was linked to too many things, and there it was. A new email. From an unfamiliar address, again, the subject line simply read, "Missing you." My stomach clenched. I did not open it. I immediately marked it as spam, deleted it, and blocked the sender, but the message had been sent. He knew I was gone from my house. He knew where I was, or at least that I was not where I was supposed to be. How? That night, I was lying in Jessica's guest bed, trying to force myself to sleep, when I heard a faint noise from outside. A car. It slowed down, then stopped. My heart started hammering. Jessica lived on a quiet street, not much traffic late at night. I crept to the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction. A dark sedan was parked directly across the street, its engine idling. I could not see clearly through the dim light, but the shape of the car was vaguely familiar. My breath hitched, Was it him? Was it Mark? My mind screamed at me to pull away, but I could not. I was frozen, peering through the gap in the curtain, my eyes straining. And then, the driver's side window of the sedan slowly rolled down. I could not make out a face. It was too dark, but I could see a silhouette. And then, the silhouette raised its hand. Not a wave. It was a slow, deliberate motion. And in its hand, I could just make out the faint glint of something small and metallic. A phone. And the silhouette was holding it up, as if taking a picture. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He was not just watching, he was documenting. He was collecting proof of my fear, proof of my location, proof of his control. I dropped the curtain, my hand shaking so violently I almost tore it from the rod. I stumbled back, my legs weak, my mind racing. He was here. He knew I was here. There was no escape. He was everywhere. I backed away from the window, my eyes darting around the room as if he might materialize in the corner. My quiet life was gone. My peace was shattered. I was no longer just a woman living her life. I was prey, and Mark was the hunter, and he was not going to stop until he decided the game was over. The chilling thought lingered in the air. A cold, oppressive weight. What would happen when he decided the game was over? And what would that end look like? I did not want to find out, but I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that he would eventually make his next move. And I would be waiting forever, looking over my shoulder, forever trapped in his twisted game. Another story rises in the sequence. You know that feeling when everything just clicks? When you meet someone, and for a fleeting moment, the world seems to align. That is how it felt, initially, with Alex. We matched on Tinder, and his profile was perfect, handsome, witty, a shared love for obscure indie films and hiking. We chatted for a few days, and his messages were engaging. Thoughtful, never pushy. He seemed like a genuinely good guy. So when he suggested grabbing a drink at a cozy bar downtown, I was actually excited. The bar was dimly lit, a little noisy, but it had a good vibe. Alex was even better in person. Tall, with kind eyes and a smile that crinkled at the corners. We talked about everything, our jobs, travel dreams, our families. The conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by easy laughter. I remember thinking, this is it. This is what a good first date feels like. Then, about an hour in, mid-sentence about my frustrating commute, he paused, a thoughtful look on his face. He said, his voice dropping just a touch. I often see you waiting for the bus on Elm Street, right by that old oak tree. You always have that specific travel mug, the one with the chipped rim. My laughter died in my throat. I stared at him, my smile frozen. My usual bus stop was not on Elm Street. It was on Maple, 3 blocks away from Elm. And the chipped travel mug. I did have one, but I only used it on weekends when I went hiking, never for my commute. It was not something I would ever post it online, not even in a casual photo. A cold knot began to form in my stomach, tightening with each beat of my heart. This was not just eerie, it felt like a deliberate, unsettling setup. I tried to play it off, to rationalize it away. Oh, really? I said, forcing a light tone. You must be thinking of someone else. My bus stop is actually on Maple, and I usually just grab coffee on the go. He chuckled, a low, confident sound. No, I am pretty sure it is you. I mean, who else has that little ceramic owl statue on their windowsill, facing out right next to the potted basil plant? My blood ran cold. The ceramic owl, the basil plant, they were both sitting on the windowsill of my bedroom, which faced the back of my apartment complex, away from any public street. My apartment, which I had never ever mentioned to him, not even the general neighborhood. The bar's cozy warmth suddenly felt suffocating. My hands, resting on the table, began to tremble imperceptibly. How would you know that... I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The easy flow of conversation had evaporated, replaced by a suffocating silence in my own head. Alex leaned back in his chair, a strange, almost triumphant glint in his eyes. His smile, which had been so charming just moments ago, now seemed predatory. "Oh, I just pay attention," he said, shrugging casually. "I like to really know the people I am interested in." The words hung in the air, heavy and menacing. It was not a compliment, it was a declaration of invasion. My mind raced, trying to piece together how any of this was possible. Had he somehow found my address? Had he somehow been inside my apartment? The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I gripped my glass, knuckles white. I think I need to go," I said, pushing my chair back with a scrape that echoed too loudly in my ears. He did not move. His gaze intensified, locking onto mine. Already, but we were just getting to the good part. I was going to tell you about that specific, slightly torn page in the copy of Wuthering Heights on your bedside table, the one you always leave open to Chapter 15. A scream caught in my throat. My copy of Wuthering Heights was on my bedside table, open to Chapter 15, with a small tear on the top right corner of the page. It was a detail so intimate, so specific to my private space, that it could not be a coincidence. It could not be a guess. He had been in my bedroom. He had been in my apartment. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling for my purse. Do not follow me." I choked out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. He finally stood up, a slow, deliberate movement that made my blood run cold. He did not say anything, just watched me with that unnerving smile. I practically ran out of the bar, not bothering to look back. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, each beat echoing the word "run, run, run." The streetlights seemed to cast longer, more ominous shadows as I half walked, half ran towards where I would parked. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car horn sent a jolt of ice through me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see him emerge from the bar's entrance, his figure silhouetted against the warm glow. But he was not there. The street was empty, and yet I felt his eyes on me, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. Finally, I unlocked my car door and practically dove inside, locking it immediately. I started the engine, my foot heavy on the accelerator, peeling out of the parking spot without a second glance. I did not drive home. Not yet. I could not. The thought of my apartment, my sanctuary, being compromised, being known by this stranger, was unbearable. I drove around aimlessly for what felt like hours, a frantic loop through unfamiliar neighborhoods. My phone buzzed. I flinched, almost dropping it. It was a text message from an unknown number. My breath hitched. I knew, with a sickening certainty, who it was. "You left so quickly." I was hoping for a goodnight kiss. My stomach churned. He had my number. How? I had only given it to him on Tinder, which was supposed to be a private chat. Had he found it through some other means? Or had he simply copied it down from my phone while I was not looking, perhaps when I would set it down at the bar? The possibilities were endless, and each one was terrifying. I drove to a brightly lit 24-hour diner, the kind with sticky tables and lukewarm coffee. I needed to be around people, any people. I sat in a booth in the corner, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, my eyes darting nervously around the room. I tried to calm myself, to think logically. Maybe it was a prank. A really, really messed up prank, but the details he would known, the owl, the basil, the specific page in my book, no prank could explain that. I pulled out my phone, my fingers hovering over the keypad. Call the police. What would I even say? A guy I met on Tinder knew details about my apartment that he should not have, and it freaked me out. They would tell me to block him, to be more careful. They would not understand the depth of the violation, the gut-wrenching certainty that he had been inside my home. I decided to go home. I needed to check. to see if anything was out of place, to confirm my worst fears, or, by some miracle, to prove myself wrong. The drive back felt like an eternity. Every car that passed me, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror seemed to be his. I took a convoluted route, doubling back, making sudden turns, trying to shake off any potential tail. My apartment complex, usually a comforting sight, now loomed like a dark, silent sentinel. I parked my car, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The building was quiet. Too quiet. I got out, keys clutched tight in my sweaty hand, and hurried to my door. I checked the lock. It was secure. I checked the deadbolt. Secure. I breathed a small sigh of relief, but it was fleeting. Locks only kept honest people out. I stepped inside, flicking on every light switch I could find. The sudden brightness seemed to chase away some of the shadows, but not the dread. I walked through my living room, my eyes scanning every surface. Nothing seemed out of place. My books were still neatly stacked on the shelf. The throw blanket was still draped over the couch. My small collection of plants sat undisturbed on the windowsill. I moved to the kitchen. My dishes were in the sink, exactly where I would left them that morning. My coffee maker sat on the counter. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. It was almost more unsettling than finding something obviously amiss. It meant he was meticulous, careful. Then, I walked into my bedroom. My eyes immediately went to the windowsill. The ceramic owl, the basil plant, both were there, but something was different. The owl, which usually faced outwards, now faced inwards, its blank ceramic eyes staring directly at my bed, and the basil plant, which I always kept on the left, was now on the right. My breath hitched. My throat tightened. He had been here. He had not just seen these things from afar. He had been inside. He had moved them. A silent, terrifying message. My blood ran cold, spreading through my veins like ice. I looked at my bedside table. Wuthering Heights was still there, open to chapter 15. But now, nestled between the pages, was a single, crimson rose. Its petals were soft, velvety, and eerily perfect against the worn paper. There was no card, no note, just the rose. My hands trembled so violently I could barely pick up the book. The rose fell onto my bedspread, a vibrant splash of color that felt utterly sinister. This was not a romantic gesture. This was a violation, a chilling declaration of ownership. He had left it for me. He wanted me to know. He was still watching. He could leave things for me whenever he wanted. I ran to my closet, pulling out a small, rarely used suitcase. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay. Not another night in this apartment. This place that was no longer my sanctuary, but a stage for his twisted game. I threw in a few essentials, my mind numb with fear. As I zipped up the suitcase, my phone buzzed again. I stared at it, paralyzed. The same unknown number. I did not want to answer, but some morbid curiosity, some desperate need to understand, compelled me. I pressed answer, my hand shaking. Hello. My voice was barely a whisper. I see you found my little gift. Alex's voice purred through the phone, calm, almost amused. I thought it would brighten up your room. Red is your favorite, is not it? It really brings out the color in your eyes when you are surprised. I gasped, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. You are here. You are in the building, are not you? He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. I am always closer than you think. Sarah, I just wanted to make sure you felt welcome. I know how much you value your space. I spent weeks getting to know it, getting to know you, before our date tonight. I even have a spare key, the one you keep under the fake rock by the front door. A little cliche, but effective. My stomach dropped. The fake rock? I would forgotten all about it. I would put a spare key there years ago, when I first moved in, and had never bothered to move it. It was a stupid, careless mistake, one I was now paying for dearly. Why are you doing this? I demanded, my voice cracking. What do you want? What do I want? He repeated, his tone shifting, becoming softer, more intimate, which was infinitely more terrifying. I want us to be together. Sarah, I have been watching you for months. I knew the moment I saw you that you were the one. Our date tonight was just a formality. I already knew everything I needed to know. You are sick. I spat, tears stinging my eyes. No. Sarah, I am just thorough. I believe in being prepared, and now that we have met, now that you know how deeply I care, we can finally begin our life together. There is no us. I screamed into the phone. I am calling the police. He laughed again, a chilling, mirthless sound. Go ahead. What will you tell them? That a man you went on a date with gave you a rose, that he moved your plants. They already told you they can't do anything. Remember, no direct threat. The words hit me like a cold wave. He knew about my call to the police. How had he somehow tapped my phone? Was he listening? The paranoia was suffocating. I remembered the dismissive tone of the officer, the helplessness I would felt. He was right. They would not help. I am leaving, I said, my voice trembling. I am going somewhere far away, and you will never find me. Oh. Sarah, he sighed, a note of disappointment in his voice. Do not be silly. I know where you keep your emergency savings account. I know your mother's address in Arizona. I know about your sister's apartment in Brooklyn. You can run, but you can't hide from me. We are meant to be, you and I am very patient. The phone clicked. He had hung up. I stood there, the dead phone pressed to my ear, tears streaming down my face. He knew everything. My family, my finances, my deepest secrets. I was completely exposed, utterly vulnerable. I grabbed my suitcase and my car keys. I did not bother to check the locks or turn off the lights. Nothing mattered anymore. My apartment was tainted, my life shattered. I ran out of the building, not caring who saw me, not caring about anything but escape. I drove until the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I checked into a cheap motel, hours away, paying cash, using a fake name. I did not sleep. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into something menacing. Every creak of the old building sent a jolt of ice through me. I kept seeing his face, his unsettling smile, hearing his calm, possessive voice. Days turned into weeks. I moved from motel to motel, never staying in one place for long. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I tried to disappear, but every time I saw a car that looked like his, every time a stranger lingered a little too long, my heart would leap into my throat. The paranoia became a constant companion, a heavy cloak I could not shed. One evening, months later, I was walking back to my latest temporary room, my head down, trying to blend in. I passed a small flower shop, its window display filled with vibrant blooms. And there, nestled among a bouquet of white lilies, was a single, perfect red rose. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at it, transfixed, a cold dread spreading through my chest. It was just a rose, a common flower, but to me it was a terrifying symbol, a chilling message. I quickly averted my gaze, walking faster, my eyes darting around the street. Had he found me? Was he here? Was this another one of his sick games? I never saw him again, not definitively, but I live with the constant gnawing fear that he is still out there, still watching, still waiting. Every new place I go, every new person I meet, I scrutinize them, searching for that familiar glint in the eye, that unsettling smile. I have become a ghost in my own life, always looking over my shoulder, always running. because I know deep down that he is still out there, and he is very patient. Thank you for listening to Daily Story and for supporting real storytelling. Your time and attention truly mean a lot. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Stay safe and join us again for another real experience